Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a very, very big week. We are getting the CPI tomorrow. We are coming off of the heels of the first weekly decline since 2023. You just finished up the Super Bowl. You got a bunch of other things going on. I think China stocks are hitting their lowest point in a month. Remember, we were talking no land in bull market. Wasn't too long ago. We've given up the Powell gains. It is definitely going to be exciting. You are expecting one of the biggest increases in CPI tomorrow, month over month, or at least the biggest in 3 months. So there's a lot of eyes on there. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of emotions in Chattadonia. I am sure that you are ready, and I hope you're ready for some game time. So, Chad, it's been a long weekend. Good morning. Oh, you even have HYPR. This is a biotech, and they just got approval for like an AI imaging thing. Yeah, it's very, 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 very weird. And then again, we didn't have a watch list last night, so we ain't going to have a random play. I figured y'all were just going to be watching the commercials because I was too. I was watching those commercials, man. Oh, there was some good ones, but good morning. Look at the chat. Oh, what's up, Najee? What's up, Mr. Orman? Jair, Joanna, West, P. Macos, Carissa Hines in the morning. What's up, yee? Oh, 4-5, Leo, Matthew Orman again, Raziel, Tony Garlinger, Doug Lateral. Oh, John Donna, Paul, Timbuktu, baby. How you living, Timbuktu? Good morning. What's up, Owen Face Sandwich? Good morning, baby. Good morning, Hamid, Anton, Billy, baby. Sakori, Benny, Selvario in the house. Woo. Good morning, baby. Lost on the Narrows. Good morning, Chattadonia. Look at them. They're waking up. Smoke. Michael Bono, Jay Samuels, Kira, KRZ, Inverse King, Juice Trays. Oh, good morning, baby. Zach Lawrence, Jay Anthony, Jacob Baxter, get some. Lando Brando, Peter, Vincent Estrella in the house in the morning. Oh, on a good morning here. J.K. Thompson, Mandy Ward, Robo Ham, B. Dizzo, baby. What's up, Jack? What's up, Iris, Bobby? Oh, De La Bibo, Santi, Mr. Ghost, baby. Lando, oh. Paul, what's up, Chattadonia? Alien, I know aliens. That's why I said right on the Twitch. What's up, Twitch? How you living, Oddity? What's up, Battleborn? What's up, Hey Sos? What's up, Jake from State Farm? In the house, baby. Oh, Charlie. No. There wasn't a watch list. No, I didn't get the watch list. I figured I was like, man, competing with the Super Bowl, and I was into it. I was like, all right, I was gonna do it. I was like, if it's not a close game, I was gonna do it right after the game, and I was like, or like right towards third quarter. But it was a close game. I was surprised. I didn't like the ending though. I did not like the ending. The ending didn't really have it, man. Good morning, Chattadonia. Oh, hyper. Yeah, this is an AI biotech now. Literally just came out right before I hit live. I thought that one was interesting. That one was very, very interesting. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. I hope you're locked and loaded. Again, it's going to be a wild one, bro. I'm telling you, tomorrow is going to be a big day. We're already coming off a big day, and then don't even get me started on all of the balloons. You know what I'm saying? Don't even get me started on actually, I think that's our first piece of news. So, Chad, let us get into it. The U.S., they have shot down their fourth flying object after opting for caution. The Pentagon does not yet know what the most recent ones are, and they aren't ruling out anything at this point. China responded by saying that the U.S. has sent over balloons in their territory more than 10 times since the beginning of 2022, which the U.S. has denied. Futures gained before tomorrow's inflation report. Morgan Stanley warned U.S. equities are ripe for a sell-off. The firm also turned neutral on treasuries from overweight and neutral on the dollar. The 2-year yield edged higher, and the dollar was flat. Oil fell. Binance coin lost as much as 8.9% after Paxos Trust said it was directed to cease minting a Binance-branded token. So you got a little bit more of a crypto crackdown there. Again, that has been escalating a lot since last week, if you're not familiar. Goldman Sachs, David Solomon, he told bank executives that he should have acted sooner to cut jobs, which may have made them less drastic. The Financial Times has reported FIS Fidelity, they will spin off a payment processing business that they bought for $41 billion 4 years ago. It took a $17 billion non-cash goodwill impairment charge last quarter. Adani Group halved their revenue growth target for at least next financial year, and they're holding off on fresh investment, people familiar said. DBS said they have about $976 million of exposure. Citi is nearing the sale of Mexican retail unit Banamex on a deal that may value it up for $8 billion. Bad behavior. Some Deutsche Bank staff in London, their Forex desk circumvented controls to make big profits by mis-selling derivatives to Spanish SMEs. People familiar said SMBC Nikko Securities and former exec were found guilty of market manipulation in a scandal that led to record losses for the brokerage. Traders with knowledge of pending M&A use ETFs consisting of target firm stocks to amass $2.75 billion of insider trading from 2009 to 2021. That's a long time to insider trade. And now it just happened. That's a long time. 10 companies are looking to storm the U.S. IG credit market tomorrow. After the inflation data, sales are expected to come in around $25 billion this week. Pepsi and CVS already came forward with volume standing at $43.85 billion. The 10-year JGB yield may rise to 2% in the next year if Kazuto Ueda takes over as BofJ governor, said Jesper Cole of Monex Group, who was once a student of the frontrunner. His comments add to concern that the wave of Japanese cash will be repatriated. The country's investors last year offloaded a record $181 billion of foreign debt, and there is still more than $2 trillion left for them to potentially sell. Manhattan is losing more than $12 billion a year because of the White House, or from work from home, WFH. Workers in the borough are spending at least $4,700 less a year ago on meals, shopping, and entertainment near work as schedules shift to a 3-day work week. Chart of the day. So where do people want to work? It looks like Ken Griffin got ahead of the pack by favoring Miami for his relocation to Citadel. Its top investors with a list of places to go could be anywhere in the world, and the Pulse survey is showing that Florida's waterfront properties are hitting record values and are in the top location for new workers to go. Mortgage rates are above 5.5 this year, and some expect prices to fall by more than 10% peak to trough. At 11 a.m., you're going to get ECB Centeno, 11:30, $60 billion of 13-week bonds and $48 billion of 26-week bills. Actually, not an exciting schedule here. Earnings include Palantir, Cadence, Arista, and First Energy. America's U.S. stocks may get a boost from political standoff over the debt ceiling, according to Pictet Asset Management. Their view is that when the Treasury is unable to borrow, it has to draw on their bank account at the Fed to fund itself, effectively pumping liquidity into the system. Brazil economists raised their rate estimates for this year as the next government mulls an early review of the inflation targets. Jair Bolsonaro said he intends to return to Brazil in the coming weeks, according to a video from a Florida event aired by CNN Brazil. Euro area inflation will experience faster growth and slower inflation this year than previously feared. Olaf Scholz' SPD suffered their worst ever result in Berlin, losing to the CDU, which took 28% of the vote. Preliminary results show mystery money. Turkey's 2022 current account deficit reached $48 billion, the widest in at least a decade, with unexplained flows of capital helping finance half the gap. Net errors and emissions of capital or unknown origin reached $24 billion, and this is not uncommon for Turkey. You should look into that if you're fascinated by balance of payments. That is always a good one. Tens of thousands of homes in northern New Zealand are without electricity as a powerful cyclone approaches. Over 500 flights have been canceled. The center of Cyclone Gabriel is expected to be the closest to Auckland late today. More Bank of Japan easy money policy should be maintained that has room for adjustment, said Kyoichi Haguwada, the LDP's policy chief. Nomura chairman Koji Nagai expects that the Bank of Japan's new leadership to tackle the policy side effects. Kazuo Ueda is set to be nominated as the new governor as yet another former PhD student of Stanley Fisher at MIT. Ructions at RBA2, Philip Lowe faced a storm of criticism by the media and some politicians that it was reported he briefed banks in a closed-door gathering last week after the rate decision. Singapore's economy grew at a slower rate than expected at 2.1 year-on-year. India's inflation accelerated more than 6.5% in January, approaching the RBI's 2.6% target for the first time in 3 months. Russia plans to deliver over 80% of their crude exports and 75% of their petroleum products to friendly countries in 2023, Deputy PM Alexander Novak wrote in a column. Russia already proposed to limit Urals discounting to Brent at $34 a barrel and 31 in May, 28 in June, and 25 in July. The EU downplayed the impact of Russia's oil production cut, and they said it was forced by Moscow sanctions. I forgot. We had that on Friday. Remember the oil stuff? We had a lot. It was like Thursday, Friday. Oh, man. Freeport LMG plant in Texas has exported their first shipment in 8 months, taking an incremental step towards resuming full operations. The cargo was a partial load of fuel that had been in the tank before the plant was shut down. Traders said a full restart may take some time. Freeport McMoran suspended operations in Indonesia after mud flow at the Millie damaged structures to the Grasberg mine. The company expects that the miss in first quarter sales target of 900 million pounds of copper and 300,000 ounces of gold may resume by the end of the month. Oil paired losses as traders weighed concerns about slowing global growth against Russia's plan to curb supply. Loadings of Azeri crude resumed at Turkey's Ceyhan terminal. BP said European natural gas fell to the lowest in almost 4 weeks. Wheat futures eased after reaching 8 per bushel on continued uncertainty over Black Sea supplies. Rebound distressed government bonds is helping emergent marking debt to their best start since 2019. All of but 10 performing developing economy bonds are in distress. Cape Technologies jumped above price offered by Teddy Sagi to buy the remaining shares. Sagi's Unicamind agreed to pay $3.44, about 285 pence, for each share in cash in a deal that would value the company at $1.5 billion, and he already owns 54% of the company. Forest Ventures, the investor firm of Joan Doerr, will put $10 million in to complete the Solaria, the solar company that's merging with a blank check vehicle started by Tijdan Thiam. The deal may be announced today. Ex-Goldman banker activist fund sparks battle over K-pop giant. Saudi wealth fund completes acquisition of 30% in Saudi Tabreen. Channel owners or Chanel may invest in Rothschild Co. Less Echoes reports. America's 2-year run on swelling profit is over, with the earnings season nearing, and EPS is down 2.3 for S&P companies. Disney streaming service CTO Jeremy Doig left the company in the latest high-profile departure after Bob Iger's restructuring. Apple financial service push suffered engineering and technical setbacks that have slowed the progress and missed deadlines. Credit Suisse, they fell as Kepler downgraded the stock. It sees 2023 as crossing of the desert year and says the bank needs a tremendous effort to become profitable in 2024. Three Arrows founders start crypto bankruptcy claim exchange. BTG boost provisions by $230 million amid Americana scandal. Intel and Meta among giants found swimming naked as earnings drop. Alcon to pay Johnson & Johnson $199 million as part of an eye surgery device settlement. Caterpillar cut to neutral at Baird, price target $230. Microsoft price target raised to $290 from $275 at Stifel. Super Bowl magic that Patrick Mahomes helped the Chiefs topple the Eagles 38-35. The MVP quarterback threw 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns and scrambled on the go ahead of a drive before Harrison Butker kicked a field goal to clinch it in. Oh, and Rihanna showed up a baby bump as she soared above the crowd during halftime. Her pregnancy was confirmed later. Trailers for Indiana Jones and Dial of Destiny and Creed 3 weren't the only movie buzz created during the game. Look out for Cocaine Bear, which roared with its Super Bowl-inspired poster, according to The Hollywood Reporter. The story about a coked-out black bear will hit theaters this month. There you go. Cocaine Bear. In theaters soon. Another idea for Spielberg, the military isn't ruling out the idea that the 3 objects shot down may have alien origins. General Glenn Van Herk was asked if the U.S. excluded the possibility that the objects shot down over Alaska, Canada, and Michigan were aliens or extraterrestrials. Van Herk said he deferred to the intelligence community, but he hasn't ruled out anything at this point. Wow. How crazy is that? Bro, you guys remember Friday? We were like, oh, man, another one in Alaska. Bro, there was 2 more. What is happening? Shout out LMT. Size matters. The EV touchscreen race is heating up. Just 10 years ago, the screens were tiny if they were there at all. Fast forward a decade, and they are no longer a reluctant add-on or innovative perk. They are table stakes, with the contest for the bigger and better maybe getting out of hand. License to print money, a single-letter personalized license plate sold for $3.2 million at an auction in Hong Kong, the second highest bid on record. Users on Hong Kong social media forum speculated that the reason for the high bid may be that R, the first letter in the word rich. $3.2 million for a license plate that said R. Not so sweet. Mars Wrigley Field was fined more than $14,000 after 2 workers fell into a vat of chocolate last year. The AP reported the company was cited for a lack of safety training. Both workers were taken to the hospital after a hole was cut in the bottom of the tank. Okay, That's a fun fact. And then on this day in history, the Guardian Angels appeared in New York in 1979. The organization was created by Curtis Sliwa to fight widespread crime on the subway. Members of their Red Berets became iconic, and Miffed Mayor Ed Koch, who opposed the group at first, said they were seen as vigilantes. The Angels are still around today, having spread to other cities and countries. Wow, the Guardian Angels. Oh, no, man. I've never heard of that one. Amen. Oh, Chattadonia. Oh, Chattadonia. Good morning. How you feel? Wow, we got through that one early. I don't even have, where my pre-market movers. I'm going to have to pull you up a new set. I had a set earlier. Why are they playing us like that, bro? They playing us like that. Oh, no. Did it come up? I think I might have clicked out of it. The Guardian Angels. Ain't that one interesting? You see them all the time in the subways. Really? I'm not a New Yorker, man. That's it. We don't use the subway. We use surfboards out in California, unless I guess in the Bay Area, maybe it's different. But I got a couple pre-market movers here. Advanced Auto Parts. They are cut to neutral from buy, with the broker saying that they can no longer dismiss the company's serial underperformance. Shares are down 1.4. Axon Therapeutics, AXSM, they dropped 5.6 after receiving a paragraph 4 certification notice from Teva. Big Bear and Sound AI lead artificial intelligence stocks higher. The rebound comes after several stocks faltered on Friday as caution towards AI-related shares set in. Caterpillar shares are down 1.3 after Baird downgraded the heavy machinery company to neutral from outperform. Coinbase could ultimately benefit over the long term from increased scrutiny over the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. Coinbase shares declined 2.2. Immunovant, IMVT, they gained 4% after Guggenheim is upgraded to buy, with analysts optimistic for their new drug candidate IMVT 1402. Microsoft shares are up 1.2, with analysts optimistic about the software company's long-term growth potential. Monday, MNDY, shares are up 11% after the application software company reported fourth quarter results that beat expectations. Ocular Therapeutics, OCL, shares are up 16% after the company announced the 10-month interim data from early-stage data of their experimental treatment for wet age-related macular degeneration. Proto Labs, PRLB, shares are up 2.5 after Benchmark upgraded the 3D company to buy from hold. Teradata, TDC, shares are up 10% after the data management company reported fourth quarter results that beat expectations. Verica Pharmaceuticals, VRCA, they climbed 9% after RBC Markets said their recommendation to outperform from sector perform, citing an increased regulatory and market optimism for the company's lead drug candidate known as VP102. Zillow shares are up 4% after Evercore upgraded the online real estate platform to outperform from inline. And then Zim sinks 3.8 after the shipping company was cut to underweight from equal weight at Barclays, which anticipates a global shipping down cycle in 2023 to 2024 due to significant oversupply across the industry. And Meta's up 2% too. And I think that is about it. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the world. Every day, baby. Every day, if you get, we kind of get used to it, but every single morning, we are literally going from United States all the way down to India and China and everything else. And even this weekend, again, you had the Super Bowl, but now everybody's getting ready for a big set of data. You got these little balloon flying objects. My only ET plays are Lockheed Martin. That would be the only one I would say. Lockheed, RTX, Defend. I do have them on my list here today, but it is definitely wild, man. Definitely wild, to say the least. So I'm sure we're going to hear more on it, and then eventually it will die down. But for the most part, it has definitely been an active topic, a very, very active topic. But, Chad, I'm going to go to the potty. We're going to get ready. It's almost game time. The Ohio derailed train, I've heard about it. I don't know if that was the one. Wait, do you guys remember, where was it? I think it was the day after the balloon, and one of the Chads sent me I showed it up here earlier, but I didn't realize how bad it was. So we got a little bit of info, but sadly, quite frankly, you're not even hearing about it as much. So it's not even, if that's the one bro, we got it on the first day, but I'll get you some pictures there, not only from the Chads, but I think it is the same one. I released Chad. I'm going to let them confirm that. But there's like pictures of it from the sky. It's actually really bad. So it is quite crazy. It is quite crazy, my friend. So I'm going to go to the bathroom here. We're still going to have a little bit to talk about. We're going to go over our plays and get ready for the opening bell, baby. All Chatadonia. I hope you're ready. So I will BRB. Oh, BRB. BRB. Let's go. Where they at?
When we look at it from a market perspective, number one, we led off this year with saying we could have defense cuts. When we're actively shooting things out of the sky, good luck on those defense cuts. Number two, how did the Biden administration respond to this? They put restrictions on the companies who made the balloon that was shot down. Does that extend to a TikTok? Does that extend to other Chinese companies that are listed here in the United States? That's where I would be focused if I was an investor.
The Pentagon shooting down 4 airborne objects in North American airspace over just 9 days as tensions escalate over the U.S. sanctions 6 Chinese entities over the first object it shot down. Beijing hitting back, saying more than 10 U.S. balloons have trespassed China in the past year. The Foreign Ministry saying the following: the U.S. needs to reflect upon itself and change its wrong practice. Emily Wilkins joins us now from D.C. Emily, what a weird weekend. More flying objects in the United States. Then the Chinese government turns around and says, we found some too. The one question we all had, what the is going on?
That is a question that a lot of folks have in Washington, John, and we're going to see some more hearings looking into this. Remember, lawmakers got briefed last week on exactly what they knew, but that was before this weekend when we have 3 more. We have to call them unidentified objects. There's no confirmation that they're balloons or exactly what they are at this point. And we're really seeing this heat up between Washington and Beijing. I mean, now you're hearing these accusations from Beijing that the U.S. sent balloons over there. You're now seeing the National Security Council saying that that is false, that is not accurate. And there's just a lot of questions about what these objects were doing, what, if any, intelligence they were gathering. And that's the major concern right now. Even Democrats, top Democrat on the Intelligence Committee, Jim Himes, said over the weekend that he wants the Biden administration to be more transparent in the information that they have from these objects. And of course, just a huge test for the Biden administration here. Can they be strong on China? Can they respond quickly to this? You are seeing there's momentum in Congress to move. The House passed a resolution last week condemning the Chinese Communist Party for the first surveillance balloon. That passed unanimously. I mean, in this Congress, that is certainly a shocking statistic and really kind of speaks to how much this has captivated everyone's attention and everyone's interest in this moment.
I mean, it's amazing. We're all following it. We've got very little clarity on the events over the weekend, but already people jump into conclusions about the consequences, the policy consequences. You heard from Ed Mills of Raymond James just moments ago. That was him talking about the...
Indeed, yeah. PHILO, they're up 6% right now. They have a plan of restructuring. So I think they're going to be cutting workers and saving some money there. You know how the market like that one. But Chatadonia, there's honestly a lot of great questions. Even then, Carissa, you just asked about the risks of the unidentified objects. I was reading this thing. I have it. I'll read it for you guys here after we get through it if we have some time. But legitimately, everybody's still debating what the effect is. So even like Bloomberg sent out a survey to try to get people's ideas for it, just because it's a very unique event. So again, I mean, that's why I think it's easy to look at defense stocks, but for the most part, I mean, we really have no idea what it is. I mean, this is not most people have never dealt with this in their stock market career, no matter how old they are. So very, very crazy, man. Very, very crazy. Very, very trippy. But you know what's even trippier is that we've all showed up here today. We all got ready, and we're all ready to play. You know what I'm saying? We all got ready to play here now. So the real question is now, what is your first play of the day, Chatadonia? Please keep it serious. Please no extraterrestrial answers. Just give me your first play. We don't want to ban anybody. That's the warning. If it's not serious, it gets banned. And that's all we got to do, bro. That's all we got to do. So what you got? What you got? NMG, Tesla, SpyPut, SpyCalls, Sell PRV, NOC, 380 puts, SPY, Tesla short, Sark long, Litecoin calls, shorting oil, EGLX, Pfizer calls, SPY 317, 380 puts, long Tesla, LMT shares are lead, PRVB calls, FIS calls, no trades, Enphase calls, Google calls, MS puts, buying, FMC, VGSH, SQQ, QQQ, Tesla puts, Baidu calls, NVIDIA puts, Enphase, watching PRVB, LMTP put, LMT put, SPY puts, Meta long, LMT calls, AMD calls, AI hype, selling cover calls, Tesla calls, Lyft puts, Lyft calls, RTX, Uber puts, XOM, Meta long, POW calls, MES short, no trades, SPYs all week, Jets puts, solar stocks, Affirm short, Triangle, Amazon puts, Google, July 120 call, AMD calls, everything bear 3 times, Eagles, what do we got? 23 of me, oh, we got one, I got you, baby. I got him. Get him out of here. Aliburn calls. Condors. BNDX. Amazon puts. DXY up there. Be careful. Airbnb put. Tesla long. POW calls. Short TLT. DXY long. SP long. Hyper shares. Boeing calls. SPY calls. Short VLO. WFC puts. VLO again. Boeing. Rihanna. Insider. And that's good. We're going to be good. We're going to be good. Intel puts. Tesla long. TDG long. Prank calls. Generac. Patience. Let's go. Wow, Chattadonia. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's game time. So I got a couple of plays. You guys were saying PRVB. Did that news come out? Did we get the news from Sanofi? Because, again, I think they have till today. I think this is their final day. So before I get my calls, let me search this one up. Yep, there it is. Sanofi buys 2.7 million shares of PRVB at $12.90 a piece. Interesting. So at least we got our man to the date, bro. To the date, $12.90. That means what did they get their average price at? $8? Scammers. No way that the 8-day price was. Oh, come on. It should have been like $14. Yeah. But there it is. That is confirmed now. The 8K has been filed. So let's see how this plays out. I want to see how that gets digested here through the morning. But now this is definitely our target exit date, to say the least there. So Chattadonia, I got a couple of plays for you as well to start off the day. I don't know if it'll be a surprise, but LMT, RTX, and Defend, going to be watching all of them. I think that's the easiest way to kind of track everything, but it may not be a guarantee, so keep that one in mind. Then I'm going to be watching Baba and NetEase, Baidu. China stocks haven't been doing good, but they did wake up here a little bit good. PRLB, ProLabs, I forgot what they had. They had some news this morning. And then Zillow and Redfin, they got their upgrades. And then Microsoft and Meta, those are the leaders here in the morning with tech. And like we saw last week, just be on the lookout for that, one or two companies kind of having an outsized effect on everything else. You know what I'm saying? But Chattadonia, oh, it's game time. It's here. We got to play. Happy Monday morning. And before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people. And it is the people who have made a sacrifice not everybody's willing to make. And not any of us have even done anything even close, baby. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. Before we chase that dollar, we want to give a huge special shout out and thank you, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for what you have done, even the families as well. They have made their sacrifices, and anybody out there too, man. Anybody serving their local community, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, you volunteering, you helping with the groceries, man. You know who you are. I hope you know you're appreciated as well, and God bless you, baby, and thank you too. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, nah, let's go. Oh, it's game time. Chattadonia, how you feeling, baby? Oh, let's go. Good morning. Wow, let's go. Send in the Jets. The F-22 Raptors, apparently. What? What do you mean, flying object? What? What's going on, Cheddar? Donia. Yeah, like the video, man. Say what's up. I know, man. Some of these send to the Jets in the morning, bro. It just, it depends what morning it is. Sometimes it sounds beautiful. Sometimes it sounds like a dead rodent. It really depends how it plays out. But, it's I think it's an exciting day regardless. You know what I'm saying? I think it's going to be an exciting day regardless. It's game time, yeah. So I hope you guys are ready. Call out any plays. Like that video. Make sure you're subscribed on here. Don't be shy. Oh, yeah, don't be shy. We're going to have a long day. Oh, yeah, let's get pumped up. I'm excited. Let's see how this morning opens. Again, I mean, the thing about yesterday, too, we were down during the Super Bowl. Again, there is Ethereum and Bitcoin. They got their little crackdown. But if you take a look at the futures here, we were down in the morning. So we closed here at 4,000 on the SPY on the futures, just under 4,100. Then it was down about 0.5%. Then coming into the morning hours, it was able to come back up. So I think we gave up a little bit here, and I think everyone is going to have a lot of jitters with everything going on. But really, mainly, the number one thing we're doing is getting ready for tomorrow. Again, tomorrow, pre-market, that is when you will be receiving that CPI info, and it is expected to be the highest month-over-month CPI in about 3 months. But Chad, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All righty, what are we doing? About 0.18 on the SPY for now, 0.11 on the Dow, and then we will see where everything else is at. Let's see the SPX, 0.3 on the NASDAQ, 4098. Wow, you're below 4,100 now. So don't forget, we had to deal with that one-day sell-off. Friday, you were able to close up a little better, but now you're right above 4,100, which is the low level from both Powells, I think, but you're 40 points now ahead of the, what's it called? You're 40 points ahead of the one thing. Yeah, PRVB got clapped. 40 points ahead of the Powell on the FOMC. XOM, again, energy was a big leader on Friday. There's that Hyper. Let's see. Microsoft and Meta were leading in the morning. Monday jumps up 11%. MNDY, biggest since November. FIS is down 13%. I think they were divesting a stake, and they took it right down. Damn, Fidelity. Yeah, Fidelity's down 13% right now. I feel like that's going to be messing with the banks. CPI is going to be an hour before the bell tomorrow. Google's still getting clapped. It's doing decent, but that is what we got to watch out for. I forgot that whole AI fiasco from Thursday, Friday. Let's see, LMT. LMT is starting off good from the morning. Again, PRVB, they got the news here, but it looks like it's already selling off the news. So I'm going to wait till we see a green candle, and we'll see what happens with that. IRB, Twilio expects to incur most costs first quarter 2023. And then PRVB, let's see. Yeah, LMT still running. So, yeah, PRVB will wait for the bounce there a little bit. But, I mean, you got it. I'm kind of disappointed. I thought it was going to come in at like $14. Meta. Yeah, Meta's leading very, very well here. Again, Meta and Microsoft. But, again, even NVIDIA. Don't forget, NVIDIA was on fire the last couple of days. There's Twilio as well. So, Twilio's actually giving up some a little bit. Bonds are coming up here, too. You're up 0.18 still. Not too big of a gain. You hit 4,100 on the SPX. So let's actually see. This is a pretty big level because if it could get above here and hold, I mean, anytime it's gone above there, it'll be good. But that kind of acts like a resistance point that won't be too hot. PRVB, they announced the news. So that's the news we've been waiting for since November. I think it's kind of cool, though. We've been talking about that for a long time. The stock price held up, and then finally now they had that info come in. But based on their drug approval, Sanofi bought them at $12 on like 2 million shares. Amazon's coming up, and they're in the green. Where's that Pel? PHILO is even up again. LMT. I need to check defend. LMT is getting back to 4.9. I think I'm break even on it. I'm up on LMT now. Remember, that one to start off the year was pretty awful. And then Boeing still holding up a little bit. Tesla dying. PRVB, they're getting a dump here. LMT has moved up a lot. I mean, but again, I mean, just we're dealing with a very, very weird thing. You know, the level of like global tensions. I don't even know if you could even attribute that to war or anything like that. It's just getting weird. ASON 2.2, Meta 2.1 or 2.4. Yeah, Tesla is getting clapped a little bit here. Where are the banks? Yes, Sanofi announced their buy today at $12.90 on 2 million shares. Amazon, Meta. Airbnb. Remember, Airbnb earnings are tomorrow. And then we had Expedia and the other ones from the other day. Where's even PayPal? Oh, you got COVID for the 7th time? I hope you're feeling good, bro. My bad. Yeah, let Amazon burn. That's crazy, man. Drink that water. Drink that water. LMT came down here a little bit. Actually, a decent amount. SPY has not moved at all. So literally, you hit 4,100, couldn't get past it. It's only been 4 or 5 minutes here. I don't know the volume. At least the bonds are going up. Watch the dollar today, too. Just because the Bank of Japan and the yen is moving a lot. Damn, LMT, that's a 1% in one candle. In one 1 minute candle. Tesla on the low. Bonds are climbing back up here. I believe the dollar's up. Yeah, but dollar's still staying pinned at 28. They got an upgrade today, yeah, but they are getting clapped. We even have the Zim, too. They got a downgrade. Goldman down 0.7. Goldman was a leader the other day, and then again, Fidelity. XLF's coming up, but Fidelity is getting crushed. They took a huge charge off. JP Morgan on the high. And then new low here on the SPY for the day. Again, very tight range. Everything's in the green, but a couple more candles. SPY and NASDAQ will begin turning red right here. J&J. Fidelity, they're selling off a unit that they bought for like $41 billion, and then they took like a $17 billion write-off. Yeah, J&J is actually looking very good. And Procter & Gamble and McDonald's. A lot of value plays are doing great, actually. So, comparatively, the Dow's doing good. But that one candle right there, that little bounce here from the bottom, I just brought up the NASDAQ and SPY, 1/10%. Palantir's on the low. Remember, Palantir has earnings today, I believe. Oh, yeah, and then you got the Twilio restructuring, cutting 17% of staff. They're selling off those gains. That might be able to turn around, though. Where's Twilio? Yalla, low, WB. Oh, Twilio's up a lot, though. Airbnb on the high. Again, earnings here tomorrow. CVX clapping. And XOM. Again, oil was on fire the last couple of days. Starting off this week, very, very slow. Where's Googly? Googly still break even. MHK, Mohawk. They're on the high. Microsoft's still into the high, too, right now. Yeah, 5K stocks. What should you buy? I would space it out over time. So maybe $1,000 a month for the next 5 months, I think would get you a nice average, because some things are expensive and then maybe some things get cheaper, but I would definitely space it out. Yeah, I still got the Zim. They got downgraded today in the morning. There's Amazonian. Amazonian's red. Took DE. Deer for earnings. That could be decent, actually. And then SPY coming back up. Watch for 4,100. You're at 40.96. Jeppy's on the high. Fastly pop. They got to upgrade. Deer actually looks solid. Snap. Yeah, Fastly just turned up here. I think they had news in the morning. I think it was earnings. No, Fidelity is FIS. Snap is going up. Getting back to 11. Again, Meta was still 2%, but it's not moving as much intraday. I think Microsoft is your big tech leader right here. Tesla, massive dump. Now remember, Tesla's at like 215. Microsoft's leading here. I think that's going to tick some things up, as well as the Dow. But actually, SPY and Dow are about to match up, and NASDAQ just matched up. Amazonian. Yeah, there's the Zim. Where's the Uber? Where's even Lyft? Lyft is actually up here. Poor Google. Bro, Google is about to have like one of its worst weeks in a long time. Especially if it goes down lower. Airbnb popping here at the highs. Yeah, they're just holding break even. Apple's up only a quarter too. JP Morgan, Citi, bank stocks are starting to move. Sound went down. AI stocks are doing decent in the morning. Where's that other one? Hyper? Wasn't this the biotech one? Meta pop near the high. Yep, there you go. They're starting to move now too. Bobo. Remember, this is the setup, man. This is the setup for CPI tomorrow. So it's technically going to be your last trading day. And then whatever you're holding, you're going to be riding into it. LMT came down. Boeing went red. Barely, though. Velon unhalted. FDA news. Velon, like Elon, Valiant Pharmaceuticals are up 130%. Let's see. I don't see the FDA approval. I think they got it a couple days or a month ago even. Keep that on watch, though. Microsoft again. SPY. I think you're above 4,100 now. Yeah, 4,102. This is very good. So if it respects this level, that will be a good sign. If it comes right back down, that won't be pretty. But for now, I mean, it's your first time over 4,100 since you really started to sell off that Thursday. It's very good, man. Very good. I think this is just broader things running up. Even then, 4,100 with, what's it called down? ANET. Yeah, they have earnings. I'm still in that one. I need to close that one out. Surozen up 12%. CPI expectations are to increase 0.5 on headline month over month and 0.4 on core. But that would still be the biggest increase here in about 3 months. Everything kind of went up. See if the dollar even went down a little bit here. It was kind of pinned earlier. And then the bonds were down, but they started to move up here pretty decently. And then value plays like J&J, Procter & Gamble, they came up. They're not like deeply in the green. And now Dow is matched up with tech leading. I put nah. Oh, Baba. Why you do that? It's actually still in the green, but why you do this, Baba? I don't know if Baidu. Baidu is holding up a lot better, 5%. I was in honor of Rihanna. Oh, Baba. What's the trade? Oh, Baba. Yeah, you know, it's good, man. SI on the low. I forgot all the crypto companies. All right. 4,100 respect level. This is all about respect, Chatadonia. You're fighting 4,100. See, does it respect it or not? You hit 4,103. Bigger candle here down to 4,097. So you really do want it to kind of hold around here. We will go down. Well, it's one of those days, though. You have Microsoft and Meta up 2%. So even if a lot of things start to dump, and even with energy down, so we're going to have to, I'd watch those leaders, and then I guess it doesn't help that Tesla's down a lot, too. So that could probably balance out one of them. But as far as like industries, tech is leading up 0.69. Real estate is up 0.5. Staples are up 0.4. Even utilities, a lot of defensives, and then discretionaries are 0.3 negative. Materials are 0.07, and then energy is the worst on the day. Everything else is green. FIS dump, yeah. That's from the news. They're really getting clapped right here. Oh, 4,100 respect. Oh, my God. Look at this, bro. That was a big candle. So it just flipped right back over there. So you went right below the 4,100. Now you're back to 4,104. Okay, now 4,105 is your high. Airbnb is going to be a tough one. I mean, it's a great stock. You know how I feel towards it. But again, you got their earnings tomorrow, and it's really going to have to deal with it's either it did way better than Expedia and ate their lunch or didn't do good at all. So, or everyone's going to say it was not as good as expected. Or maybe you get one of the better than feared reactions. Ski season rentals, I say they outperform. Hopefully, again, there's a lot. It's good numbers if you compare the year over year. There's like a lot of cool things that could happen with it, but it's just a matter of time. I think Palantir is after the bell, and then Boeing is on the low right now. Yeah, Boeing's selling off a little bit. Let's check LMT. You think PRVB will rise this week? It kind of depends. But I mean, now pretty much we've reached our end of the line. So I mean, I think there's a green light to take profits. They just literally somebody just bought what 2 million. It's like what $30 million at $12.90 a share. I thought that news would have helped lifted it up more, but I mean, if you've watched PRVB, it kind of just goes a little crazier. Well, it's only been about 15 minutes. LMT, dude, LMT went up 2% at opening and already came down. And then SPY coming up here. Let's see how long it takes till things chill out. And NVIDIA is moving back up. Ford has a pop here on the high. AI's on the low. Again, everything is just kind of a very nice Monday morning cash open rip here. So beautiful. So beautiful from the morning. Look at that. Straight vertical. There's Amazon. Amazon's still in the red. They're not doing much. TLT bonds are moving up here. Yeah, Twilio's moved up a lot, but then they got that big news there. All right. I think I'm gonna get out of it. I think it's time. I wanted it to be higher, and then it's good. Oh wait. I think I need to cancel my other one. But I hope if I sell, it'll free it up if you end up holding. Wait for it. AI, CPI. CPI, very big. Very, very. I got like AI tinfoil too. It's like funny tinfoil. All right, I sold out of PRVB. I was like, what, $1,800 profit, 20% or so. 980. $10 would have been nice, but they're scammers. But then I sold out of it, so you might have a little bit more if it if it bounces up now. That's why I wanted to wait. It's still early. I feel like once you get a red candle, and if you've seen how PRVB moves, usually on some of these days it'll make its thing. But now there's no other catalyst, and now I just don't want them to dump any shares. UFO talk as we go through a UFO boom. Nah, but I got interesting tin. I got very interesting tin. I'm counting on the bounce after you sell. It's not a bad strategy. It's not a bad strategy, to be honest with you. Like, I wish I could do it myself in that way. I wish I could sell and then not sell so I could see what happens. I feel. Redfin's coming up. Again, Zillow, they got to upgrade. Google is still holding. Coca-Cola, I think they're going to do good. Remember Pepsi last week, they did very, very good. Yes, it is heavy-duty tin for sure. For sure. Okay, Citi, the banks are starting to come back up here. Those guys are silently moving. You don't think PRVB will make it up to 1290? I think it can, but now you just have the announcement already came out. That was the news we wanted, and it looks like people sold the news there, but it was up like, what, 1050 in the morning? So I think it's going to be volatile on the day, but now the risk is any other announcement now that comes out without getting any other positive stuff to follow it up with. And then, too, with any biotech, I'm always worried about the risk of dilution. But I think it's solid. I mean, I like the company, but it's just now that's what I was playing till. Now watch the banks. They're making their move. They're silent there. NVIDIA's at the high. Cal on the high. KAL. Or on the low. There's Amazon moving a little bit. There's Giggly Wiggly. FRO, Fro, you got Fro. Frontline. Yeah, they're on the high. Meta flipped. Meta's on the low ticker now. JP, I think it was Morgan Stanley. They were saying, what's his name? Michael Wilson. He was talking about the big difference between the bonds and the bonds and the pricing of the market. He was saying how the market is very dislocated from price, even as much as when we were deep in the bear market. He's pretty much saying that stocks need to catch up to bonds, and a lot of people are saying the CPI now is ripe for a big move. The bearish people are saying it's ripe for a big drop, whereas the bulls are saying it's ripe now to start really setting us up into, the final quarter, man. They have till the 16th. I'm pretty sure it was here. I mean, it might be. Maybe I got out a little too early with it, but I would have my expectation was that news would have really shot it up. Again, somebody just bought $30 million at $12.90, so I was figuring that would factor in. But PRVB is a little dickhead sometimes with how it moves. So, but then again, that's all we needed. All we needed was that announcement. I was hoping it would be higher. They hustled it though, but I think we played good defense. I mean, the fact that the stock held up, that's why I think it makes sense now. I think it just all these little drops here to keep it down. I think it highlights that they were trying to get a lower average price. I think somebody was definitely, involved more or less. Tesla puking again. Where's Microsoft? Yeah, Tesla is down 4%. So it's interesting. I think Microsoft and a couple others are helping out here. Dude, Microsoft's running. Microsoft's up 3. Boeing low, coin, mini bounce. Sam on the high. I didn't think I'd ever see that happen. LMT gave up 1.9 in the morning. Again, 480, 49, 490 on LMT is like that's the breakout level. Oh, yeah, coin did decent. Still down 3. Again, the SEC just going in on crypto as of late. Remember from like Thursday, Friday, but even like over the weekend, they went after like Binance Coin and PAX. I think Boeing, the thing is going to be whether or not they get lifted on the on any of this defense news. But I think RTX did very good too in the middle of all of it. Yeah, RTX went red. What's the other one? APAM. Yeah, the yen down a lot, but yen is gonna go crazy tomorrow too. That's the one thing you got to realize with the dollar. Not only are you getting CPI, you're gonna get the Bank of Japan. I don't know if Bank of Japan will be at nighttime. We might get it here for pre-market or tomorrow or like at night leading into pre-market, and then pre-market you're gonna get CPI. Big 4 is really good. There's Amazon moving up. Microsoft is the leader. I haven't looked at Apple. If Tesla could bounce, though, that could lift some things up. PRVB is still coming up here a little bit off of that low, but I have just sold out of that one. So we've walked away with our money. GG if you're still in it. Then I want to see it go to 1290, but I'm going to just take it and run. Bank of Japan is announcing the new chair of the Bank of Japan, the new head. So Karuta is leaving, and we are going to know his replacement. He leaves in 2 more months, but they will be announcing who's going to replace him here tomorrow. I think LMT will be. I think LMT is great in this environment. I'm happy. I'm glad I got it. Like that's I grabbed it in the beginning of the year. I did like a little pair trade there with Boeing. It did not work out well, and it's already recovered a lot. But I think, if anything, with everything going on, it would be something I would want at the very least. Because, again, remember it started dropping, and people were worried about the defense budget. But people were talking about it this morning. It's just like, dude, we're shooting objects left and right out of the sky. It's like it's a very weird event. It's like I don't know, how the defense budget, if the probability or expectation we had prior, if that's going to remain. But LMT moves a lot, and these defense names are quite volatile. So that's what you got to really, really be watching out for. Amazon's on the high now. SPY is moving up here a little bit. Yes, I sold out of PRVB. I think you could squeeze, bro. It was at like 1050 this morning. I really, really think you could get a little bit more. It's just PRVB. You know how they screw you with it. So, but I figured we'll play the event. It was like a $500 difference. Again, we only have, I think, 500 shares or 1,000. I think we went 1,000. It was going on in Ohio. So everybody's talking about the Ohio like over the week. Like, why did it just start? This happened like a week ago. So I think the first or maybe 2 weeks ago. I think it's getting worse. But one of the Chads sent it over. But I think it's just because it's not talked about too much. No, this was 7 days ago. Microsoft, sicko mode. I'm in the market, man. And yes, we do go green after shooting down 3 things in our airspace. Very common. Very common, man. Like we said, depending on how it plays out, could be good news. Again, things were down a lot here, but I think you just had cash open run. You're taking it into here, and this is going to be the final setup into CPI. It's still very early, though. It's only been about 20, 30 minutes. Again, it might be lower volume. Yeah, you're about 6 million in 30 minutes. And, I mean, you should be a little bit more active. We're going to find out here very, very soon. We'll see the first hour whether or not it's volume. Google's now popping. Yeah, Microsoft's up 3.6 right now. Yeah, ChatGPT, they rolled out the subscriptions not too long ago. I think it was a couple weeks ago, a week or two ago. Texas Instruments on the high. AMD, NVIDIA, they're starting to move. You get bigger volume coming up here at the high. Big volume, though, even on the futures, yeah. A lot of volume coming in there. 4112. Now, let me see if I have levels here for today. $909. All right, please hold. 4115. You keep going up here. 4112 is was the closest level here. So then 4118 leading into 4123. You get past these three, then the 4155, 4150, 4149, and 4150 starts to come into play. Dude, Microsoft is crazy. At least the bonds went up with this. Is the dollar still down? Yeah. Dollar's like subtly dropping. It sucks because it's giving you this like gap down chart, but you can't really see the intraday moves as well. But the dollar has moved a decent amount, at least 0.1% since we have began the day. And then value stocks are kind of moving with the SPY. Oil again. Oil's the only thing down right now. So utilities are the second worst, but they're in the green now. Discretionaries have recovered about 0.5%. They were red earlier. I've got chips. Yeah, Broadcom against 600 is a crazy one. Am I playing more 0 days? I don't have any 0 day plays as of now. I'm getting ready. I'm going to see. We're going to play through here today. Just took profits on PRVB, and then we'll see what else we're holding. And then anything I don't want to hold coming into tomorrow, we're going to cut it out because by tomorrow morning, that's it. Tomorrow morning is going to be a very big event. I hope you guys are ready for it. It's CPI, man. It is CPI day. This is what we have been waiting for. And then this will be your final big event until like another 2 weeks, I believe. And then you're going to start getting the we get one more jobs report and then one more CPI and then pow. So actually we'll see coming into the end of the month. So you're going to get CPI tomorrow. Then end of the week, you'll get building permits, PPI, jobless claims. And then when does this week end? This weekend's on 17. You'll get import prices. Then next week, you're going to get GDP and then core PCE. Then new home sales. And then that's it. So this will be the biggest data of the month for the rest of February, at least until we get a PCE maybe. And then we'll find out. Why are we at a PRVB? If you've been watching along, there was a catalyst we were playing. So we said, once that news comes in, I was expecting it would run it up here. I still think there's a little bit of upside, but now it's there. Good, solid 20% or so gain. I figured we'd walk away, but we were just waiting for Sanofi to announce their buy in the company. That was the catalyst. So it's really cool if you watch it play out. Like if you were really paying attention on PRVB, the thing that was very, very important was that, that's a catalyst we called out from November, like to the date. And that's simply off of playing the, reading the filings and how it works. So it's run its course. And, everybody's asking me if I was going to sell out PRVB, even if it was down or up or whatever. But you know, like we said, we're waiting till this date. CLF hearing price increases. Oh, Proto, that's the one. PRLB. I think they're an AI name and they got to upgrade. Is that ROL or RCO? Rollins on the high. Yeah, Rollins popping there. 4115. So again, 4112 is this level that we're at here. That was the close of February 8th. Let's see, yeah, right here. And remember, this was a day after the schmuck zone, then we gapped up and then sold off. Rollins has a decent size pop there. CLF moving around here. A lot of volume coming in. Again, watch Microsoftian. Citi went green again. Banks are running. Banks are loving it. We need the Bank of America to come up a little bit. But now you have Citi. LMT dropped. Cold data is coming in. Rollins goes ex-dividend with trades without payout. That was on Friday. Interesting. I'm gonna hear how y'all feeling, man. I'm gonna sell you guys some pre-owned tin, aka this is not mine. This is from one of our beautiful Chads out there. So I don't know. Can I get 100 likes? I could show you some homemade photos of the train. That means one of the Chads. Again, shout out JG, bro. He sent me this 7 days ago. So this was, I guess, damn, it felt like 2 weeks ago. But it was like a week ago after the whole Chinese spy balloon thing. But then one of the Chads was letting me know what happened, and literally, it looks like it's down the street from his house. Like my boy, he's sending me pictures with houses in the front, the porch, and everything. It's homemade tin. So this is homemade tin, yes, 100%. That's it. We're just looking for 1,000 likes, so hit that like button, man. Come on, I'm coming in Monday. I'm coming in trying to sell right now. You know what I'm saying? Are y'all ready for this? Tomorrow's gonna be hype. We need everybody ready to go. Oh yes, my friends. Hit that like button. You're blessed. And again, I mean, some people, let me see if I can even find. I saw one on Twitter. Let me see that one on Twitter. There's shots of it from space. Yeah, right here. Look at this. So I'll start with this one. This is not homemade, but this is from that Ohio derailment in the little chemical cloud. This is a plane. That's how it looks from the sky. Right? And then 7 days ago, this is what your boy sent me, JG. He started sending me all these pictures. I think I showed you this one. That's one. Now, this one's definitely not homemade unless he has a helicopter. And then that was number 2. This was 7 days after, or this was the first day it happened. So a lot of people are tripping out about this one because they're like, wait a minute. Why are we so tripped out about this? And again, you haven't really heard too much about this in the news. I mean, again, any of the morning briefs I've read you in the last 7 days, I don't think one of them has mentioned this at all. There's that one. Here's another one from the home. So this, again, people's houses in Ohio here. This is pure tin. I thought we would have heard about it. Again, these are just, one of the Chads lives out here and sent me all these. But he sent me this a week ago. That's the crazy part. This isn't like it is, this is what they got. It's wild. He says it's from one of his close friends. One of the pictures from someone else 6 miles away, but he says, I live 15 to 20 minutes from there and know a lot of people in the town. So there you go. There's our full confirmation on the data. Oh, and then we have a shipping Chad who just gave me a follow-up. He said, efforts, this is what they got. NSC has sent this out to their employees. They said efforts continue to restore service It occurred in East Palestine on February 3rd. There's still no estimate on when service will be returned, and route and alternate routes continue to be used in an effort to minimize shipping and availability delays. These routes will add additional time and expect delays of at least 24 hours between Cleveland and Northeast via Pittsburgh. Norfolk Southern will continue to provide updates for available. If customers have additional questions, reach out to your respective customer logistics and marketing representative. My friend said the housing market is screwed. Anyone trying to sell there is screwed. I mean, I can imagine if you had like a chemical. I don't even know what it is, though. Is it like chemicals or what? Like, I really knew what it was. Friday we sell the CPI. Monday we buy. It's interesting because, like, if we didn't have that little bounce here from, like early morning on Friday, this bounce wouldn't have been as big. But now you've recovered half of that secondary loss we took on Thursday. J&J's coming back up. You're hanging out near the highs. Volume seems low, though. So we're about, 20 minutes shy of an hour. And volume is 9 million in the first hour. So it's still kind of low, but decent amount of time. Still I was expecting more Chop City, but my Chop City is still in between here. I just think this whole range is nice. You didn't hit 44,000 flat, but got pretty close to it. Steel Dynamics on the highest, TLD. UFO distraction. It's funny, man. The UFOs are. I didn't realize how it's a very political concept. They're like, people get really like, everybody has a very strong sense of opinion. They're like, I can't believe you believe this UFO. A lot of people think it's a distraction. Some people think it's all only about China. It's actually pretty wild. So I'm just surprised because it's something new. That's there. It's a very rare occurrence. Not that it's a UFO, but that too. But this is a weird one. Microsoft still holding. Boeing flipped. So LMT came back up here a little bit, but definitely not as strong. Where's defend? I know Graham was saying we should have held that one. We should. I think we sold out around 21, 22. But defend is in the breakout mode. I think they're getting the best of both worlds with the whole Boeing and everything else going on. How is NSC doing actually? Norfolk, I don't even think they reacted as much. So 7 days, I think they actually have been going down since the derailment. That could be very negative for them though. If you think even liability cost in the future, I feel like that opens up the door for a couple of cases. PayPal's on the low. Google now on the low, so we are kind of losing a little bit of steam. Last time I checked, Microsoft was doing good. Watch out if Google keeps dumping, though. Again, that will have an outsized effect on the market. For more info on the Ohio situation, go to the WKBN website. That is our local news. They continue to cover everything. Yeah, I think that's actually a very great tip. I feel like the local news, that is everything they're talking about. Youngstown, Ohio, local news. They won't let NS. I don't think it'll die off of it, but I think, like just even think like Johnson & Johnson cancer suit. That took a long time, though, but something along the nature of they're just going to have a charge off of a legal fee and then get back to business, sadly. I think I said that one. Remember, there was one. Actually, you guys remember that last year, or 2021, 2022? Wasn't there another derailment of NSC? And I think we said the same exact thing. This one just looks massively crazy. I forgot NVIDIA. Remember NVIDIA? It dumped the other day, but it's still down, though. Again, NVIDIA was like a 6% day on Friday. MO on the high. Where's Airbnb 2? The bond SPY divergence? Sure. I would love to. Even after this little bounce here. Again, though, I mean, tell me, though. Maybe, I know we're supposed to stay in Chop City, but don't get mad. Maybe we hit a new high by tomorrow. So here's the divergence. But the last 2 days, though, the bonds were dropping here. And now that the S&P's ticking back up here, this just made the divergence, that much worse. Kind of reminds me of right here. And then you had a little bit more, but just remember what I was saying. But it seems like the SPY and bonds, or the SPY is just still kind of lagging behind here. It's like, doesn't match up dollar for dollar, but you're kind of like seeing the SPY right here. Hopefully, ignore these next couple of days, but if you went up till here, the SPY looks exactly the same as the 10-year. Tops. Yeah, that's another shipper. I still like some of the shippers. I'm still in the Zim. They got downgraded. They're doing, oh, wow. They're at 49. They got a lot of volume coming in on that, and then they downgraded Zim. That one got clapped. X did better off price increases than CLF. CLF might come, because I remember X, it was kind of a delay, though, wasn't it? Remember, they were kind of going back and forth, but I think they all ultimately did go down. And then people are worried about, the whole aluminum shit. CPI predictions. We'll do a deep dive on the watch list tonight, and I'm sure we'll probably get into it, but just quite simply, it's all about the month over month tomorrow. And the month over month is expected to be the highest in about 3 months. So headline is supposed to be 0.5, and the other one is supposed to be, core is supposed to be 0.4. We got Zim for flip, not for the long term. Airbnb still 112. Airbnb was just at 119, though. A little gap in the earnings. And SPY working its way back up here. 4113. So that's a train. So 4112, this is the February 8th low, then 4118, February 8th close, and then next level, if you get above 4118, it's really like 4112 to 4123. This is like your 10-point range, and then if you get above there, that opens up the doors for the 440s to 450s, which would take you back to that one Jerome Powell speech that we had the other day, the high of it. Yeah, Altria is moving, bro. Again, I think, wasn't it Philip Morris on Friday? They were solid. Damn, Altria is doing great. Altria low-key could break out. I don't know when their ex-dividend is. I don't know if they already had it or even their payout. I think payout should be happening soon. Google's still dumping. Dollar starting to move. If it doesn't come in super high, do we rip like crazy? It's possible, but I'm also in the camp that it's possible that no matter what happens, we go down. Maybe it's just my bias, but I think either this CPI or the one in March no matter how the data comes in, if let's say it drops dramatically, let's say CPI drops dramatically, it could kind of be the reversed effect of when CPI came in and hit a high. So that's what I'm worried about here. But all I do know is that a higher print could be a little scary. But now with expectations somewhat high, it's not as if people are expecting CPI. The month-over-month pace is expected to run up a lot. So depending on how that plays out, the question is, are people prepared for a high print or not? Well, they did change the weightings. However, some people are saying that the weightings may make inflation come in hotter. So even though they're changing it like year over year and stuff like that, it actually may make some things come in a little bit hotter. Bro, Uber flipped big. Uber Lyft reaction, they killing him. Lyft still down though. They were up a little bit in the day. I'm gonna hold the banks through CPI. Yeah, I still like the bank plays a lot. Regardless, I plan to swing those for a little longer. And I think the last couple days kind of gave them a little discount, and then we go from there. I think they're changing it, and they're just comparing. It's like it only goes back 2 years instead of like a longer time set. How long hold Boeing till we get out of LMT? I do still have Bank of America. Yeah, I think we're down like 30 cents a share, and then Citi's at break even. Microsoft rises with analysts upbeat on profits. Microsoft got to upgrade. I think Boeing could break out, yeah, but I also think Boeing kind of led the pack a little bit. It kind of reminds me of LMT earlier, but they're definitely outperforming. Tesla, good morning. Good morning. Tesla's coming back up. That might kind of give us the oomph we need here. And you're about to wrap up the first hour here. 9 more minutes. First hour. That means what? 6 more trading hours till CPI. Happy Monday, baby. Good morning. Good morning. Where's Apple? Apple doing good. Even Amazon, I think, came up. Amazon is shy. Google, not so much, though. Google's scared. SPY's going up again. Microsoft towards the high. It flew. Did you take that picture? No way. Is this what people are saying is Starlink? Graham sent me this one. You took that picture? This was, I think, in Ohio yesterday. He took two. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's crazy if you took that picture. That's nuts, actually. That looked like, if I made it white, if I did a white highlighter, let's compare. That's nuts, actually. What is going on? Bro, we're bull market. Stop worrying about flying things. It's going to kill you all. Everything is a UFO. No, that's the responses I've gotten. That's it. It's a really big deal or it's nothing. Or I'm just telling you, man, it's in a weird way, this little UFO shit, bro, it's a very volatile situation, okay? That's it. I've got one or the other. And that's it. They're like, how could you believe this? You're an idiot for believing it. You better believe this. Do you know what's going on? They're using this to hide the bigger issue. There's something happening right now. And then we're like, what? I don't know. What? Have you heard about the Super Bowl? That's it. So it's a very divisive topic. I've learned in the last 72 hours. No, I got out of PRVB. All I know, though, I feel like this is how Independence Day started. So I'm old, and I love Will Smith. But all I could think about is just Independence Day. That's all. I'm just saying the shit keeps showing up everywhere now. And then we like, what is it? We don't know what it is. Eventually, we're going to try to welcome it and be like, yeah, what's up? Oh, what's up, flying objects? How you living, man? You guys know about the stock market? Oh, yeah, buy the dip. And then it's just like, I don't know. It just feels like Independence Day. This is exactly how independent. I know. Thank you. Thank you. I hope someone feels me. Would you rather shoot down the aliens or befriend them? If it was aliens, I would probably hide from them. Or I would, again, referencing most of my other strategies, I would refer the Bible. I would find my relationship with God at that point. I'd be like, damn, bro, I didn't get to see the rapture, but I got to see this. All right, man. Well, that's it at that point, you know. And then I'd chill. Maybe I'd study up a little bit on, like, water purification and shit like that, but that's about it. And then I would be thankful I have my gold and my silver. Huh? Who's with me, huh? Come on, I know I got some gold bugs out there. This might be your guys' moment. Now you're going to get your told you so moment, maybe. That would be it. For y'all, you go like, It's exactly why I bought this gold and silver for the last 18 years. I was waiting for this moment. Boom. Boom. What if the aliens just wanted gold? That would be ironic. They ignored everybody who had paper money. They're like, we don't want this useless shit. The irony would be insane, actually. I'd be like, what? It seems to be that they're only going after people who have stacked up tremendous amounts of gold and silver. As the aliens had no preference for fiat money, they went straight to Peter Schiff's house. They said they want your gold, Peter. They said they're not leaving without it. This is what you get for knowing too much. Said hand it over peacefully or everyone's going to get clapped. Yeah, so I assume that's their language. I've been studying. I'm sorry, bro. You can't expect me to not be having these jokes when there's damn 3 objects in the sky. That's all. I don't know what I believe in, but I could definitely make a joke about Peter Schiff getting nervous right now. All right, everything's going up. Apple moving up. Tesla. Apple's getting the candle here at the high. Then there's Chinese lasers, satellite, beaming in beaming down lasers in Hawaii. Am I an alien? I don't know. We'll find out. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, traders bought the dip as more UFO sightings were cited. Oh my gosh, buy LMT. Oh my God, just buy everything. They had no idea what was going to happen, but it was bullish. What's more important, CPI or aliens? So we'll find out. I don't know. Did Chipotle bounce from earnings? Mm. 4116 again. 4118 is the next level. Then 4123. And then that opens up the door to 41.49. So pretty much if you get above 41.23, you're going to have 20 more points of potential range. Crypto's still down. I think some of the cryptos bounced only a little bit. You have to watch one of your videos to know how many shares of your average for BAC. No, just pay attention. No, with that type of rudeness, Sarah, I'm not telling you. No, now you can figure it out. What do you mean? I've had it for like 5-6 days on there. We got up. What do you stop playing with me? Got a little attitude here in the morning, huh? You woke up feeling blessed, huh? Huh, Sarah? Just I got Bank of America. If you don't figure it out, you'll figure it out, girl. You'll figure it out. Oh yeah, some people could be covering up in the CPI. Definitely. Net gassing, dude, they love net. They love net from their earnings. Every time. 410.90, so be on the lookout now. I think you're at 41.23, 41.19. I'll give it 4 or 5 more points, and then that could open up a bigger door. PRVB, I mean, I think it's either going to sell off or it's going to pop towards 12.90, but now your only risk, you have a new risk of any other events, announcements, dilution, anything of that nature. Booking, damn, booking's up 2%. So I don't even know if this is Airbnb pre-earnings, but booking's even going up with it. The way CPI is balanced and calculated changes with the January release. Yeah, I think it's already there. I think they made one little revision thing, but for the most part, we should have already gotten it. And a lot of people are saying that the CPI changes, if anything, makes inflation come in a little hotter. But we'll find out. It's one thing about even the numbers that come out. I mean, remember, we could debate about these changes, but isn't the core debate all of the data is wrong and delayed anyways? Like, you see what I'm saying? So just remember, it's just like this data is just going to be the present set of information that we will have to respond to, whether it's, further or farther away, further or closer from the accuracy of it. But when it's all said and done, it just the reaction we get in the meantime and how do people really take it. So if it is higher and hotter, most likely going to be negative. But also if it doesn't come down enough or if it goes down too much, that is going to possess its own little response more or less. My beta weighted SPY Delta, how am I leaning? I haven't done any beta weighting, but I'm pretty sure I'm tilted negative just because of the NQ. But then it depends also, too, how the bond market reacts and some other things. But as of now, I am tilted with way more downside coming into this than not. New Timmy tweet. Former Fed, this is Timmy tweet. Former Fed economist John Roberts does an exercise on what a lower 2023 unemployment rate projection of 4.2 instead of 4.6 could do to the FOMC in September. To keep inflation on the current path, the terminal rate might go up to 5.6. Oh, good thing the market is not listening to Timmy right there. If they did, bro, the market would dump on if Timmy, there's no way Timmy is leaking 5.6 now terminal. But that's a pretty bearish Timmy tweet, more or less. That was 56 seconds ago. Not Timmy Turner. Nick Timiraos of the Wall Street Journal considered the Fed leaker. That's why I'm saying that if that is, if that's what he is insinuating, that's at September. But even then, that means at the March meeting, you remember March, we are going to be getting a new summary of economic projections. PRVB, no. Longeveron, I talked to the company, or I tried to, but PRVB, I did not reach out to them. But we don't know what they're going to do. I think they said, I don't think they're going to dilute, but it's always the risk. Because now they've gone through everything. And then I want to know how did they go about like that. I was expecting that the Sanofi purchase would have been on open market. But what could possibly happen is that the company bought it. They bought the shares from the company, and then if that leads to more shares, and there you go. The SPY for CPI is a great question, actually. So let's take the SPX right now, looking at the options. What is it? Tomorrow, $71 both ways. So what? Would 411 be 10%? Damn, that's a lot. I think it's... Let's do the math. 71, 77 divided by 4118. It's about 1.7%, which is decent. I mean, the last, I believe, what was it? Non-farms was 1.1. So it's a little higher, but also it depends how we move by the end of the day. But as of right here, right now, 1.7% based on the SPX options. Parthian Capital to buy Global Payments gaming division. I didn't know GPN had one. NVAX upgraded. Roblo high of the day. Yeah, Roblo's moving up there. SPY new high. That's a big leak by Timmy. No one's taking it seriously, though. Or you didn't. Again, it's just interesting to see at different times. You know, we've seen the market very sensitive to it, but I think that Timmy tweet market's not having it. Again, you're still below the 41.23. That is the next level, and 41.23 opens up a very, very big door. Again, it leads you back into the highs, almost the highs of Powell the other day, that schmuck zone. Oh, it was a article. Remember I remember that article. Yeah. PRVB did say I remember they announced it. They said on the conference call. It was on the conference call. That's what it was. And so I didn't talk to them personally, but the conference call, they did say that. I do recall that. They said that after the Hercules funding and the Sanofi thing, they didn't have a need for dilution. So that was their latest conference call. No, 100%. Yeah, travel stocks are looking good. I mean, again, Expedia was the only one that didn't do good. They're up here a little bit. But then, like, the Uber and Lyfts of the world are getting clapped. Where's DoorDash? Weren't they running up? FRO 8 down. AI down 8. Spotify's on the low. Remember someone took a stake in Spotify on Friday? Yeah, that news as well. It's 7:30. So 7:30, 1 hour open. The buy the open, hold till close, and maybe it comes back this week. Remember, last week was your only negative week. If you bought the close, sold the open, you would have been good. Same thing around here now, but let's see if this week comes in to be positive. Buy the open, sell the close would be better rather than buy the close, sell the open. Bond market is smart money because less retail traders. I think it's more so because it's more institutional. So it doesn't matter about how much retail is or isn't there. But most people, most activity on the bond market it's institutional. It's big banks. And then, again, most of the people who ever have a real rational interest in bonds, it's usually bigger money. Otherwise, because most people don't trade them. And then if you're younger, you're not going to trade it. Doesn't really make sense to. And, again, if you have, like, $50,000, $100,000 compared to $50 million, $100 million, there's a way different, rationality behind parking money in something with a little bit less risk or more risk that has a fixed payout. Oh, cool. Google's getting clapped. Meta. Microsoft's still holding up. But yeah, Google's not really having it. And then bonds are kind of chilling. Where's the dollar? Dollars came up a little bit, but I think even with this rally here, dollar did go down a lot. Still below 1%. NASDAQ hasn't hit it. Dow's at 0.72, and then SPY's at 0.6. SPY's the worst of the day. Probably the effect on energy. CLF new high. Oh, this is Randall Kroesner, former Federal Reserve Governor, University of Chicago. All right, they're talking about CPI a little bit. I'll let you guys listen to this. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Like that video. It's like an email thing. If you don't like the video and send it to 10 friends, CPI is going to come in hot or lower. You're going to get clapped on C. So that's it, man. Avoid bad CPI day. Like the video. Share with 10 friends. We love you. God bless you all. I will BRB. I will BRB, my friends. Please hold.
Anything but that.
Mm-hmm. There does seem to be some gratification on this side from Powell that we have seen inflation start to come, and there haven't been cracks, at least major cracks, or any really, in the labor market. Randy, do there need to be obvious cracks in the labor market to get comfortable, to confirm that the trajectory of inflation is easing, that it is moving down?
I think that's what the Fed is looking for, and I think that's the most likely outcome. Now, some people have argued for what I've called and others have called an immaculate disinflation. That is, that we get the inflation rate to come down, that we get wage growth to come down without the job market significantly weakening. We've never seen that before. It's possible. I don't want to dismiss that possibility, but we've never seen it before. So I think it's not just about the CPI report and the other inflation reports. It's also about the labor market, because I think the Fed has made it really clear that unless they see inflation on a sustainable and sustained path down to their 2% goal, they're going to keep at it. And so I think they're going to continue to raise rates to, let's say, the mid-5s at least, and then hold it there. To make sure that inflation comes down in a sustainable way.
So, Randy, not to make it such short-termism, but if you were on the Fed and the print comes out tomorrow, what's like your worst-case scenario? That it's higher, that it slows but not as much as we're thinking, or that it slows a lot faster? Like, which is actually the worst outcome for the Fed in terms of then what their messaging has to be?
Oh, no, if it slows significantly, that's good, no matter what.
But you can make the argument, Randy, that if it slows significantly, then you have asset prices are going to rally.
Yeah, but I mean, if you really do get inflation coming down significantly and in a sustained way, that's great. But of course, it's only one data point. You never want to overreact to one data point. And certainly when I was at the Fed and Jay and his colleagues make that very clear, they don't overreact to any one data point. They want to see something that's in a sustained way. I think the most problematic outcome is if inflation is moving up in ways that they're not expecting.
I thought it was Microsoft.
I think they think they're going to see less pressure on the goods side. Shelter services will gradually come down, and that they're hoping that the other services, which are really driven by the labor market, because wages are such an important part of the services sector, that comes down. But if that's not coming down, then they really have to keep at it, and they really need to see the labor market crack, and that means a recession is much more likely.
Well, the market hasn't been.
Hot dog. Let's see, materials. I'm glad we had that covered the other day. Yeah, man, this first hour here, you're almost now 1% on the NASDAQ. Dow is still up there 3/4, but first hour, hour and 15 now has been in the books. The volume is still pretty low. It's, again, I mean, 13 million with extra 15 minutes there, but we are going to see, and it seems everybody is, the discussion is going to be all about CPI. Again, that last guy, former Fed governor, he was just saying all about the labor market and how CPI, that might be the thing, you know, depending on what happens tomorrow. I don't know, maybe that does become the prevailing notion, good or bad. You might have a lot of people just say, well, this is one data set and we still have the other one. Is great. So we'll find out. Shout out to long term. Amen. Amen. 16 billion was bet. Yes. Be my Valentine. I'm all of the Chad's Valentine. I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow. I will have a gift for you. It's called data. It's going to be, I ruined the surprise. It's going to be very, very big data that will move the market. I'm excited, though. We're going to have a CPI breakfast, or excuse me, a Valentine's Day breakfast. All right, you're working your way back up here. Do we have an average? Yeah, we have the expectations. The analyst, consensus right now is about 0.5 month over month. And then that's on headline, 0.4 on core. And then year over year is expected to come in at 6.2. I did not give the AI tinfoil yet. No. I'm going to need, we might need like 2,000 likes for that one. Yeah, so so no point in saving. You better run it up. But, we're going to need a lot for that one. And then let's see when it cools down. I'm sure we still got a long day. We got a long, long day today. You guys, it's only been an hour and a little bit, man. We coming right back too. It's good. CPI don't break my heart. That's I think the biggest worry in a weird way, unless it's like a bombshell report, kind of like the non-farms, then, we're going to find out what happens. But other than that, it's like you may run the risk of everybody just kind of saying it's going to be, it's only one data set. So maybe my theory about good or bad no matter what, that may have to wait till March. Or am I worried about the bonds not predicting your NASDAQ short? I am, but I do kind of, I believe with enough time, it will work itself out. And what I mean by that is, again, we went over it I think on Friday. But it's just like it could happen. They could happen like this, more or less. But it's usually about like a month and a half of like massive divergence. So realistically, we are about what? Maybe a month in if you want to count it from here. But the bonds did kind of go up realistically from this high all the way to here. It's only been about 14 days. So this is definitely this is the risk. It's uncomfortable, but pretty much what I believe is that the market will match up inevitably. Either the bonds rip up or the market will come down with it. But how long that takes, that's going to be the problem. IoT. And then dollar. Dollar, very interesting. At least it's not. It was at 28 here. Dollar did climb up here a little bit, though, in the last, 5 to 10 minutes. I'm going to say CPI has been falling, but it's seen the price of anything drop in items they use every day. All the prices are the same, if not higher. I think that's the weird part, is that you get used to it. So I think that's why they even look at year over year, month over month. And then some bigger items have calmed down. So that does its own thing too. But, the easiest one, I could give you one, even though they're still broadly expensive. Houses have came down. Now, granted, PRVB is working its way up if you're still in that. but the, you know, house prices have dropped. I mean, that's kind of the one thing, again, from the peak. SPY coming up 411 now. This is 4120. 4123 is the level. That's February 3rd low. So there you go. I think we're getting back in time here. Take you in the last week. Yeah, right here. So you're right here right now. This was the February 3rd low, and then we gapped there, and then that led into the whole Powell thing we dealt with not too long ago. 41.21. You're working your way up. Again, it's been almost 2 hours of straight going up. I did sell out of PRVB, yeah. I got like 983 or 986. It's good, though. I wanted to go up to 1290, but I'm taking my time on it. I decided we played our calendar event. We're out of it. The news is good, and I'm fine with 20% on it. They scamming us for the other 20, but PRVB just moves very, very crazy. Why? Because I think there's more risk. Now the up versus down risk is just different. Because now that the news has been announced, we were waiting for it. Because anytime it would drop, we knew that news was going to come in. So you knew that the downside, it didn't matter really where it went. But now, if it ends up dropping, if it ends up losing momentum, the worry would be you're not going to have any bombshell news on any sort of calendar date where we know what will happen. Wait. SPY popping. Again, I think you're above it now. 41.25 is your new high. So now, again, 41.49. That's the next level. It's a 20-point window. So if we are going to run up, you're going to come right about here. You're going to get to where we opened up on Thursday. Remember, Thursday was a big sell-off. We lasted up there for like 5-10 minutes, and then it dropped down. That would be the next level, and then like 41.55, and then even 41.60 where you closed. What was that? That was the Powell day. 41.60, and then the high that day was 41.76. Apple's getting volume here at the high. The date for Sanofi is on the 16th. They announced it today. So they had, I'm pretty sure it was the 13th, but even then, at the very least, they did announce it today. They said that they're buying them. The 8K came in already. Let's see. Already dived the 8K. They said it's previously filed on the October 8K. Sanofi entered into a security purchase agreement pursuant to which Sophie agreed to pay purchase $35 million of the company's common stock at a purchase share equivalent to 140% of the daily traded volume for the 5 consecutive dates prior to the closing date. So maybe that's where the 19th is, but it said on February 9th. The company elected to proceed with closing, and on February 10th, Sanofi purchased 2.7 million shares of common stock at $12.93 per share for an aggregate purchase of approximately $35 million. And then that was it. That's just the 8K. And then they put out a press release. So technically, they bought it 3 days ago. Was that the day that it went up a lot too? February 10th. Yeah, this was the Friday pop here. Scammers. But PRVB's, it's working its way up. It was at 1060 in the morning. It just had the scam candle in the morning. Again, SPY's work. Wait, how many red candles? I haven't think on like a 5 minute. We haven't even. You have 3-4 red candles on a 5 minute chart. We bought PRVB at like $7.99. Starbucks, no, I think they just had dividend. That was about it. Apple's starting to get some steam here. They're up 1, and then pair that up with Microsoft. No, Starbucks, I know they're post-dividend, but they're doing pretty good. No, you are not banned, my friend. Good morning. And then Tesla's still in the red, but they moved up here towards the high. ETH up or down? Because everything was bouncing this morning except crypto. ETH is coming down, it looks like. Again, it's just that one's, I think now risk assets on crypto, they might be in their own little world now, just because again, SEC is just going ham. It seems like they have turned up the heat very, very big on like regulation, lawsuits, and all that in the last like week. Companies with the worst earnings have moved higher than companies with good earnings. Yes, I actually believe it. There's a statistic around it. I think those are the companies that have had the biggest average moves, but it seems to be, some people don't like it. Again, this is even when I made that PayPal play. I think PayPal eventually came down, but like, sadly, the logic here is very simple. Just that it wasn't as bad as feared. So a lot of the names that did bad, even if they still ended up doing bad, most people, people were expecting a lot worse out in around October. On Google, the marketing F-up, yeah. I mean, it's been a big one. I bought the dip on it there, and I'm still in that swing. But it was, it's not only just the marketing failure, but it does kind of ramp up the pressure on, Google search and competition when at some point, not too many people believed there was, not too many people believed that there was competition for Google. So now this little introduction of AI is like, it's a very, very wild concept. Oh, new high right there. NQ as well. You got 1% now. So all of your Thursday, Friday drop, I mean, you are getting to the point where you are about to recover all of it. So you're still technically, you're not even at the schmuck zone. Schmuck zone's around 4140. So keep that in mind. And remember, the schmuck zone was what we were talking about post-Powell. Overnight, the moat disappeared. It was down. We were down 0.5% futures. So even in a weird way, I would argue this almost a 2% move from like 2 in the morning. I'm not in Tesla at all. PRVB's coming back up here now. Meta's on the high. I forgot about Meta. Still below 180 there, but now it's above it. ARWR. Where's Bobo? Tesla. LMT staying pinned. At least they're not negative. Apple's at the high and kind of chilled out. Rug pull Raul. Where are they at? We're gonna find out, man. We're gonna find. Again, this will be the final time to set up. It's interesting because again, a lot of people, you are feeling the jitters there, but just don't forget. I mean, the whole theme coming into after Powell, we were just talking about Chop City. So we are just like, I think on what, a 5-day chart right now. You're like 5 points above where we opened up, on February 6th. There has been above average buybacks. Yes, this quarter, I think it was actually the biggest amount of buybacks since like 2019, or I think a little higher. Fed futures 5.2. Well, you see it on the bonds. The bonds have been pricing in higher. That's why a lot of people have been borderline confused with a lot of things. Or where, again, even Michael Wilson of Morgan Stanley today, he was even talking about how it just, the market, the bonds are believing that the Fed is going to raise rates, but now some people are saying this is a atypical reaction for the markets because it doesn't seem as if equities are pricing in that reality. Otherwise, equities would be down with the bonds. Yeah, PRVB, the Sanofi agreement has closed. It's getting volume up here, though. It seems like the morning on PRVB was the computers. Unfortunately, I sold out about like 10 cents lower here, but it looks like you're getting like a real volume where this was kind of just the computer trades in the morning. The trading for order flow, I don't think this stuff comes into play until this year. Like, I don't think middle of the year. I think they did enact a lot of the changes, but I don't think they come into effect till earlier. Yeah, bonds are dumping. And then dollar's still down a quarter. Let's take a look at the yen, because that's going to be a big one too. Tomorrow you also have Japan. See, the yen weakening, that should strengthen the dollar, but we'll find out. The yen's about to give up its yearly gains. Yen kind of looks like Bitcoin and Ethereum. I guess they all started there earlier. Yen actually ran before everyone. I did sell out at PRVB, yeah. Bottom of the hour push-ups. Almost, actually. Almost. We there. About to walk away from this godless market. Wow. Wow. Just get the long term. Just get the long term. And it's early, though. I mean, if I could give you any words of encouragement for anybody out there, and even if you like the market right now, you know, it's just that this is still early. You know, I hope you guys saw the, you know, we saw how last year played out. I mean, even last year, believe it or not, the beginning of the year, I mean, you played into something like this where the market looked a lot different January, February, March till, you know, even August, September, June, July. So that's the best thing I could give you there is that, like, dude, we're not even done with the first quarter. You know, you got to play it till the fourth quarter, but then at the same time though too, when the market does go crazy in general though, it's just like if you feel like it's catching you off sides, you know, control it with your balance. I mean, the best way to know the market, you know, if you control the pace, you know, any sort of ridiculous market is not going to hurt you. You know, in the words of Warren Buffett, I think he's the one who said this quote, but it's very, very simple, that the market can stay insane longer than you could stay solvent. So, you know what I'm saying? Trying to bet on the insanity, betting against it, where it's like if you see it's insane, you see how it's moving, slow down the pace and kind of let it do its thing. You know, when they move fast, you move slow, baby, and vice versa. But we still got a long way to go. So I would get your long term no matter what. But just at the same time, it's still early. So even then, sadly, I mean, I hope I could prepare you for tomorrow, in the sense that I think we're already getting signals of it, is that no matter what occurs here, you know, you're going to have people right off the bat, no matter what data you get tomorrow, do not underestimate people to bring up the concept that, hey, well, this is still just one data set. So, you know, you're going to have to deal with a lot. And I do know it's funny because when the market goes up, you know, people love the market. Gets exciting when it only goes up. When it spends every day, minute by minute going up, you know, a lot of people actually like that. But at the same time, it's like, you know, when we are here, we spend 7 hours a day watching the market. If you are hyper focused on the market, this is going to seem like a long, long journey. Like, have you noticed, like, you ever go somewhere new and you put it in on your navigation and you're going to like a new place, new trip? It feels like it takes forever to get there. And then on the way back, it's fast. Yeah, that's the stock market effect. So no, pop in. Damn, 3%. They're moving here a couple candles here at the high. You are the 2% of the population watching this. I mean, if you watch every single minute, you're in a much lower population. And that's it. The more you focus on it, the longer things are going to seem. And that's why, we're going to have to see. I don't think I'm sick again, but my voice has been getting a little clapped. H.L. Mencken said it best. Nobody has ever gone broke underestimating the intelligence of the American people. That's good. I like it. Someone knows PRVB went above 10. I just had it up there. Private. Where's Giggly Wiggly? Redfin's running again. Zillow got an upgrade. Amazon's on that. Redfin's actually like moving pretty big. Back to 860. SBF agrees with that quote. Sorry. Bro, I saw someone this weekend who looked just like SBF. I was going to ask him, or I was going to tell him, but I didn't think it would be a compliment. Like, the dude straight up looked like him. His mannerisms were exactly the same. I was like, but honestly, my intrusive thoughts did not get the best of me. Because, like, I was about to ask him. I was like, hey, do you know who Sam Bankman-Fried is? I'm like, you look just like him. And I think you might be related. 115 option rollover. We will find out. Oh, shit. Is it? I did see Elon at the Super Bowl. Did you know who he was sitting next to? He was sitting next to Rupert Murdoch. I thought that one was quite interesting. Rupert. So you underestimate the intelligence and you won't go broke. Well, I think that quote is just saying people make money off of stupid. That's it. Whereas a lot of people have lost money going after some smarter things that actually made sense. CRM back at 170 is good. EXPE, I think, is going with the travel, but they're still down on the earnings. But all the travel names, I mean, Airbnb is one, but even Booking is up like a solid 3. Like, Booking is lifting up even the S&P right now. Let's get into the long term. Let's see what we're working with. Redfin, I think Zillow got an upgrade. So I don't know if Zillow's moving with it right now, but this morning there was a big upgrade on Zillow, and they got their pop. I mean, Zillow's even had a nice move here, too. And then I think even Redfin is, I think Redfin's underperforming Zillow. Yeah, like Zillow's like right at their 2020 level. Redfin is much, much below that. Very much below. Fastly, right? Bonds are coming down here, so even middle of the day, as we got into that high, the bonds have already slipped up here. The dollar's still down, which is good, even with the yen weakening. There's our long term. Good guy. Where are the covered calls? Damn, those covered calls still down 100% on Redfin. I think Uber covered calls, they're up a little bit. Oh, no, wait, what was that? 10%. Yeah, where's Young Meta? And then Booking's getting volume right now into the high. Why are the bonds ripping? I mean, I don't know if it was... Did the bonds start dropping after Timmerhouse? But people are expecting higher rates. So, again, the CPI tomorrow, that could affect some things. I do think lower CPI, better than expected CPI would lead the bonds to go up a little bit. But overall, it seems like all of a sudden in the last 2 weeks, you know, the market or the bond market at the very least has really been believing this idea that Powell is going to not raise as much, or he is going to keep raising. But that's, again, the contradicting part is that it does not seem as if equities have priced for that as of yet. Apple. Yeah, Redfin is chill. It's still up a lot, but it's definitely calmed down from the 200% move. Redfin was up a lot more at the beginning of last week on the highs. But then again, I think they're just getting part of the Zillow stuff today. You mean not pivot? Well, the bond market is still pricing in a pivot for like July. But it's not. It's still pricing in higher rates even in a shorter time frame. So I believe the Fed futures are still saying that we will be lower or the same. Yeah, no, they're saying 5.1. So that's the irony of the Fed futures curve right now, is that the rates are still pricing in higher, and maybe this is why equities are up. This could definitely be a solid explanation. But as you start to see, remember, it was like June, July, it was lower. So now August at 5.2, but it's saying after August, the Fed futures are pricing rates to go lower. So it's saying by the end of the year, there will at least be a cut of a quarter from a peak of 5.2. And then it's saying coming into 2024, a lot more cuts there. So, but the short term has gone up. I mean, that's the game of chicken I showed you earlier. The short term, I mean, at one point now, where are we at 4.6? This shit was at like 4.0 or something like, or no, where was it? I think it was March or April or June was at like 4.9, and now it's at like 5.11. My trade price is above market. How am I in the plus? What stock are you talking about? What upgrade did Fastly get? I think they had earnings. Is it there? I think CNBC said the stock could surge 60%. Bank of America upgrades on strong growth. Yeah, they boost ratings all the way to buy. Amazon, for example. Because this is P&L on the day. This is profit and loss open. So I'm down on Amazon overall from my trade price. But on the day, it's going up and we make money. So you're talking about right here. Oh, ACAM has earnings too. And then I think we have ANET today. And then Palantir today. Time to sell now. It's been almost 2 hours of running up. I mean, we'll find out at Euro close. I mean, but any of the days we've sold off, I mean, we just didn't start off this strong. So any of those down days that we've had in the last couple of days, I mean, again, last week was that was your first weekly decline in a while. But usually by 8:30, I mean, we're not hitting several highs here. Caterpillar's on the high, NVIDIA now too. So market's still kind of fine right there. I think chip makers might give you a boost. Even Apple keeps going here. Sitting on where the market is, tomorrow's CPI probably the most important of the year. I would say March. I think that's my big fear. I do think tomorrow will be big, and you're seeing the market now, but I do not underestimate the market nor market participants. You know, I don't expect them to brush off tomorrow with the idea that it is only one. There's one data set and there's going to be one more. It really just depends though on the composition of tomorrow's report. MU, they're at 0.52. Actually, where's AMD on the daily? 4117, again, you're above the 4123 still. So that's it. I mean, next level here, you're still been holding this. It's 4149. So right here at this line, and that's where we actually died from on Thursday. NVIDIA is getting big volume here into the high. I got a BNB. I honestly think booking is lifting up the NASDAQ and SPY a lot, but then you do have everything else going. It's interesting. Tesla is still down 1%. That will give you a boost on the market if that goes green. And then even Google is down. Google came back up. Acadia to report results. So is at the low. And again, that Fastly one was Bank of America earlier. Fastly up 28%. 25 push-ups, sit-ups every hour. Market's open. It was with me. Let's go. We got it. I've been doing the hip workout, so I'm down. I am down, man. You know, we have been slacking on it, but I will give the reminders. That back pulls, anything, man, anything. I missed you in the stock market this weekend too, man. The weekends are long without the market, especially with everything else we got. Oh man, more likes, man. Man gives 10. Oh, I got a crazy AI 10. You're gonna laugh though if I tell you it. I say, I don't know. I'm kind of getting greedy with it though. I want like 2,000 because I'm gonna get canceled for it. Been itching to do more buys since we have cash. But now I'm being patient. It'll pay off. I've never been this patient before. It's good, man. At least you get it's still your money. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, that's been helping a lot. The long term's been loving it though. But I definitely agree. I don't like having this much cash, but I think coming into March, we might get our final opportunity. That's the beauty, is that, like, let's say the market keeps going up. I think at least by March, we will get a very, very big move that will allow us to deploy that capital. Even if it's going to keep running after March, I do think we will get one good pullback to take advantage of everything. And we need more dividends. That's what I think at the very least. There's like AI's a mixed. Again, even Google kind of struggling here a little bit, but there's like a couple of AI names that were up. Like I think like ProLabs, that was PRLB. So there's that one's a Proto Labs. This one's one, and then there was a biotech that got a FDA approval for like medical AI to use in like their sonar technology or something like that. Do I want to average down in the long account? There's a couple of names we can. I mean, even the beauty is we could still even make a nice average on Airbnb if we like. I know Walgreens is like break even practically, but it's not below the dividend yield. I don't know, maybe like a DraftKings or something like that. But my problem with a lot of these names, even if I'm still down on them, if I want to make an average down on some of these growth names, again, my big problem is that they have moved up so much from the lows. Like, I'm still a fan of DraftKings. I still like Coinbase too, actually. Like, that would be one I would want to average on. I am a little disappointed after Robinhood earnings, but the last thing I want to do is pay, $55 for something that I guess a couple of days ago, a month ago was the same price, but the month before that was going for like $38 to $40. Coin would be a great average down because if it held up, but I am more worried about the downside risk of, even though, it looks to be like you have more upside than downside, but I don't like what I've seen in the last couple of months. Now, that could end up hurting me, but the peach will save me. Oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your ass up. Let's go, Peach Nation. Bradley Frizzle and the peach has arrived. Horna, let's go. Let's go. Wow. Uh-oh, is the horn? Oh no, the horn's getting clapped. You hear it? Oh no, oh no, oh no. God bless you. Obviously, I was doing a horn check. Bradley Frizzle, oh no, we might need to get one. We might need to get a new horn in here. Oh man, Monday morning peaching. Let's go. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. That's what I'm talking about. Amen. Amen. 10 minutes till Euro close. Ooh. Calls on the P. Yeah, we're going to need a new horn. We're definitely going to need a new horn here. No, that horn lasted a while. I mean, horns just have a natural, they have a natural life expectancy. You know what I'm saying? It just happens. It happens. It's okay. It's okay. We're not strangers to it. We got backup horns on deck. I have to go. I'm gonna ride this one though until it's like fully on E. He's doing his best. He's doing his best. Shelf life 3 or 4 months. PRVB's running again. GG if you're still in, baby. It's not bad. It's not bad. Disney running now. Not quite, but I see where you're getting at. They were just up at 118. Kevin McClain. What a name. Are you related to Bruce Willis? I love it. I love your name. God bless you, Mr. McClain. That's what I'm talking about. It's a very serious name you got. You know that is a very serious name. Amen. Put Microsoft up. Oh, top 10 movies. Easily. Easily. My car key fob. You gotta get that fixed though, bro. I tried to do that. One of my key fobs died on me before. Bro, and that was the most annoyingest thing ever. I low-key locked myself out of my car for a little bit. And then I started putting the key underneath my chin and all of that. Do you guys know that one? If you got 50 likes, I'll give you a fun fact. Everybody knows this one though, but hey, I'm trying to get you up to 2,000 so I could give you groundbreaking AI tin. Finalizing my first home purchase today. Wow. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Amen. Amen. All right, there you go. Y'all liking the video? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah, people do look. I love it. It works. It works really. So here's what you do. If you put your key fob, like, when you unlock your car, if you put it underneath your chin, you don't have to open your mouth sometimes, but it helps. But if you do it, it extends the range. So then sometimes it even wakes you, if that battery dead, that worked for me. My key fob died. I just kept pressing that because I put it underneath my chin. Oh man, it works. Yeah, it's a fact. It's like because you have like liquid in your head and some shit, and then it like explains it. Yeah, your body becomes an antenna, pretty much. It really does work. I've been doing this for years. For years. You're joking? No, I'm being serious. Go look it up. It works. It's kind of lit. It's kind of lit. Will it cause cancer? I mean, I think you should be more worried about Ohio, but I don't know. I'm sure. I think it's just like electricity. I think our bodies naturally deal with electricity. Yeah, tomorrow's Valentine's Day, CPI Day, as well as Bank of Japan Day, too. Tesla. That's it. I don't know, man. You guys got 100? We're kind of cool. Well, let's see Euro close. After Euro close, depending on the likes, I'll run you the AI 10. It's crazy. Pretty much after this 10, in a weird way, I'm kind of worried about AI, even though it's an awesome technology with a lot of money, and it may go against Google. It's crazy. It's crazy. Energy Transfer, I think they're decent, but they're relatively new? Or am I thinking of somebody else? I remember we saw this on one of the long terms. It's a new IPO, right? No. No, yeah, it's been here for a decent amount. I think it has a little bit of risk, and then it's still related to energy, but if it's not, as long as it's not a new one, I mean, it's better than not, but for me personally, this isn't something I would really add. Waste management is fire, actually. I think that's I think everybody knows waste management. No, we're talking about AI in general, not AI, the stock ticker. But they do have a premium. You work for ET? Nice. If you work for them, I would take shares. Always take shares in the company you work for. You know, you make them money, so you might as well, get a little bit of the back end. I'm still in sound, yes. Yes. I think you asked me that in the morning. Y'all ask me a lot of these, position questions. Very, very, relax. I mean, it's cool. You could ask, but if I don't answer all of them, just know, most of the time we're going to give the cover of it. Otherwise, the watch list will be the better place. Apple one more time. Microsoft on the high. Where's LMT chilling at? LMT's coming back down. And if you work, sometimes they should give you a discount on the purchase. That's just a more solid employee program, but not all the time you're guaranteed to get a discount if you work for them. My prediction for tomorrow, you think Bulls getting humble pie or Bear Dreams getting crushed? It's going to be difficult, I think. I sadly think that the Bears may get kind of hurt a little bit more unless it's really a big surpriser. So really all it comes down to is like if anything is borderline in line within like 0.2, then if it's in 0.2, I think it's going to be everyone's going to say, well, all that matters is the next one. The only way I think the Bears win is if there is a fat run-up, and then same thing with the Bulls. Otherwise, I think it's going to be it kind of might be in the middle with a little bit of a twist there, as everybody tries to push it out to March. Bears are going to win regardless. We will find out on the next episode of The Market Hates You. As Bulls and Bears piled in, little did they know everybody is going to talk about March for February CPI. Or January. Apple, Microsoft. I think NVIDIA is still at the high too. Literally, only thing that is down today is energy. Proverbs. The Proverbs coming back up. They hit us with it. If it goes back to 1060, that'll be pretty. Yeah, AI companies did not do as good. And 1 minute here now. 10 seconds. Euro close now in the books is approaching at 41.25. Great level to be at. So literally Euro close right near the February 3rd level. Slightly above it. Honestly, it seems like there's more bids on the wider frame than sells. Or more bids than people trying to look in to sell. Euro clap, we'll see. Roblo, BNB. Oh, Netflix is on the high too. I feel like Netflix kind of been calm lately. Liberty Global acquires 4.9% interest in Vodafone. Oh, wow. That's a big pop. 1% off of that. Apple. I wish I had all the episodes of The Market Hates Me already. That'd be a good show. Honestly, if we have an animator in here, I think that'd be great. We need to make a cartoon. That'd be a lot of fun. Nvidia, man. All right, you're getting a little bit of a drop here, but some names are going up. It's weird, actually. 6-month bonds, bid to cover ratio, 2.5 versus 2.63. I'm here. Just make an episode. Just make an episode. I'll do the voiceover. Palantir earnings is today. ANET and then another one. So Euro closed 2 minutes in. We've actually sold, but this might just be your reload candle unless things actually trip out. But, I mean, we're still right within Chop City. Again, from last, was this Monday? I believe it was. You're borderline right where we were at last Monday around this time. Last Monday at Euro close, you hit a high, then you actually sold off, but you weren't this high. I mean, we actually had a very, very nice bounce here. Vodafone still running on that 1% or that 4.9% stake by Liberty Global. Google, Google's been weak all day. Liberty says they are not considering a takeover offer for Vodafone. And VOD, that's the one moving. Just did 1%. It looks big. It's not the craziest, but could keep moving. got Euro close. Let's see where this takes us. We'll see if this develops big, but you want the 10 now? All right, let's just do 100. Get it to 1,700 likes. I got 10 for you. And don't get mad at me with the 10 I'm going to give you about AI. I don't know if it could be more offensive than talking about UFOs or non-identified objects that get shot down. There's a lot. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff. Run those likes, baby. I got it for you. I'm still short on Ethereum, yeah. I might, depending on where it goes, if it could come down decent enough, I would even be willing to close that one out with a loss, but I've already made back half of the loss already with just the last couple of days, but we're going to see. Again, CPI and everything else. There you go, like 10 more likes. You need like 10 more people to just step in, hit that like button. We got something beautiful for you. NCLH is on the high. They're moving, and dude, Microsoft just keeps going crazy. You watch on the Xbox, you hopped in and like, good. That's all we need. You got 10 more right there. Are we there? Did 10 people hit it? And then again, you had a little baby drop at Euro close. It might be a reload candle unless this goes down to VWAP, but I don't even think bonds or the dollar have really even moved too much with that. The dollar went up a little bit. So vive el sí. All right, here it is, Chad. Well, I got to respond to this. All right. So here's the tinfoil on AI. Are you ready? It's actually funny. I'm going to tell you where it comes from. Do you know where the tinfoil comes from? Have any of you ever played a game called Metal Gear Solid? Is anybody familiar with Metal Gear Solid? Yeah, it's an old PlayStation game. A very good game. Very, very, very good game, All right, well, that's the tin. The tin is from Metal Gear Solid. The tin is that AI is like a military, it's a military technology, believe it or not. And then they're saying, why would you release military technology to the public? And then what happens when you release military technology? And then it leads into the point that AI becomes too powerful, then eventually AI overtakes the internet, and then at one point you're not going to be able to think about it. If AI actually like starts running things, you're now going to what's it called, you're now like, picture it 5 years from now with the way you've already seen it. What if you can't tell on the internet who is who's an AI bot or who is a real person, and then they change protocols, and now you have to do a second list of, you have to be able to verify that you are a human to be able to use the internet, and then they do different verification steps, and then AKA AI leads to a bigger war on misinformation, which leads to more censorship, and there you go. And then your banks won't even deal with you because they won't know if you're an AI bot or a real human. Oh my gosh, Metal Gear. This is Metal Gear. This is a video game. So if you believe this, I mean, this is the plot of a game from 2004. Just as a heads up, so don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. I'm just giving you the synopsis, the cliff notes. Mm-hmm. 1998. Old game. All right, we are coming down here from Euro close, though. All right, I'm mad I sold out PRVB. That's it. I never got hustled on the sell-off candles, but every sell-off candle was because I knew I had the date coming up. So GG if you're still in that one. And then Vodafone had that pop. Vote. All right, little bounce there. A lot of names are still running, though. I feel like it's just smaller cap names on the low even then. Like Visa's doing good right now. Visa's up. Where's MasterCard? Meta, Nikolai, Medelson, Justin Asofsky taking expanded roles. Uber went green a little bit. Airlines, Airbnb. So this will be your first bounce. If you get back to highs, I think we're going to kind of squeeze here the rest of the day, or it still leaves open the opportunity to get to 41.49. Again, 41.23. This is a prior support level here. It's a baby one. Live from Haiti. Oh, man. Good morning, baby. Enjoy that. Enjoy the vacation. Bro, it was raining in San Diego last time. Right when the Super Bowl ended, it just started pouring rain. I was tripping out. Visa booking again, bro. Travel names are killing it. Hello from Philly. So, okay, I hope you took the loss well. I thought the Eagles were going to win. Even that stupid penalty at the end of yesterday was just that the game ended so uneventful. See, dollar's still up. Natural gas at resistance. It's because of Kramer. You guys, you blame Kramer for the Super Bowl too? That's amazing. The Eagles in a win, so the market rallies. We were down, though, right after as the Chiefs won. Bro, futures were down 0.5% last night. That's actually the crazy part about this. Again, so this move you're getting now, it's already like 1.3 on the NASDAQ, but realistically, from like 1 a.m. till now, it's about 2% or 1.8. Meta inverse. Meta and Google communication names aren't doing as good. Communication is actually near the bottom of the day, but Meta's still up 3%. But I think Meta will run a little harder with Google. I think they got clapped a little bit even with Google too. Because that's something, like we're saying here, if like Google has the risk of search and everything else, I mean, it kind of brings up the concept there with even Meta. Again, advertising, all that. There's your pop here now. So you're right back to Euro close. So this is right where Euro close. We started a dump. You're going back up there. I think 40.41 might be in play here. Just watch for a squeeze. If it does fail at like 41.30 where it just was, that won't be pretty, but I guess 41.29 was the high. Look, my first 300%er last Friday. Thanks for teaching the skills. That's dope, man. Let's go. Even then, I think next couple of days, that's a big pop. You're moving. Not too big, but that just you're continuing this, man. Buy the open, sell the close. It looks like one of those days. Proverbs went break even. I bitched out. But there it is. I don't even think, bro, there's no bids above here. So that's it. You have a lot more bid support at the lows, but there's no sell orders lining up from here. You might get a little bit of blue sky there. That's 5 points in 1 minute. 41.47. That's almost the point on the SPY. Video. Any play set up? Just what I have. All I did, I even sold PRVB. And then we got to finalize anything else we're holding coming into tomorrow. That's really about it. But I kind of like my setup here. It's not as optimal, but there's a couple things that are kind of turning there. Like the Google and Amazon aren't down too much. Again, LMT was just positive this morning. I do like that's even from Friday. I just still like LMT a lot right now. And then that's about it. And then we're going to figure out how we're going to finalize either bonds or even the NQ. Hasbro earnings coming Thursday. Didn't Mattel already do bad? Bro, PRVB's green now, so there it is. That one, I should have slept on it. It's beautiful. Just go. Let him run. Let him run. He's our baby. I have to let him free. MGM. Oh, yeah. Where are the China stocks? I forgot. We still have those. Baba's popping right now. Yeah, still have the Baba. And then NetEase, I think they're still down 70 cents. The NQ depends what happens tomorrow as far as like closing it. I think that will depend a lot on it. And even then, even if tomorrow ends up bad, if I really want to, then I would be able to actually, if it really makes a lot of sense where we're going to have like uncertainty, but we get some negativity and I could get away with closing at less of a loss, that could be an option. But for the most part, NQ, I'm going to wait for that. Ethereum, if that keeps being weaker, I'm down to close that one out at a loss, depending on where it goes. Because I've already literally gotten back half of that loss there, so that one's good. But tomorrow is going to determine a lot. Microsoft's like ripping. So once it starts getting above here, I mean, this is even above where they were at the end of the year. I am holding Google, yeah. Down $1.50 a share on that one. Should be right in front of you on the screen. SHIB Layer 2 release? I have no idea. Only thing crypto related, I mean, I still think the broader risks are still existing. And then I think the thing that's going to even help me out on my short and what I'm worried about now is just all of the government stuff. ETH just popped, though. So that Euro close move, it led to a new low on Ethereum. But then you just pop back kind of to where you were holding all day. And then the bonds are coming up here with the market. So that does kind of ease a little bit of that divergence we were dealing with here. The UNG volume, I think it could be part and part with even the Freeport terminal opening up. And then we've been getting all of the, all of the news out of like Russia, oil, and like certain changes are coming into play, everything. Delivery Hero to issue $1 billion of convertible bonds. Senators approve bill in Hawaii to research psilocybin. How do I say it? Psilocybin. I know how to say it, but I don't know how to say it. And MDMA therapy research supports that effectiveness of natural and alternative medicines and therapies. MDMA. Oh no, I put in MDMA. I meant MNMD. Cybocillin, cibalula. Wick. Psilocybin, that's it. Anthony Blinken will meet with China's Wang Yi at security conference this week following balloon tensions. I think that's why Baba had that pop. So Blinken's going to meet somebody in China. That's good. For now. An Airbnb at the high. I'm seeing lending tips hitting me up on this flip. So again, real estate, we were talking about that. Prices have calmed down. We put the flip up on the market, and I already got an offer above asking within 1 day. So he's asking, do I want to take it immediately or wait for more offers? But then we had like 50 other, but comparative to the numbers, it was like 50 different showings and then one fully written offer already in hand. Bird in the hand. For me, I was actually quite surprised because a lot of the other properties are on the market for like 30, 40 days. So, but it was actually cool to see. People waiving contingency. The only thing I don't like about this offer, it's like a 30, 40 day close. Michelin plans to unveil 2026 targets. Says company remains prudent on guidance. Microsoft's running. Lennar on the high. Bosch Health, BHS or BHC. And Nashville, yeah, I actually like Nashville a lot. They're going to wholesale your flip. No, they're just old. And they're using, what's it called? They're using a big bank. So they're not, they're represented by an agent and everything. Overstock moving. Oh, I put BHC was up there. Zim buying more. I'm going to wait a little bit. They got that downgrade, but they're getting killed off it. And one of the other shippers did really good. AI stocks, Monday.com. What's his name? Microsoft. Microsoft is the big leader, bro. 4%. That's what's been weird the last couple of days is that, like, literally last 5 days in a row, you've seen like one or two tech names just like have an outsized 4 or 5% reaction. It's actually been wicked. Why is Boeing? I mean, Boeing just does that throughout. Boeing will still end up. Boeing's not getting killed at all, though. Boeing's doing great. Like LMT, I mean, they're just kind of volatile, bigger market cap value names, more or less. And then defense stocks do move weird intraday. We'll see. We haven't heard about any more balloons or anything else. Friday was a trip. The log. What was the log thing? I didn't hear about the log thing. Honestly, I was surprised. When I looked at the news too, all throughout the weekend, I was getting confused how many objects there were. Yeah, Google's been staying pinned. Google's had a very tough time since that Amazon thing. What are we doing with Zim? I'm going to hold it. I mean, again, just like any play, if you're worried about the drawdown or, you're going to kind of just be like, what are we going to do? Just sell out, take your loss, minimize your loss early, if that's what it is. But I do plan on swinging it. The logic behind Zim was related to some of the shipping costs going back up again. So I'm hoping there'll be an opportunity for a swing. But it's, quite simply with a lot of these plays, I've been noticing how people ask me with some of it. You've seen it, like even like LMT is a great example. It's like if you don't want to expose yourself to the risk, it draws down. If you should cut it early if you want to, but either cut it or run it. Cut it or run it, baby. Ooh. So, but at the same time, like even today, I think I've only answered like a 10% of the people asking me on stuff that we've kind of either done recently or that I'm kind of expecting that should have been known. So, but with any of them though, like even PRVB, now people will ask me if I sold it. So, and I could tell you, because remember PRVB, some plays have very, very specific plans with it. Or again, as we make them, we give you an idea, but just definitely, manage your thing. And the one thing I want to, the reason why is that it's very, very simple. What you are dealing with in the next couple of days or like really the next month and a half. Like I'm saying, if the market seems crazy, the way you're going to be able to win out through everything is going slow. So, you don't have to take every single play. If, holding plays that go down, really, really mess with you on stuff, it may be better for you to cut stuff. But at the same time, though, because if it gets worse and then you cut at a worse time, then you're going to be put in a different scenario. But take it slow. Don't go too much above your budget with anything that makes it uncomfortable to hold. And I think you'll be good. But on a lot of these, though, I think Zim and LMT was like the only other play from Friday. And then, like I said, I did close out a couple of other ones like XLB and all of that. But I do have plays. They're either at the cusp or just been working against us for a long time. Total gains, price target raised before earnings. Toast. I've seen a lot of toast lately. They have earnings coming up. And then again, Airbnb tomorrow. That's the cherry on top of tomorrow. You're going to get Bank of Japan. You're going to get CPI. And then on top of it, you're going to get it all. PayPal's back at 78. Said I kind of wanted to play it again, but that after dumping there, well, that was fun for a day or two. That was the earnings, actually. I was thinking this was. Big pop on Nat Gas. I think you'll get more movement on Nat Gas once that Freeport terminal starts moving more. I didn't realize it was even shut down till now. So ASST, I never played that one. Like I told you guys, I didn't know much about it. I just knew it was a Chad who made the company. So I told y'all to be careful on it, but I've not really been following it, unfortunately. So I don't have anything to give you on that one. Oil stocks are interesting right now. There's a lot of back and forth. I mean, Russia is lowering their prices. We saw on Friday, Russia cutting output had a big effect. I mean, I feel like at one point this year, there will be something related to oil, but in a weird way, like oil, like the solid legacy oil companies, they have done better than not, and I think they've had way more support. Like, I think it's mind-blowing that no matter, like, we'll go compare the price of oil to the price of XOM. You know, if it's a good managed company and they've been doing good, it's there. I like XOM, Oxy, ConocoPhillips. I would say those are it. The thing, but each one has their own thing. Just because some have more premium than others, like Conoco's back up, Oxy's like they're kind of in the middle, but they're holding like a Buffett gain. So, but again, I think commodities, it just really depends on hard landing, soft landing, you know, or maybe no landing at all, and how that ends up playing out. Anovian named Sam Chong as CFO. I don't know who that is. HYZN. Anovian. New CFO. And then, bro, SPY's holding every single one of these little drops. I think you're right above Euro close still. It's been about 30 minutes. Oh, shit. We didn't do the push-ups. So, man, I know. AJ, don't get mad, AJ. Don't get mad. AJ, I said I was with you. We need to get the body moving, Chadadonia. So where you at? Chad, you've been here for like 2-3 hours now. That's actually not too bad. 3 hours, I think, on the dot. Or 2.5 hours. We got to get the body moving here. Get some push-ups. Do some hip workouts. Some hip thrusts. Some back pulls. Anything. And I just need to make sure that your chest is to the sun. Why am I shouting? I'm excited. Are you excited? Why are you not excited? Why you're not excited, man? I see your profile picture, man. You may need to do some push-ups, okay? I say that as constructively, you know? That's it. That's why you should get excited. You'll have bigger guns, bro. Let's get some bigger guns out there. Let's get it popping, bro. So please, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair. It's not good for you, okay? Optometrist recommendations, stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away, blink a few times, go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh. Ooh. Feels good at the gym already, so I'm talking about. Amen. Amen. Oh, that's great. The eyes are good. Get some deep breaths in. Relax your jaw a little bit. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out through the dragon breath. Go. Oh, that feels good. All right, I need to get my hip exercises in here. Start with the Kaepernick. This is always a great one. Well, good morning. Good morning. You got to move around. We're going to do it. I guess we might have to go to the hour if I was 30 minutes behind. Some of you are already in the gym. I love it. So I'm talking about. I bench the bar and yell, yeah, buddy. Every year. That's good. That's good. It may not be effective, though. You know what you should do is breathe in on the rep and then exhale on the out rep. You know what I'm saying? That's good. That's good for you. It's good for you. I got some high quality H2O. Amen. Ooh. Hips got tight over the weekend. You exhale when you exert. Yes. You know, it gives you extra push. Gives you an extra push. Breathe in on the red candle. Breathe out on the green candle. Tell them. Amen. Swim laps. Bro, my feet like cramp when I swim. It's awful. Like my toes like cramp up, bro. Mm-hmm. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I gotta do these little squat things. Oh. Ooh. Love it here. We love you, bro. I'm doing like, you like squat on one leg. You like kick your butt out. And like you try to balance. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Ooh. My balance is awful. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. We're getting there, Chad. Market moving. It is. It's a little bit above Euro close, but it's like definitely a lot of bull activity here all throughout. Again, right off of the open, the cash open was crazy. EA volume kind of popping. They've still been clobbered from their earnings. I will be on tomorrow early, yeah. Yeah, EA has a nice candle. Why pump? Well, I think it just last 2 days we had, that was the first time we've even sold like that in a while. Last week was your first weekly decline since the beginning of the year. So I guess it's been like, what, a solid 6 weeks of trading? 5-6 weeks of trading, and that was your first calendar. That was your first weekly drop on the calendar. Yeah, EA's popping. Get this up here. What if we go nowhere after CPI? Well, that's something we were saying. Just in general, a lot of people are going to bring, they're going to bring up the concept of having another CPI on Wednesday. I think it just really depends on how surprising the result is, whether it's bullish surprise or bearish surprise. But that in and of itself will do a lot. And I do think this is getting us ready for tomorrow. I think it's giving you a little bit of cushion. You're getting these moves. This is probably jacking up the premium now. Because you got to think about last 3 days. Again, first weekly decline, and then everything starts coming down here now. So you lost a little bit of gains on the calls, but now I think this is going to make all the premiums still a little jacked up here. Tesla is popping. Tesla's waking up. Remember, we were saying there, Tesla could start moving. That could add to a lot. I'm not seeing any news on it, but decent candle. But let's see. So let's just go to February 17th. But this is bringing up the call. So you see what's happening here? It's it's making the call premium is actually almost went up 100%. Just even from Friday, but I think these puts might still be up. Actually, no. So this move made the puts back down cheaper. They have less time on them. That's actually I thought it would have been the opposite. So it's not even scamming premium too much. So calls and puts are still down on the weekly. It's they're both still near the lows, but I thought the puts would have been more in the middle there. Man, where's the VIX then? VIX is still above 20, but it's quite the move. And then 4112, we're working our way up here. I love you. People are underestimating the fallout from the NSC's chemical spill. More people speak up. It's going to be big. Well, we've been talking about it here early in the morning. I mean, I think it's something interesting. But I know a lot of it's not hitting national news as active, but you know what JP posted earlier, if you go to the the local news sites of Ohio, it seems like they're talking about it a ton. Actually, you have a lot of local news places bringing it up, and I think even the EPA responded to them. Bath and Body Works names Lucy Brady to the board. Solar. Overstock is actually running there. High ticker. Even end phase came back up here. Overstock has a pop. Overstock short sellers battle at court over dividend drama. That was on Friday. Wait, Overstock is... They're giving a digital dividend? I don't know how old this is, but apparently there's a court dispute over trying to make short sellers pay the dividend because they offered something that's very interesting. Apple's running up. You're probably going to hit a new high here again. We are still above the 41.23. Any other level after here, any other level just takes you. That's 10 more points now. At this point, you're at 41.30. And then 41.49. And then 41.50. My expectation is that we're going to get a hotter number, but at the same time, it needs to be like at least at 0.5 or higher. I think month on month will be the most important thing out of all of it. You know, we're going to start getting a lot. There's going to be a lot to say about it, but a lot of people are already bringing up that is the concept, that we still have one more release after it. But the real focus here is that we've seen an uptick in car prices, gasoline prices. I believe in like auto parts, food is still remaining sticky. So, and then back to, you know, what Powell and everybody else is looking at, it's going to be, you know, the difference between goods and services. So I think it's not going to be as easy to describe it in one sentence. And I think a lot about tomorrow is going to be possessing, you know, various factors in what areas of the inflation report, you know, what does good, what does bad, and then obviously the overall headline numbers. VKTX. Yeah, I remember them now. I don't think they do the obesity one. I'm not sure, but I remember last time I know it was the liver drug. And then there's like 4 other sympathies related to it. But they're doing great. It was in the earnings? No way. That's dope. That'd be a lot better if they have both. I think that's still holding a premium, no? Yeah, they've actually just been running since that day. That was the end of the year we saw that. It was the liver, and then everything else went nuts with it. Is good CPI priced in? No. Well, I guess what I mean by that is, like, I don't even think I think it's bad CPI is priced in. I think that's why, you know, we're still kind of holding here. Like, when it's all said and done, you know, people are expecting this to be the biggest increase in CPI month over month in the last 3 years. And the only good part about this CPI is that you're getting month over month. So where was January CPI last year? Or year over year, excuse me. So January CPI last year headline was at 7.5. So now tomorrow it's expected to come in at 6.5 or 6.2. So that's like what, 1.3% drop. SGen edit, gene editing stocks moving. CRISPR's at the high. SGen. Where's even healthcare in general? Was Overstock an NFT dividend? That's what I think it was. They said digital dividend. And now they're trying to make the short sellers pay for it. Yo, how do we get a digital dividend? How do we get our NFT? But wait, do you get like more than one NFT for the shares? Like, that's such a weird concept to me. If Overstock becomes the second company to give a digital dividend. Only dodo birds think this is going to keep going up. I mean, honestly, I don't think dodo birds think about the market. I think they worry about the climate that they are in. If it's a healthy climate, they think about reproducing and then probably where their next meal is. I feel like that would be an AI dodo bird if it really was concerned with profit and loss valuations, you know? That'd be insane. And at that point, I think we've really underestimated these birds. And if we did underestimate these birds, we should probably start employing them, but then that wouldn't make the labor situation that good. Or maybe it would bring up more unemployment as the birds replace the human jobs. And since we don't record bird unemployment there, it would change the mandate given by the Fed. Either way, you're on to something. But, oh, the dodo bird is extinct? I'm gonna fall back now. I didn't know. I really thought the way we were referencing them, I thought we were on the cusp of a new bird technology. CPI is expected to move the S&P about 1.7% tomorrow. They have dodo DNA. They're going to bring it. Why does the Chad know so much about dodo birds? This is insane, actually. I feel like I'm surrounded by the right group of people. You know that? That's how I feel. I feel very confident in the Chad now. All of a sudden, I feel like we have access to information. And I really feel like you guys... You know exactly. You guys know everything now. This is amazing. I didn't know I was surrounded by this many educated individuals. We got everything, man. Excuse me. What time is it? Okay, we have time. We have time for a potty break. I think we do. Senators insisting on balloons for civilian use. Oh, China. Okay. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. I will be right back. God bless you. We're halfway done with the day. Almost. A little bit more. A little bit more and it'll be halfway. Oh, man. We're getting ready. Big day tomorrow. I hope you're ready. Amen. Amen. BRB.
Attempting to capture information from the United States for obviously their purposes. And David, this is just a pattern, whether it's trade, whether it is intellectual property, whether it is the military, whether it is you name it. This is a pattern of what they're doing. We have to stop reacting. We have to be proactive. That should be our goal.
Okay, so you may have just implicitly answered this question. My question is if this is a test that China is using to try to test our ability to respond, are we passing the test in your opinion?
I would argue that we continue to react and be less proactive. Now, when I say being proactive, I mean, for example, we know that as the United States and the EU has decreased our carbon emissions, manufacturing has shifted to China, and now the increase in foreign pollution from China exceeds the decreases in the EU and the United States put together. Just one example. We know they exploit intellectual property laws in which counterfeit goods are shipped to the United States, robbing us and others of that profit from the intellectual good, but substituting a product which is often dangerous, etc. We need to stop just saying this is what they're doing and put in policies that effectively push it back and change the rules of the game, if you will.
One more on this subject. Bloomberg reported just a short time ago that there's at least consideration of the Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, meeting with Wang Yi, who's a state counselor, sort of overseeing all diplomacy for China, when they're together in Munich later this week at that Munich Security Council. From what you know, do you think that would be premature? Would you advise that we be meeting the Chinese right now? We have to get along with them somehow. They're so powerful. At the same time, we don't want to reward them. What would your advice be?
I would have the meeting to in person express our displeasure. And I'll say once more, it should be part not just of a reaction to what you've done, we're upset, why don't you make amends, which we know they won't. And by the way, we're not speaking of the Chinese people, we're speaking of the Chinese Communist Party.
The Chinese Communist Party, that bathroom break only brought the market up. They're near the highs again. EA's still going. Oh, where's Activision 2? They're staying there. X-Pro on the high. That's logistics. Is it? Or no, Xpero? Honestly, I'm doing more resistance bands. 41.12. At least it's slowing down. But again, like I was saying earlier, on any of the other days in the last like 5 days, this was kind of unique for us to just go kind of straight up like that. It's been a constant green push, little mini sell-off at Euro close, but overall uptrend is still intact on the day. Am I bearish or dodo-ish? I don't think. I guess they're both animals, but I'm kind of in the middle. I think tomorrow is really going to be interesting. And I think we have a lot of variables. Because, again, I don't know. I believe it will be in the morning or prior tonight. You're going to get the Bank of Japan announcement as well. And that could move everything else. Bear. And then depending... when does booking report actually? Did they already have it? What is Dodo-ish? I think it's a joke. Citron on Wish. Mr. Andrew left. Oh, they're popping. Is he bullish on them? Yeah, he says we are reluctant to mention Wish until we saw the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl, he said the term seemed weird. Temu had just 2 Super Bowl ads and has been the #1 app in the store. Oh, wait, is Wish Temu? Bro, I saw that commercial yesterday. Wish is the exact same business as Temu, yet trades at a negative 450 million enterprise market cap with 832 million in cash as of Q3, no debt, and an untapped 280 million credit line. Wish likely has multiple years of liquidity available. This is the same business model as Temu and equal products of distribution. Wish is bullish on Wish. Wow. Yeah, I was that Tubi. I knew it though. I knew it was I was like tripping out in my head, but I said I'm not even near the remote. I said this is a scam. It was really funny. Bro, I kept looking. I was watching that Temu commercial. I was like, what is Temu? Yeah, it was the stupidest commercial ever. But, like, I didn't forget it. Like, I'm telling it was like I think that was the weirdest commercial yesterday. Because it didn't even feel like a Super Bowl commercial. It was just like some weird, like, just going. My favorite commercial yesterday was premature electrification. That was the funniest commercial I've seen on all of it. Like, that was actually comedy. Is it Pinduo Duo? Is it? No, that one was hilarious. But no, I didn't see the Dexcom one. I do remember the Temu one just creeped me out, but I was like, what is this? Shop like a billionaire, bro. It worked. It worked, though. It worked. The Will Ferrell. I don't remember if I saw that one. I wasn't like all watching it. And then I used commercial breaks to get food. I didn't watch the halftime show. That's why, but it was a good game though. I really thought it wasn't going to be I thought it was going to be an easy one. And then right when I didn't win money on my stupid bets, I said, "Okay, I'm over it." I did watch a lot of the game though. Here's one. Stock traders are too confident that the CPI will underwhelm. A session that started with stocks somewhat of a holding pattern is turning onto a risk-on day with tech leading gains even as short-term bond yields are rising. A bet on rate-sensitive tech ahead of CPI looks risky given recent developments that raise the bar for tomorrow's print. The December monthly reading has been revised higher to 0.1% from negative 0.1%. Core to 0.4 from 0.3, which marks an acceleration from the prior 2-month 0.3 pace from the latter, which the Fed keeps a closer eye on. For January, economists are looking for price growth. I'm the best ever. I'm the world's greatest. For price growth to pick up 0.5 month over month, bolstered by higher gasoline prices. Core is seen at 0.4. An increase in used car prices has added to concerns. Another indicator of underlying inflation, the Cleveland Fed trimmed mean CPI. It has risen 0.6 in December after 2 months of 0.5 gains, highlighting lifting and lingering pressures. Where are they? So I think this is just the chart of it. That illustrates that challenges going into the Fed's 2% goal, and any potential disappointment tomorrow could stoke fears of higher rates, something bond traders have been more actively pricing in, leaving stocks at risk. No, it's lingering, not lingery. It's a difference. Where's our daily Biden impression? I need a headline. I need a good headline, man. That's it. Over the weekend headlines were crazy, bro. I was like, it was so surreal just reading all these objects. I was like, is this the start of the Independence Day? No, it's the Super Bowl. Okay. That's it. Nobody cares about anything when the Super Bowl's on. Like straight up from like stocks to what's it called? Stocks to even real estate. That's why even like the offers on the property and everything, I was like, oh man, this is it's welcome. Very surreal. All eyes are on Ohio. It's an interesting one. It is sad though. Not that many people know what is going on what's going on in Ohio. Again, you picking up a golden retriever? What are you gonna name him? Is it a girl or a boy? Do dogs have genders? I don't know. Don't cancel me. I'm not too sure. I was just asking about the puppy. I like puppies. Lyft. I will buy Lyft if it goes lower. I'm naming her Sunny. Sunny in Idaho. I like it. It'll be a gold dog too. Named Sunny. That's beautiful. Congrats, man. Good luck. Have fun potty training quick or they'll shit everywhere. Well, nothing happens if you speak about Ohio. I don't think there's any... people don't really get affected. Most people just don't know about it. That's it. It's actually the only thing about Ohio is that it's just not like it's not covered nationally the same way. So like that's why I said like, you know, a lot of people are like, hey, like why is no one talking about this? But if you like go to the like what is it, WKBN? Like this is the Ohio one, like they're talking about it like a lot. They also have like a bunch of other stuff, but it's on their front page there. Like, and they're talking about 3 additional chemicals discovered on train derailment. East Palestine train derailment. They have links on it, and like they have all of it. So there's like a bunch of different stories with it. And yeah, but this is just local news in Ohio. But it's not really, oh, hey, dude. Hey, dude ads. What's up, man? Start using subtitles. I think we had subtitles once. If we do the subtitles, though, the only way they could be like automatically included, there has to be like a 20-second delay on the stream. That is the only problem. Pray for Ohio. Can't have shit in Ohio. It's funny. Yeah, most people, again, the same day as the train thing, it was the balloon thing, so. And I don't know, right when the first balloon came out, bro, that was crazy. That was a trip. It's like weird because it's only been 7 days and now like borderline we're used to it. Like that's it now, bro. You mean to tell me 7 days ago we had 1 balloon, now we got 3 unidentified objects and everything? Man, we are just, I'm used to it now. It's kind of like old news now. Now it's like, like you need, I don't know, you need something new to surprise more or less. Yeah, just it's already approaching normal. Somebody out there is like, what you just say, Josh? How is this normal? How is this? Why is this stop? Okay, calm down. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. Southwest on the high. Airlines. Okay, you're coming down a little bit. It's 9:30. 9:30. All I'm saying is I'm very glad with LMT. That's why even this morning was at the breakout level, but like 489 is a huge level for them. Anytime they really got above it, it starts to run, but that is also where they failed. But I think LMT now, Boeing, most all the defensives kind of look the same on the daily. Every single defensive name is at their breakout point, and then if you look at the ETF is already breaking out. Yeah, Lyft was hideous. But little more drop on Lyft, you know? Not really. I'm actually looking for like $7 maybe or lower. That's about it. Got out of my shorts, position long. Hope CPI don't mess me up. Hey, man, good luck. Good luck. I think today's the day to do it. Today's the day to really finalize everything. You know, we're at the same trading spot about 5 days ago. So it's like a nice, if you really, depending on where you're at, you know, you do your thing. This is your moment. It's not as if prices have changed too much. That's why I think some people are doing. It's weird because it seemed like there was a little bit more jitters coming into it, but we definitely started this morning off in a much more different vibe. But it is still firmly in Chop City, man. Giggle. Google's been getting murked. Oh, Google's pop. I thought it was about. I wouldn't have been surprised if this was going lower. I really thought it was going to get clapped. Nvidia, SPY's moving up. High ticker's getting a lot more active here. Again, Google could have a little bit of influence, especially if Google starts running. Amazonian still near the high. Apollonian, where's Baba? There was news that Blinken is going to be meeting someone from Chinese security delegation. So that's a good sign, more or less, especially after the cancellation thing not too long ago. The anti-staking thing has some cloudiness. They're going crazy. So they went after Binance stablecoin, but I don't know. I think BNB also went down too. But Binance stablecoin dropped. Where is it? I don't know the ticker for it. But I think it dropped like 10-20%. And then Paxos got clapped. BUSD. I think it may have went back up because it's a stable coin. Yeah. Briefly. Sounded way more dramatic, yeah. Is that I think that's, no, it's happened a couple of times. October 21, September. It went up during the Luna collapse. It's like their version of Tether, more or less, for Binance. Wish gaining steam. I put out a stream alert on. Honestly, I think it's very... Citron is usually negative about stuff, so to see them go positive on something, it's interesting. I think it's a very interesting take on Wish. And then I remember Temu. EU opens in-depth post of Imarisat Viasat deal like a minute ago. VSAT. They're not really moving off of it. TSM's on the high. I actually haven't checked those. XOM now too. Hold on. Energy's low-key been running. Energy's now only down 0.3 on the SPY. So everything is in the green except energy. So if that stays green, then there you go. DSM is, we chilled what? How many minutes have we been holding here? So again, this was your opening 5-minute or 15-minute candle. Been at the same price for about an hour. The same high or just underneath it. And then Euro close was a hour ago, hour 8 minutes. You're 7 points higher. Wish got a positive note from Citron and said that they have a lot of liquidity, a lot of cash. They have liquidity for years. Good. Javer sees revenues up 10%. What's Javer? I don't know if this is American. No, it's not. I've been hearing a lot about no soft landing anymore. There was even another thing on no landing today. So it's funny because we stopped hearing about it for 2 days, but all it took was coming into this week, in this little opening we had. But the no landing comments are back. Yeah, Wish is another high there. It's up 46%. First candle was 30%. It's like another 15 right here, 15, 17. 6.5 CPI is bullish. Inflation is still high, asshole. It's expected to come at 6.2. And like I read to you earlier, this coming into this morning, believe it or not, you're even going up in the revised expectations are higher. So that means the average economist, a lot of people came in with higher month-over-month expectations into today. Wish is up again, 50% now, new high. City. Banks are holding up. What it means, no landing, is that people believe inflation can come down without hurting or slowing growth. And now, a lot of people even said, this makes no sense. They're like, wait a minute. How is it that people are buying, future growth right now? And why are people being so bullish if growth estimates have dropped 25% in the last year based on the earnings? Well, that's kind of the point, is that now you got to think about it. Every company is going to be coming off of lower numbers. So in a weird way, you can grow. It doesn't mean overall growth, but you're just going to grow right back to everything else. Yeah, no landing would essentially mean no recession at all. Whereas soft landing means, a slight or smaller recession. South Africa declares national state of disaster over floods. Yeah, exactly. Now you could get year over year, but it doesn't mean it'll be overall growth, but that's kind of the point. Don't planes need to land to refuel? Well, the market kind of refuels midair. I guess that's where earnings comes in. Earnings is like energy. Yeah, Carvana's pop in. Let's see. Remember, short squeeze stocks were down the last 6 or I think 10 days. So if they start moving up here, that'll get more of that risk on element. Oh, they made this? I didn't know they had this. They have a Democratic trading ETF. This just launched. It's very interesting. So it buys whatever congressmen buy in the Democratic Party. We haven't heard from Nance in a while, bro. We haven't heard from Nance in a while. That's a funny ticker. NANC. Nance and Cruz. That's actually great. Airbnb 115. It's up 6%. Wish again. Yeah, Wish 105. Damn, 64%. I wish I got Wish. It's a good concept. It's a very good idea there with Citron. I mean, at least I could see what he's saying. But I did not make a play on it. We got it out there early, though, which is great. No, we had it in the first candle. I didn't want to make a play on it. Not really the biggest fan of Wish, but I see the logic behind it. And where's booking? And we played Indo. It was like Indo and Husa. Or Huya, or whatever the other one is. Spy squeeze ready. As you say that, you're about a quarter away from a high. Wish is already hit $1 and came down. But you might want that. Again, that's a 50-60% run up. Apple will lift us up a lot. I think all you need is not Microsoft. You need Google to play along. And then Microsoft started going down as the other ones came up. I think Amazon's kind of in the middle. State Street. It was going to get delisted if it didn't hit $1. Interesting. Yeah, Apple's finally doing good. I think even then, Google, they're hitting a high, I think. Or no, that's Goggle. Goggle. But if Google could come back up there, I think that'll be a nice lift. But Apple is leading a lot. You're 30 cents away from the major trend line. Is ETH going lower? I thought ETH was bouncing on some of this. Yeah, they came back and then green shoot. And then where's Mr. Yen? The yen is rising up here. So that'll help bring down the dollar. The euro and the pound did good all day today. Yeah, 41.44 on the futures. 41.34. You still got another 6 more points here. No. 10? Yeah, CPI is pre-market 1 hour before the bell tomorrow. So that's the beauty. I mean, this is really whatever you end up holding here through today, whatever play you decide to do. I mean, this will be your final moment for that. So right by the morning tomorrow, hour before the bell. And they're usually big moves, so you should be familiar with that. It could totally move, and then just like today, though, depending on the vibe, if it goes straight up, then there you go. Check CS sincerely, your neighborhood bear. I wanted that one day. I can't even believe it. They opened up at 3 something. They still dropped another 20%. But they have been really on the cusp of the old scenario where it's just getting worse and worse. Then they've had all the drawdowns, but I think the risk to reward kind of just sucks. Ford plans to build battery plant in Michigan as part of $3.5 billion investment plan. They had that news a little earlier in the morning. I think they're confirming it now. AI. We already had the AI tinfoil. I gave it to y'all early. I had to tell y'all. I couldn't hold it back. I like Visa and MasterCard. I didn't like some of the consumer credit, but so far they've been doing good. And anything financially related. So just like any hard landing, soft landing, no landing scenario, it just seems like if the bonds aren't reacting, the bonds are reacting, the equities aren't reacting to the bonds there. But any of these scenarios, it just seems that, financials would be a winner. Carvana was about to break out there through the highs. Fastly again. That one, they had a huge upgrade from Bank of America. Even CNBC was pumping it. It seems like a lot of these squeeze name, risk on names are really, really starting to move right here. I haven't looked at Meta too much. Meta and Google. Meta is still a solid 3%er. And then even Tesla. I feel like Tesla hasn't got the attention today. You know, it's at 1.7. Or it's at 1.7 down. 1.17. Yeah, Airbnb. We have it. I could get you the Airbnb earnings preview. I could interest you in that if that's good. I don't know. Do I got like 20 likes out there? Is there 20 people interested in anything of that nature? If you are, I would love to offer you some of this. What? Where was Airbnb a year ago? Is that true? Wait, this makes no sense. Oh yeah, do I get my 20 likes? I'm already reading this one. I read the headline and it didn't make any sense. Airbnb. Oh yeah, we got the likes. All right, here's Airbnb's earning preview. It says shares are up 33% year to date. But I'm like, I don't think did they meant to say down 33%? I think they meant to say down. Yeah, not up. But the headline says up 33%. But revenue estimate is going to be $1.86 billion. Gross booking value estimate $13.58 billion. Adjusted EBITDA estimate $453. EPS 33 cents. Nights and experience booked 90 million. Gross booking value per night is 151, and then free cash flow of 235 million. So first quarter adjusted EBITDA estimates of 218 million, revenue estimate 1.68 billion. Nights and experiences, I already got that. Oh, that's for their guidance. But I'll go into the analyst report. Not too many analysts have comments on it. 19 buy targets, 19 holds, and 5 sells. Average price target is 120. 5.2% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 8.8%. Adjusted EPS has beaten 6 of the past 8 quarters, and shares are down 31.5% in the past year versus the SPX, which is down 6th. And earnings are tomorrow after market. And here's the breakdown. Is this updated? Yes. So Airbnb room nights and take rates likely pressured. Airbnb's slowdown in room night growth may limit the upside consensus top-line expectations, with the company also noting a deceleration in supply growth. China outbound travel could aid demand given international sales comprised about 60% of sales before the pandemic. Amid growing prospects of a recession, we believe consensus for mid to high teen room night growth looks stretched against tougher comparisons and the risk of a pull forward in growth following reopens in the U.S. Long duration stays are unlikely to provide a tailwind for average daily rates in 2023. Airbnb's high direct traffic may continue to keep EBITDA margin above 20%, though take rates could be pressured by efforts to boost supply and occupancy of their listings. So consensus is 21% revenue gain in fourth quarter, and on slowing economic growth expectations, average daily rates might be pressured on fewer long-duration stays. Room night growth could slow amid growing concerns and tougher comparisons, and then EBITDA margin may improve slightly in fourth quarter versus 2022 or 22% in 2021 fourth quarter, driven by high direct traffic. So they seem kind of mediocre, borderline negative on it. I think it's kind of falling in line with their recent story where, again, 20% growth, even their EPS and everything. I mean, sounds a lot better than Expedia, but it seems like more people are kind of coming into Airbnb a little cautious. So I think if they did have good estimates, good guidance, and good numbers that surprised, I think it will do very good. But as of now, you do have, but if they miss, it'll be even uglier. That's what I could definitely say there, because it seems like they are coming in way more cautious. And it just seems like they're expected to perform 22% margin, what they've always done. People are worried about, again, longer-term stays and all of that. But that's what brought them down last time, too. People were being mad dumb about it. Remember, there's a lot of people who are more worried about what was going to happen than what actually happened on the earnings. They changed the CPI. I think it was for the better, or I mean, it depends where you stand. But apparently, the changes took place in January too. But it was supposed to make it where it would actually make slower moves on CPI. Or it's going to show up pretty much. It's more likely after the changes that CPI remains higher rather than lower. How options rollover will affect markets. I mean, we've usually seen big effects. Lately, we haven't seen it, but earlier in the month, earlier in the year, it was like 115. Those rollovers would have some big effects. But as of late, I mean, there's just been a very, very big rise in these 1 day, 0 day options. And it like both has an effect, but it doesn't. Yeah, FIS was down today because they took a big downgrade on or a big write down on one of their goodwill. They divested. I didn't know Fidelity apparently paid like $40 billion for this one segment. It's actually crazy. Average option contract length to expiration last Friday was 6.5 hours. It's beautiful. Beautiful. I wonder what the earnings are going to be like, though. I think give it one more quarter, and we're going to really see if, like, any of these market makers, I'm assuming they're making bank off of this. Spy screaming for the VWAP test. We'll see. That'll be a trip, though. If we do sell off there, everyone's going to be tweaking out. Again, tomorrow is the event. So, again, this is just our pregame. So, I hope you're able to enjoy it. I hope you don't get too jumpy nor too scared. But also, you know, considering the potential volatility, there you have many moments. You could play right now, finalize whatever it is, get in or out. Make up your decision. You could play right when the release comes out an hour in, and then also right when the bell rings. And then maybe even the first hour after the bell and when we open up. You know, it's been often we've seen a lot of movement around those times. So you got to do what you got to do. Yeah, MO is about to break out. Still down again. They're down on the year, but I think in the last quarter, this is their breakout point. Besides remember, this was the halt day. They still haven't removed that from the charts. The data comes out 1 hour before the bell. Tesla. The POW pre. We're not even going to get POW. This is the Department of Labor Statistics. Oh, yeah. Was it? No. Last time they didn't. Was like 2 CPIs ago, remember? The BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They had their first drop. Hyatt's on the high. Hyatt's kind of popping here, 2 big candles. Lombard was at 1140. And 13Fs are starting to hit, but Hyatt was part of a 13F. That's not the news there right now, but they are popping into the high. VOD again. What's my prediction? I have a weird prediction on CPI. Borderline, I'm starting to lean more towards no matter what everybody is going to say, we still have one more CPI ahead of us. So I think it's going to come in line, but other than that, and in line means a little bit hotter. Pretty much this will be the biggest month-over-month increase in 3 months. However, I think people are going to start looking past it very, very quickly, and it's more so along the lines of how to interpret it. I think if we're really going to get a big play off of tomorrow, it will be based upon it's going to be simply based upon a big surprise to the up or downside. That's really what I'm looking for in that sense. Better to buy calls and puts now or wait. Well, it depends because, you know, if you're using options, if you buy them now, you're going to get the run-up moment here leading into the event. But then you technically won't be able to play till the first hour. So, or the opening bell. And I think there will be a moment where we could react just like the non-farms. And then if this trend, you just saw it this morning here too, you know, the market looks very, very different not too long ago. Amazon's Zoox Robotaxi, they're carried staffers on a 1 mile route. Their self-driving car unit shuffles people on public roads. Oh? I didn't know Amazon had a self-driving car. They go down on this, no reacts. CRM's below 170, still holding. It says Amazon self-driving car unit. The Michelin sees no reason for price cuts. All right, this will get interesting. If we drop below Euro close. So Euro close is like 41.26. You're 5 points away. As long as it doesn't set a new low, I think you're going to be good. Maybe check Rivian. I feel like any sort of car thing would be for Amazon would be made through Rivian. Google selling off on that. It seems like Google had a bigger reaction for sure. Did Google still doing their self-driving car, or did they scrap that? Or was it Apple? Well, that's Apple. There's Amazon. They're both kind of coming down. Google's Waymo. Rumble on the high. RMB. Is that Rumble or no? Rumble's Rum. Coinbase, Bito. This bound. This could open the door to the squeeze now. Like I said, if you came below here, set a new low, that would be ugly, but it's been a non-stop uptrend. Every single low that you've hit before going to new heights, it's been higher and higher. If Tate is released, could it bring up Rumble? I don't know. Oh, yeah, let's get some push-ups in. Amen. Rumble, I think, has a lot. You don't know the thing that'll bring up Rumble. I know one thing that'll make Rumble go crazy right now. It'll make Rumble go absolutely crazy. There's only one thing right now, but without waiting 5 years for Rumble to actually take up market share, there's only one thing I think that will make Rumble go insane. And we got to get the push-ups moving. I need to stand up. I'm going to get some resistances. It's an alien video. Not Trump. That's your first thing, Trump? It wouldn't be Trump. If it was Trump, Trump's stock would be up. We gotta get there. You don't know what it would be? Yeah, there it is, Chad. You know. Simple. Very, very simple. AI. That's it. AI. They're going to come out. They're going to say, hey, we partner with ChatGPT or ChatGPT and Rumble. That's it. They get some AI search, some AI content in Rumble. That's it. And then at least it'll bring the stock up. And then if they actually have an AI that's effective, that's the only thing that could, again, Google is down on threats of AI and search. So if there's anything else that has other factors that could threaten, their search in just even Google in general, it's one thing to have a YouTube competitor. But now if that YouTube competitor can utilize an AI and give you some way where, imagine if you ask questions to ChatGPT and it came up with videos, I could definitely see Rumble doing that. But yeah, Chad, let's get the body moving here. I already started. I started doing my resistances. You need to go chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. I need 10 push-ups, 5 push-ups, any push-ups. I need some leg curls. I need some squats, anything out there. Just get your body, whatever your weak body point is, every hour is good. How do you invest in Chat GBT? Are you making fun of me because I call it GBT? Stoner Steve, you spent more on weed than your long term in your whole entire life. You gonna come at me for one letter? It's okay, man. It's okay. I'm foreign. Our B's and P's are very that happens. That happens, man. That happens. It's okay. So don't worry. We're working on it. We're working on it. But do some push-ups. Do some push-ups, okay? Relax your eyeballs too. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. You'll be good. You'll be good. Be reborn. I didn't ban him. I just clapped him verbally, which I apologize for. I haven't really even been in a clapping nature. I don't know. I've been vibing a little different. I wish everyone the best. That's all. Just getting ready. Oh, man. My shoulders. Woo! Oh, I do more push-ups than you. Good. I'm excited. I'm actually very proud of you. I'm very proud of you. But let's go. I want you to invest in your long term. I'm not going to clap you. You're good, dog. You're good. You're good. You could flex the number of push-ups, 100%. It's always good. Any workout, man. Ooh. Gotta get these hips, bro. Gotta get these hips. Airbnb, this is the Uber, the earnings run up for sure. And all of the other travel names are up, not to mention everything else. So hold on here. Watch if we break below that level. I don't think you don't neutralize the uptrend until you get to like VWAP. Even you have to break VWAP or anything like that to occur. That's an interesting one. Is Google really providing the best search when they have ad revenue? So it's like if you ask who the best AC is in your town, how does AI answer and serve AC company ads? So they're saying that the AI probably won't be that much different. Interesting. That is some, but I don't think AI is going to make their money from ads. I think AI just will be subscription. So that'll kind of be the difference. They'll give you a free version and a paid version. But then again, that's a very interesting concept to think about. Because then what's the point of AI if you could advertise? Because then now what if you could pay, like what if ChatGPT, you could pay them to say where it says one answer, but then it brings up an advertisement. Maybe that's how it works. You'll say, what's the best company in town? And it'll say, well, based on reviews, yibbity bobbity boo, this company in your local area is good. However, another answer, it'll give right below it say, or you could go utilize this company, which is one of our ad partners. I feel like Adobe would have AI. I feel like Adobe would even get clapped by AI too, depending on how they utilize it, or even other competitors in like the Photoshop audio video realm. All right. Where we at? They're talking bonds here. ETF growth will come from active investing. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Get me a carbo too. It's 10 a.m. We got like, what, 3 hours left? Wow. It's a lot of time. A lot of time, Chad. A lot of time. I'll be RB. Give me a sec.
the
Follow
stage.
me on Instagram.
So we had a lot of conversations
Amen.
about not just the enormous pace of actively managed ETF launches of last year. 55% of all launches last year were actively managed, but also how to use passive ETFs, passive indexed ETFs in actively managed ways. This was really dominating the conversations.
Well, let's bring you part of conversations that we had about active, because we spoke to JP Morgan's Brian Lake. We also talked to Morgan Stanley's Tony Rockty about that theme. Take a listen.
I think we're just on the very beginning cusp of what could be substantial growth. So my views, 5 years from now, ETF industry more than doubles to 15 trillion. Okay. And I think 10 to 20% of that could be in active.
We are laser focused on active management. That's our core competency. That's what we do at Morgan Stanley Investment Management. And so as you look around the corner, you could imagine a lot more in the way of fully transparent active ETFs from the brands under the Morgan Stanley umbrella.
And Laura, as you just walked us through, I mean, that's what's dominating the conversation. It's what's dominating the launches that we've seen. But when you think about the leaderboard, who's going to win the arms race for active, who do you expect to dominate on the issuer side?
Gosh, that's really pinning me to the wall to make predictions about who's going to win. So I think we're going to see a lot of flows going into some of these issuers that can bring their own assets to the table. So, we saw, last year, Dimensional was a great example of a fund company that came to the market, had all of these mutual fund conversions to ETFs, and were able to just bring in billions and billions of dollars. So I think we're going to see past become present again and see a lot of those sorts of issuers. Mentioned Morgan Stanley is another great example of somebody, if anybody can do it, it would be Morgan Stanley.
So Lara, you and I love to debate ESG. Morgan Stanley's first launches are ESG. And I think they launched them because the Calvert brand was the best of theirs in terms of flows versus, say, Eaton Vance or the Morgan Stanley brand. So they went with that. What are your odds? What odds do you give them, especially for these ETFs, these ESG ETFs, for gaining assets versus, say, launching active ETFs down the road?
Gosh, it's going to be a tough market for them, right? Because it is ESG is on the label there, and ESG, as we've seen over the last year or so, has really faded off in the consciousness of something that investors are really seeking out. And this is a theme that we saw at the conference, that advisors were less interested in active-ish thematic strategies like ESG, like crypto, and more interested in just full-on active management. So it's going to remain to be seen whether the strength of the Morgan Stanley brand is something that's going to be able to propel them to big.
So I haven't been privy to any of this debate between the two of you. Laura, what's your take on ESG? I mean, yeah, we've seen it ebb a little bit, but there's still trillions of dollars of assets that you could put in an ESG bucket.
I love that. So ESG is, here's my take on it. I think we're seeing big, broad indexes that have, organizing their stocks by a certain opaque measurement methodology. That's not going to be as interesting to investors as something that they can really wrap their heads around, like energy transition, critical minerals and metals used in things like electric vehicles and carbon capture and just really concrete concepts. That's going to be where the money flows, and that's where the money is flowing now in terms of investment versus these.
All right. Yeah, low key though, I think that will be when is the press briefing? I do want to listen to it. Weather complicating search for debris after shoot down, says Trudeau. Canada seeking to recover object downed over the Yukon. Do we have the press briefing? I think it is on now. I see it on the schedule. No, it is going to start. We should listen to it. That's it. Now we're getting some stuff. Yeah, any minute now. Man. It's going to be funny when they're... Can you tell us anything about this object? All we can tell you so far is that we shot it down, but we don't know what it is. And all we can tell you for now is that we don't know. But what we do know is that we don't know what it is. And we are taking all precautions and anything is on the table. And yeah, but we are committed to not knowing that we do know that we don't know, and that we don't know. But we are committed to finding out. But it's okay if we don't know for now. But we are gonna keep shooting shit out the sky. Yes, it is an object that has descriptive details. I'm pretty sure I've already outlined the characteristics, which are we don't know, and we're not sure of the shape. We don't want to make that determination. It could be a circle, but it could still be a square. We do not know yet. As far as color, I'm not sure what the color is, since that is a very, very subjective thing, color. You know, it could be gray, it could be light gray, it could be a cobalt. Maybe it's a dark blue. I don't know. But we do not want to speculate. It's still too early, and we don't know. It could be an octagon. I think they did say it was an octagon. It has 8 sides, but then if you minus 2, it becomes a hexagon. And then if you add 2 more, it becomes a decagon or Megatron. So we are not too sure yet. We have consulted with the Autobots, but they did not get back to us because Shia LaBeouf has been out the game for a while. But either way, we are still committed, and we don't know. Yeah, I went for a very long time with that. I've had a lot of fun doing that. My gut feeling about SPY, I don't know. I'm very agnostic towards it. I really, really am. I think there's a lot of potential, but I think there's also a lot of potential for it to do absolutely nothing, in the sense that everyone really, the backup card is going to be, well, we still get one more data set. Up until then, it just depends on if it's big. I mean, here's what I'll tell you. It'll move more than 2% if inflation comes in above 0.7 month over month. Simple as that. And then if it comes in like lower than 0.3, I would say that would be extremely bullish. If you came in month over month in core at like 0.1 for core, and like even like a 0.3 for headline or lower, which would be below the last 3 months, I think that would be very good. Overstock, T-Mobile. T-Mobile's on the high. The dude abides. Who's the dudes? Turkey seeks more info on mystery transactions. Turkey says probing stock sales by the dude after. Or who's the dude? Turkey out here, they're like, we gonna investigate you for these stock sales, even though we have $24 billion once again on our balance of payments that is categorized as other. So we read that this morning, but this commonly happens with Turkey as of lately. But like if you go and look at their balance of trade, straight up half of their deficit and like money being like spent, they don't tell you where it came from, which makes no sense. The big look. All right, here it is. Press briefing is beginning.
So one thing at the top to get us started. President Biden has made clear that the United States is prepared to provide any and all types of aid to the people of Turkey and Syria in response to the ongoing humanitarian crisis there. And we continue to take steps to do so. I'm sure you all saw during the Super Bowl yesterday to donate to earthquake relief efforts, and I want to point out some resources just for that. There's a page on USAID has a list where they have a list of vetted organizations responding to this crisis should individuals want to contribute. You can find that at cidi.org. In Turkey, our urban search and rescue teams continue their efforts assisting in live rescues over the weekend. We also continue to support the Turkish teams on the ground. U.S. military helicopters are providing critical lift for U.S. and international responders. Our teams also continue to conduct structural damage assessments of buildings with the hope of being able to clear as many as possible. To date, they have assessed more than 5,500 buildings, allowing thousands of people who are currently displaced to be able to return home. In Syria, cross-border aid shipments have increased. Yesterday, a fourth UN convoy of 10 trucks from a U.S.-supported humanitarian partner successfully crossed into Syria from Turkey. That brings the total to 52 UN trucks, but more needs to be done. It's critical for the Security Council to authorize 2 additional crossings to help deliver life-saving assistance. We cannot delay any longer. Again, I want to emphasize that any U.S. or international sanctions include exemptions for humanitarian, medical, food, and other aid. And one last thing before I turn it over to the Admiral, I just wanted to make sure we address this from the White House. I know there have been questions and concerns about this, but there is no indication of aliens or extraterrestrial activity with these recent takedowns. Again, there is no indication of aliens or terrestrial activity with these recent takedowns. Wanted to make sure that the American people knew that, all of you knew that, and it was important for us to say that from here because we've been hearing a lot about it. I'm not.
Would you tell us?
I'm just, I loved E.T. the movie, but I'm just going to leave it there.
Said, would you tell us?
With that, with all seriousness, I know there's a lot of questions about the flying objects. Admiral John Kirby is here with us today, and he's going to have a top.
Knew what we wanted. They're starting with
at the
Kirby.
top about it, and then take your questions. Okay?
Okay.
Makes my job easier. I do have quite a few comments here at the top, so I do hope that you'll just bear with me and then be happy to take whatever questions you might have. So I'd like to begin today by updating you on our efforts to recover the debris of several objects that the United States Air Force shot down over the last few days, as well as that of the spy balloon belonging to the People's Republic of China. And I'd like to put into some context for you how we have worked and are still working to better understand the issue of high-altitude, low-speed craft. Now, let me start with the Chinese program. When President Biden came into office, he directed the U.S. intelligence community to do a broad assessment of Chinese intelligence capabilities and to ensure that we were working to detect and to protect against them. I think for reasons that you will all understand, we cannot publicly go into many details about how we discover and counteract foreign intelligence collection efforts, because much of what we have done and are doing is, of course, sensitive. But we were able to determine that China has a high-altitude balloon program for intelligence collection that's connected to the People's Liberation Army. It was operating during the previous administration, but they did not detect it. We detected it. We tracked it. And we have been carefully studying it to learn as much as we can. We know that these PRC surveillance balloons have crossed over dozens of countries on multiple continents around the world, including some of our closest allies and partners. We assessed that at this time, these balloons have provided limited additive capabilities to the PRC's other intelligence platforms used over the United States. But in the future, if the PRC continues to advance this technology, it certainly could become more valuable to them. The President also instructed the intelligence community to take a broad look at the phenomenon of unidentified aerial objects. Indeed, President Biden conducted the first ever daily intelligence briefing session devoted to this phenomenon back in June of 2021. He was briefed that this is not just an issue for the United States, but one for the rest of the world. And as I said, our friends and our partners are dealing with this as well. We worked on a bipartisan basis to stand up an office at the Pentagon to study this in partnership with the intelligence community, academic institutions, and the private sector. These unidentified aerial phenomena have been reported for many years without explanation or deep examination by the government. President Biden has changed all that. We are finally trying to understand them better. Now, in light of the Chinese balloon program and this recent incursion into our airspace, the United States and Canada, through NORAD, have been more closely scrutinizing that airspace, including enhancing our radar capabilities, which, as the commander of NORTHCOM and NORAD, General Van Herk, said just last night, may at least partially explain the increase in the objects that have been detected. Slow-moving objects at high altitude with a small radar cross-section are difficult to detect on radar. Even objects the size of the Chinese spy balloon, which had a payload the size of roughly 3 school buses, were not picked up by previous administrations or other countries. We also know that a range of entities, including countries, companies, research, and academic organizations, operate objects at these altitudes for purposes that are not nefarious at all, including scientific research. That said, because we have not yet been able to definitively assess what these most recent objects are, we acted out of an abundance of caution to protect the security, our interest, and flight safety. In Saturday's case, we acted in consultation with the Canadian government, the President speaking personally with Prime Minister Trudeau. The spy balloon was, of course, different because we knew precisely where that was. As we have said, we do not assess that these most recent objects posed any direct threat to people on the ground, and we are laser focused on confirming their nature and purpose, including through intensive efforts to collect debris in the remote locations where they have fallen. In each instance, we have followed the same basic course. We assessed whether they posed any kinetic threat to people on the ground. They did not. We assessed whether they were sending any communication signals. We detected none. We looked to see whether they were maneuvering or had any propulsion capabilities. We saw no signs of that. And we made sure to determine whether or not they were manned. They were not. We did, however, assess that their altitudes were considerably lower than the Chinese high-altitude balloon and did pose a threat to civilian commercial air traffic. And while we have no specific reason to suspect that they were conducting surveillance of any kind,
this is
we
good.
Couldn't rule that out.
It was nothing.
That is why the
But we
President,
knew it was
at the
a threat.
recommendation of the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the NORTHCOM NORAD commander, gave the order to shoot them down. These missions were completed successfully and safely. Efforts are actively underway right now at all sites to find what is left of those objects so that we can better understand and communicate with the American people what they are. I think it's important to remind the objects in Alaska and Canada are in pretty remote terrain, ice and wilderness, all of that making it difficult to find them in winter weather. The object over Lake Huron now lies in what is probably very deep water. So outside of recovery operations, what are we doing? Well, first, we are continuing to monitor. There are no active tracks today, but the professionals at NORAD will continue to do their important work. Secondly, we are consulting with allies and partners on the challenge of identified aerial phenomenon and how we can all work together to deal with that challenge. The President has directed the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and the Director of National Intelligence to engage with their relevant counterparts to share information and to try to gain their perspectives as well. Again, this is an issue that affects everybody around the world. Third, we will continue to brief members of Congress and relevant state leadership on what we are doing and what we learned. The President has made this a very top priority. We have, over the course of just the last few days, and certainly over the course of last week, reached out to inform and brief members of Congress and relevant state governors of the operations that we were conducting and of the recovery operations that are underway. We've also kept Congress briefed generally on this issue of Chinese surveillance balloons, including classified briefings last August. And last week, administration officials provided classified briefings for all senators and all members of the House of Representatives on the PRC surveillance balloon. We fully expect and anticipate and support the ability to continue these briefings in the days ahead. And fourth, the President, through his National Security Advisor, has today directed an interagency team to study the broader policy implications for detection, analysis, and disposition of unidentified aerial objects that pose either safety or security risks. Every element of the government will redouble their efforts to understand and mitigate these events. And I'm happy to take some questions.
John, if the objects don't pose a military threat and they don't pose a threat to anybody on the ground, why shoot them down? Particularly because the military is routinely monitoring radar blips.
I kind of covered that in the opening statement. Two real reasons here. First, there was a very real potential risk to civilian air traffic. The ones shut down on yesterday was about 20,000 feet, and the two shot down Friday and Saturday were at about 40,000 feet. And as you know, transcontinental air traffic is roughly around 30,000 feet. It depends, of course, on weather. And so because we assessed that they weren't manned and weren't being controlled, therefore left to atmospheric conditions, the real risk to safety of flight was a problem. The second purpose, and I talked about this earlier too, was even though we had no indications that any of these three objects were surveilling, we couldn't rule that out. And so there, you want to err on the side of safety here in terms of protecting our national security interests, and the fact that these objects could have and likely did at some point in their path transit over potential military sites of ours or sensitive sites. So again, out of an abundance of caution for those two reasons, the president, with the recommendation of his military leaders, directed them to be taken down.
Because it's so unprecedented, should the public be hearing from the president directly on this?
We have been, I think, as transparent as we can be.
New high on the day.
President's
4135, 5 points away from next level.
Speaking schedule,
and there's still another 19 points left in the tank. Really 25.
Every one of these decisions.
24.
He's been kept informed.
And I have another Airbnb update, but we'll wait till this is over.
What's going on with recovery efforts, and he's very much staying on top of the issue and directing his team to make sure we are properly consulting and briefing not just members of Congress but state leaders as well. And of course, we're also doing what we can in the public sphere.
Can you lead the European countries?
Wait a second, sir. Excuse me. Thank you, John. What is the president's standard going to be going forward about when he orders an unidentified object shot down?
It comes down to one simple formulation, and that's if at the recommendation of his military leaders he believes that the safety and security of the United States, the safety and security of the American people, his prime responsibility, warrant that kind of a decision.
So it's possible we could see these shoot downs on a regular basis like we saw over the weekend?
I don't think it's useful for me to get ahead of where we are right now. The president will always side on preserving and protecting the safety and security of the American people.
You said we're not flying any surveillance balloons over China. Are we flying any other kind of surveillance craft routinely over China?
We are not flying surveillance balloons over China. I'm not aware of any other craft that we're flying over into Chinese airspace.
And then finally,
can
you
Netflix
tell
on the
us
high too. Everything's
more
running
about
now.
This octagonal object, how big was it?
We're still trying to assess what that was. I'm not going to get into a description. I've seen the press reports about what it looked like. I think we all need to be humble here in terms of what our ability is to positively identify stuff from fighter aircraft that are going several hundred miles an hour past, essentially, in terms of relative motion, a stationary object that was not very big. So we don't know what this exactly looked like, and again, we're still not sure exactly what the purpose of it was or who owned it. But we hope to be able to find out more once we can recover the debris from that one and from the other two as well.
Just a few minutes ago, Prime Minister Trudeau said that there's some sort of pattern to the objects over the last few days. Is that something you can elaborate on, what sort of pattern the White House has seen?
I'm not familiar with the Prime Minister's comments, so I don't know if I should take a swing at that. I would just tell you that, going back to what I said before, these objects were not being maneuvered. They did not appear to have any self-propulsion. So the likely hypothesis is that they were being moved by the prevailing winds. And maybe perhaps that's what the Prime Minister is talking about. I don't want to speak for him, but certainly as the prevailing winds, particularly at that altitude, go west to east across the North American airspace, I mean, there was a general common movement in that regard.
You spoke at the top about kind of reassessing radar given what happened with the initial balloon. Can you give us a sense, can we expect, should we assume that this is the regular number of these objects over the United States, that they've always been there and they just haven't been looked at the same way? Or is there any reason to expect that this is more than usual that are flying over?
So two thoughts there. I mean, I think we can all get our heads around the fact that there are sometimes things floating at high altitudes for various purposes. As I said, scientific research, weather, weather balloons, all manner of innocuous craft can be aloft at high altitudes. I don't think that that's necessarily unusual here. It's difficult for me to say exactly what you can expect going forward. One of the reasons that we think we're seeing more is because we're looking for more. As you heard General Van Herk mention last night, they have modified the filters and the gains, as we call it, of the radar capabilities to look more discreetly at high altitude, small radar cross section, and low speed objects. And so if you do that, anybody that's operated a radar will know you can set the parameters, and if you set the parameters in such a way that to look for a certain something, it's more likely that you're going to find a certain something.
Given
so someone just invented a way to fly very slow and high.
Chinese spy balloon this year and previous years,
borderline
these
a balloon, but not a
objects that we shoot down, they might have a question. When it comes to these higher altitudes, are America's borders secure?
The president takes, as I said earlier, he takes our national security extremely seriously. He has no higher responsibility than the safety and security of the American people. And I don't think you need to look any further, quite frankly, than the decisions he's made in just the last week to 10 days to evidence that.
Yeah, I wonder if anybody would ask about Ohio.
Like, these are vulnerabilities that we are discovering.
But they'd probably ask Corinne.
You're making an assumption there that I don't know that the analysis will actually bear out.
Brian in the back.
Thank you very much. The president gave the order to shoot down the object over Lake Huron yesterday. Where was he? What kind of information did he have when he gave that order? What was briefed to him? And how did he anticipate the outcome of that?
He was here in the White House. He was kept constantly informed by his national security team and certainly by the military. He made that decision. I couldn't give you the exact time on the clock, but it was, I believe, mid to late morning, and then it was executed in the afternoon.
Were there contingencies in place in case there was a reaction from a foreign government in reaction to shooting that object down? Was the president anticipating the one yesterday? Yeah.
Well, it was shot over. I mean, it was shot over Lake Huron and landed in what we believe to be the Canadian side of the lake. So we were obviously in constant communication and consultation with our Canadian counterparts, and they are rightly, because of where we think it splashed down. I mean, they're sort of in concert with the U.S. Coast Guard, but they are also involved in trying to locate the debris right now. But there was good communication with our Canadian allies.
Signs of a foreign government taking a special interest in that object from yesterday?
No.
Or reacting in an unusual way?
No.
Good. SV in the back.
Yeah, thanks. John, two questions. One, you mentioned early on that the China balloon might have been giving limited additive capabilities. I assume you're meaning onto their satellite surveillance. Can you specify what exactly it's getting from a balloon that they're not getting from orbiting satellites that go over us like dozens of times?
With the caveat that we haven't fully recovered everything, though we have recovered some things from the bottom of the Atlantic, and we're analyzing that. But with that caveat that we don't know exactly what this balloon was surveilling or what its capabilities were. So just in general, and that is an important caveat that I'd like you to remember. When you are at a lower altitude than space, you could perhaps get a better fidelity of imagery, for instance, of things on the ground. When you are not moving at the speed of a satellite, and therefore, only getting seconds over a site, when you can maneuver left, right, slow down, speed up, like this thing could, then you can loiter. If you can loiter, you can soak in a little bit more. You can spend more time over a sensitive site.
Some of their satellites are in geostationary orbit. I mean, they're just sitting there gathering signals intelligence, right? So what is the benefit? I mean, is it just to see what kind of fidelity?
We're going to learn more. I'd rather not go into any more detail than that right now. We're going to learn more. And frankly, I think that's a terrific question you should be asking Beijing.
And one last one. You said that the other objects shot down were not able to transmit, or were not transmitting signals, that they did not have any propulsion. Did the China balloon, did that have any, was it emitting signals back?
I'm not going to go into more detail about the capabilities of that. We are going to be studying it and analyzing it. There is no question in our minds that that system was designed to surveil, that was an intelligence asset. I'll leave it there.
Has there been any outreach from anywhere in the administration to the kinds of companies that produce weather balloons or other craft that would fit these descriptions that might be from the commercial or corporate world to say, is this yours, or any kind of outreach, or have you been hearing from anyone who might say,
LMT,
we have ours, they're in this area? Is any of that going on now?
I don't know of any conversations right now, Kelly, but one of the reasons why the president directed Mr. Sullivan to put together an interagency effort is to take a long look at that and try to learn a little bit better about who is up at that altitude doing what for completely legitimate purposes. I think we all recognize we need to probably have a better sight picture on that, and that's why the president wants this interagency effort to take a look.
And what kind of intelligence might be happening in terms of the diplomacy that's going on or whatever, if these are state-owned objects?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Is there a network of conversations that might be happening where someone might be able to say, based on this octagonal description, that, hey, that sounds like the so-and-so? I mean, is there some conversations that are happening that might be able to give us some descriptions?
I mean, the short answer to your question is yes, and I talked about that in my opening statement. The president also directed Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, Director Haynes to have these kinds of conversations with our allies and partners around the world, to share with them what we're learning, but also to get their perspectives.
The Chinese were quick to say it's ours, but it was for commercial purposes.
Yeah, again, we're going to have those kinds of conversations with our allies and partners to see what kind of experiences that they have had, what we can learn from them, what perhaps they can learn from us.
And are we still with object, or can we call them balloons?
Still with object.
And just to follow up on Kelly's question,
and I won't mess that up today.
On the corporate angle, is there any expectation that this is going to affect the executive order on surveilling U.S. companies and what they're doing in China and their
I know of no
operations
such
there?
change to that executive order.
Okay, and then is there, and just, you said a moment ago that there's no knowledge of a U.S. balloon or other craft over Chinese territory, just being cognizant of the fact that China has a different definition of what their territory is than the United States. Is there any U.S. surveillance aircraft over Taiwan, over the South China Sea that would fit into that?
There is no U.S. surveillance aircraft over Chinese in Chinese airspace.
Okay, even Chinese claimed airspace.
There is no U.S. surveillance aircraft in Chinese airspace.
Okay, and then just finally, is there any
that means it's in Taiwan.
Formal approach
Is it Chinese airspace,
as
not
far
Chinese
as
claims?
how you're going to deal with these things on a systematic basis going forward? Is there
Well,
review?
again, that's exactly what the president wants Mr. Sullivan to run as a process, an interagency process, to help us, as I said in my opening statement, get around the policy implications here, and whether or not there needs to be any policy changes going forward.
Thanks, John. There's no precedent for U.S. fighters taking down objects over U.S. territory, as far as I'm aware of. I guess my question is, you talked about the tweak in the radar systems.
Yeah.
Has there been a tweak in the threshold for the Pentagon presenting to the president signing off on military action related to anything over our airspace?
I'm not sure I'm following what you mean.
The way the Chinese spy balloon,
Yeah.
the radars were tweaked, which is why you think you're seeing some of these things.
Right.
Has the decision about, or has the threshold for the use of fighters to take down objects also been tweaked? Has it been lowered? Has it been changed? We've never seen this before. All of a sudden we've seen three
actually,
days.
I'm sorry I didn't understand it at first. No, I mean, and you heard General Van Herk talk about this last night. He's using established protocols to engage craft in the air, aircraft in the air, that can be legitimately brought down. And as he said last night, the best way to do that, certainly in a timely and efficient, effective way, was through fighter aircraft and through the Sidewinder air-to-air missiles. And they looked at, and he talked about this, they looked at other options to try to bring them down, to include gunfire, but that would have presented a greater risk to the pilots themselves. So this was the safest, most effective way to do that. Now, where we go from here, I think we just don't know right now in terms of whether there needs to be threshold changes, as you put out. I think it's important to just take a step back here, and remember what the president did was ordered these actions with the safety and security of the American people foremost in his mind, and there were very good reasons to do it. The military then, once given an order, determines how they're going to execute that order. General Van Herk decided that the best way to do this was with Sidewinder missiles and fighter aircraft.
And just if we can put a sharper point on it, this isn't reactive to the Chinese spy balloon in the sense of there was political pressure, and so we are going to act quickly to take down any objects over our airspace because of the pressure that came from, say, Republicans.
These were decisions based purely and simply on what was in the best interest of the American people.
That's great. Thanks, John. John, does the U.S. government have video or imagery of these latest intercepts, and will you guys be releasing it?
You'd have to talk to DOD about that, Jackie. I don't know what kind of imagery might exist, and they'd be the one to talk about whether they're releasable or not. Obviously, certainly with respect to the spy balloon, we want to make sure that we are gleaning what we can from this imagery so that we can answer your questions better. And so to what degree there is or will or will not be public release, I do want to stress that, you know, we're going to want to make sure that we have had a chance to analyze that imagery for ourselves as much as possible.
Following up on Phil's question, I mean, I guess what we're trying to discern is, you said earlier, you know, we're looking for these more, so we're finding more. And
I said that could be one reason why we're finding more.
One reason, but what we're getting at is, you know, why are we all of a sudden shooting them down? And to add to that, you know, the NORAD commander, for instance, said that when the first spy balloon was crossing over American and Canadian airspace, one of the reasons that he couldn't take action was because his assessment was that it didn't pose a military threat or have hostile intent, and so he couldn't take action there. It seems like maybe that protocol has changed, or his ability to make that call where there is not an imminent threat militarily or physically might have changed. So can you explain to us what changed? Why are we shooting them down all of a sudden?
I kind of feel like I took care of that in my opening statement, but I'm happy to revisit it. I mean, really two reasons here. And these are certainly in both cases, they're different. I mean, I think we need to separate the Chinese spy balloon. We knew what it was. We knew where it was going. We knew what it was trying to do. And by not taking it down, I mean, it was also a huge payload. Like I said, the size of 3 school buses. So really the option of shooting that down over land wasn't a legitimate option, because somebody really could have gotten hurt. And we used the time available to us, knowing what this thing was all about. We used that time to study it, to learn from it, to collect on it, then taking it down at the earliest opportunity in the water. And we have retrieved some of that debris off the bottom, and we're studying that. Hang on a second, I'll be right there. So let's separate that from these other 3. And these other 3, what are some of the differences? Altitude's a big difference.
Is that the threshold now? A risk to civilian aircraft?
Let me get through this. And then altitude's different. The Chinese spy balloon was at 60,000 plus, well outside commercial air traffic concerns. These 3 were right on the border of it. So there was a legitimate concern there. Chinese spy balloon, we knew exactly what that thing was. And we knew what it was trying to do. And we saw it, Jackie, as it slowed down, sped up, maneuvered a little bit, trying to get a look at what we believed to be sensitive military sites. These other 3, they didn't have propulsion, they weren't being maneuvered, it was basically they were being driven by the wind. We don't know for sure whether they had a surveillance aspect to them, but we can't rule it out. So there was enough uncertainty there that, again, out of an abundance of caution, doing the prudent thing, the president directed that they get taken down. And I get where you're going. Is this the standard going forward? And we're gonna dive into this. We're gonna learn from these 3 events. we're going to continue
Yeah, I'm
to
still alive. I'm
study
listening.
what
I'm
happened.
listening.
We're going to have an interagency effort that
looking
helps
at
us get around
a
the
couple
policy
plays,
implications here,
couple
and we'll see where
long-term.
this goes. But
It's taking the
bottom line
Kirby
for
in,
President
taking
Biden
it all
is,
in.
you got to do the right thing for the American people, for our safety and security.
Is it strange that no one's claimed these yet as theirs?
I can't say whether that's strange or not, since we're sort of in uncharted territory here, no pun intended. But we don't know, and I suspect that Go ahead. I'm basically done. I'm basically done.
Sir, what's your name, sir?
Bo from CBS.
Okay.
Has the payload been recovered from South Carolina yet?
The
large so-called payload that's...
Yeah, as I said, some of the debris, certainly they were able to take things off the surface like the next day, actually that afternoon, some of the balloon fabric. And in the days since, they have been able to recover some, not all, of the payload that sank to the bottom of the Atlantic. It's in about 45 feet of water. Weather conditions are pretty tough off the coast right now. Like today, for instance, they have not been able to get into the water and dive on it. But over the course of the weekend, they were able to raise some of the debris, including some of the electronics and some of the structure.
Do you have an expectation of when all that payload is going to be collected?
I don't. I wish if I could tell you that, I'd be a very wealthy man. I mean, it could take a long time, given the sea state and weather conditions and the degree to which we have to protect the safety of the divers.
Why would that make him rich?
One last question. You said you were unsure of the surveillance capabilities of these latest objects. Last week we were told several times that every precaution was taken to ensure that the sensitive installations were covered. We don't know exactly what you all did, but has there been a
Nor are you going to find out.
Well, has there been a posture change nationwide regarding all of these sensitive sites?
If you're
proactively,
let me just put a fork in this. If the implication is that there's some sort of blanket now security policy for every base on the continental United States, the answer is no. We do have protocols, particularly when we know that surveillance is going to occur, like in the Open Skies Treaty with Russia, for instance, when all that's scheduled and laid out, and when you know that there's going to be an open skies flight by Russia, you take the appropriate actions, and that's what we did in the case of the Chinese spy balloon, and we'll always do that. I will never talk about what precautions we're going to make at any given base at any given time, but we always do what we need to do to protect our nation's secrets. I won't talk about it any more than that.
Okay, we have to move on. Way in the back.
Thank
Way in the
you.
back.
Me? Thank you very much.
No.
Iraq's?
Right there.
Okay.
Admiral, you started the briefing by talking about the president's involvement in this. The report from ODNI recently that goes over this. In that ODNI report about unidentified aerial phenomena, it says there were 247 unidentified aerial phenomenon reports since March of 2021, some of which have, quote, demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. So can you say why the president just recently, within the last couple of weeks, started ordering some of these objects to be shot down, and why there weren't any orders throughout 2021 or throughout 2022?
It's very simple. It comes down to what sort of safety and security threats and risks we're talking about, and also it comes down to a lot to our ability to track, detect, and engage. Having come from the Pentagon, I can tell you that some of these UAPs, while we may not be able to know what each and every one is doing, some of the big concern there was that many of those reports were happening around our training ranges, were happening around air training ranges. So combat pilots were seeing these things, and there was a potential impact to the safety of flight of our pilots. But you may not have but a fleeting moment on some of these things to see it. And so it's different. In these cases, we had time to detect, time to analyze, time to engage, time to make those kinds of decisions. But it all comes down to safety and security, first and foremost.
So is the time, though, is a matter of capability? We have better capabilities now than we did back
We are
then?
certainly improving our capabilities now, and as I said, the president has directed the national security team to dig into this deeper from an interagency effort and to see what, if other improvements might need to make. I mean, look, just by adapting the way the radar parameters are set, we have improved our ability to detect. And again, I said that could be one reason why we're seeing more.
Thank you so much. So you said that the debris fell on frozen waters or in remote areas, and these are also not huge objects, and they were shot down by missiles. So how optimistic are you that you will be able to collect enough debris to really get an idea of what these objects were?
We won't know until we get on site to see. How much damage was done, not just by the missile strike, but by the fall from a very high altitude, and as you said, in one case on sea ice. So we'll just have to see.
Yeah, thank you, John. Does Secretary of State Blinken plan to meet with his Chinese counterpart this week at the Munich Security Conference?
I'd refer you to the State Department for the Secretary's schedule. I don't have visibility on that.
Okay, and have you been able to, what have you been able to learn more, or not you, but the government, since these objects were shot down? I mean, you just alluded to the fact that that you've not been able to get on site yet. I mean, has there been any additional information since one was shot down Friday and then over the weekend?
Because these are just happened over the last few days and we haven't found the debris, there's still a lot more we expect to be able to learn. And I think once we can get to the debris, and I'm not forecasting how easy that's going to be. They all three have fallen into some pretty remote, difficult areas to reach. But we're going to do everything we can to find them, and that will tell us a lot. Since I know you didn't ask about this, but in the case of the Chinese spy balloon, we have been able to recover some debris and some of the electronics and even some of the structure from the bottom of the Atlantic, and that will also tell us a lot. And we're learning from it right now.
No, we gotta get everybody. No, everybody has
These Chinese spy balloons have been flying over U.S. military.
When do you think that you'll have all the debris, or as much debris as you can get from all the sites?
Simon.
I'm sorry, when do we think
when do you think you'll be satisfied that you've gotten as much debris as you can from all the sites?
I wish I could give you a date certain on the calendar. I can't do that. We're working to surveil them right now. In fact, there's a Navy P-3 that's flying over the site in Alaska. The Canadians are in charge, obviously, of the one in the Yukon. And now the Coast Guard is in Lake Huron working with the Canadian Coast Guard to do the same thing there. So we're working this as hard as we can, and we will keep you informed as we learn more. As I'm telling today, divers in the water over the weekend. We have recovered debris off the coast of South Carolina. We'll keep you informed.
Will you brief Congress this week?
There have been briefings as early as late last week, and we do fully expect that there will be additional briefings this week, perhaps even later today.
We're running out of time, guys. Beijing's response, they've been very harsh. They said the first balloon was an accident and the last three objects were not theirs. How do you respond to that? Has the White House had conversations with Beijing about this, and can you share a little bit about that?
We know the first one was Chinese. They admitted it. They claimed it was a weather balloon. We know it's not. These three, we don't have attribution for right now. We don't know who owns them. So I'm not going to take anybody's word at face value here until we can get a chance to take a look at them. Are we in touch with the Chinese? We have an embassy in Beijing. We maintain routine diplomatic conversations, and we have had over that spy balloon incident, we did have private discussions with senior Chinese leaders.
Thanks. Thanks, Admiral. I know you just said that, are you in touch with the Chinese? Is there any effort to arrange a call with President Xi at all?
I'm not aware of any plans for that.
If I could just ask a question on Israel, does the president plan to speak with PM Netanyahu about the moves his government is making to try to weaken the Israel judiciary?
I have no calls or conversations to read out, but we are deeply concerned by some of the moves here with respect to settlements.
The
Moldovan president just recently has said that there was a Russian plot to sort of overthrow her government and break Moldova's path to Europe. It was something that President Zelensky himself had also warned about.
Yeah.
What is the U.S.'s assessment of this possible plot, and more broadly, what is the concern about Russia's attempts to sort of influence these pro-European governments in the region, even though it's right now focused on Ukraine, about other countries in the region?
So what I'll say about that is deeply concerning reports. certainly not outside the bounds of Russian behavior. And we absolutely stand with the Moldovan government and the Moldovan people.
But you have no confirmation from the U.S. side of intel?
I know of no independent confirmation, but we're certainly not questioning the capacity, the will of the Russians and Mr. Putin to try to do that. It's perfectly right, a page right out of his playbook.
First,
Yes, I was going to ask you a question. just one quick question.
I have to
Have you
get to
established whether
everybody.
these are lighter than air or heavier than air?
We have not.
Okay, but we have to get to everyone, okay? You already had a question, go ahead.
All three shoot downs in the U.S. occurred offshore, but the one in Canada occurred over land. So is it effective U.S. policy to not shoot down these objects over land for safety concerns?
I wouldn't read into this some kind of policy decision. We will always, in deciding whether something should be taken down or not, consider the impact on the ground.
When the Chinese balloon came down, the Chinese Foreign Ministry indicated that they would respond in a way that they were prepared to. If it turns out that the other objects are also Chinese in origin, is there a menu of options prepared to the president for how we would react?
Terrific hypothetical. We're just not there yet.
Yeah, so more like it's a relationship issue. You have the Chinese spy airship that went through. You've got China buying more oil from Russia. You've got China, opening up cases in the U.S. trying to steal U.S. technology from universities. President Xi is going to be meeting with the Iranian president. At what point do you review a big review of the U.S. relationship with China? And at what point does the president ask for a call from President Xi?
Again, I don't have a call to talk about today. Let me just, again, level set here, and I know I'm running close on time, but sorry.
No, it's not your fault.
But the president met with President Xi at Bali at the G20. The whole purpose of that discussion was to move this relationship forward in a better way. Most consequential bilateral relationship in the world, the president knows that. And he wanted to move that relationship forward in a better way. And Secretary Blinken was dang near wheels up, trying to head to Beijing to have those kinds of conversations, to get some of these communication vehicles and venues back on track, whether it's climate change or military to military. We were willing to do that. We were looking forward to doing that. And then the Chinese decided to fly a surveillance balloon over the continental United States, and it wouldn't have been inappropriate to have that meeting. When are those discussions going to get back on the calendar? I couldn't tell you. As Secretary Blinken has said, it'll happen at the appropriate time. Now is not that time. It doesn't mean, and people shouldn't take away from this, that all communication has been severed between the United States and China, that Beijing and Washington aren't talking. We still have an embassy there. We still have an ability through Secretary Blinken's good offices to communicate with senior Chinese leaders. Unfortunately, the Chinese military is not interested in talking to Secretary of Defense Austin, but there are still ways to communicate. And the president would tell you that now's exactly the time to at least preserve some of those lines of communication so that we can avoid miscalculation.
Has it set back the relationship?
What's that?
Has this list of things set back the relationship?
It has certainly not helped us move forward in the way that we wanted to move.
All right, last question in the back, and that's going to be the last question for the briefing. No, sir. No, sir. No, right here.
James.
Okay. They can't stop Simon.
Last Friday, you answered my question about President Biden's message during his trip to Poland. But I'm wondering why he specifically chosen Poland for this trip, since so many countries are helping Ukraine, and he visited Poland 11 months ago.
The president's really looking forward to this trip. Certainly
cool.
Not lost, I'm sure, on any of you that it's timed around what sadly is going to be a year of war in Ukraine. Poland has been a strident ally, a tremendous supporter of Ukraine, and a generous host, not only to American troops, but millions of Ukrainian refugees who have fled there in safety. The Poles are, pardon the pun, but they're punching well above their weight, and we very much appreciate all the support President wants to thank President
Wait,
Duda
why
in
is that a
person. He
pun?
wants to thank the Polish people in person. He wants to make broader points about how it's important for the kind of courage and unity we're seeing out of Poland and so many NATO allies continues sadly into what will now be a second year of war.
What's the message to
James,
the people
you
of
have the last
Poland?
question.
Okay,
James,
thank you
have
very
one.
much,
We actually have to end the briefing.
Thank you, Karine, and thank you, Admiral. Naturally, I have two questions. One on the unexplained aerial phenomena, and the second will be on the Russia-Ukraine war. My understanding is that the top officials at the Pentagon, when asked explicitly if they were ruling out any kind of extraterrestrial presence, said they weren't ruling anything out, and yet at the beginning of today's briefing, albeit with her usual winning smile, Ms. Jean-Pierre seemed to rule out any extraterrestrial activity.
I don't think the American people need to worry about aliens with respect to these craft, period. I don't think there's any more that needs to be said there.
On the Russia-Ukraine war, as we approach the anniversary, in the days immediately after the commencement of the conflict, we heard from senior U.S. officials such as the CIA director in congressional testimony that President Putin had been observed by U.S. officials to have constricted his decision-making circle during the pandemic, that he was making erratic decisions, and these were seen to have played out in what happened on the battlefield. As we approach this year anniversary, what do we observe about President Putin's decision-making now, the caliber of his decision-making, and also his grip on power in his own country? Has any of that changed over the course of the year?
I can't speak to the way Mr. Putin gets advised and how he, who's advising him and what they're saying. I couldn't begin to get inside Kremlin decision-making processes. Clearly, Mr. Putin is not making good decisions. Shouldn't have invaded in the first place. This is a country that posed no threat to anybody, let alone Russia. Clearly, he hasn't made sound decisions, nor has his military, with respect to their performance on the battlefield. They're still suffering some of the same problems they were a year ago. Logistics, sustainment, integration of joint fires, manpower personnel, unit cohesion. I could go on and on. The Russian military is still struggling. They have not surmounted these problems. And it's borne out by the fact that, he continues to change generals the way I change socks. So, I mean, he's still struggling.
Sorry, guys, we have to end the briefing. I got to go into the Oval, but I will see you tomorrow. And thank you for the compliment on the smile. I appreciate that. But I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Have a great one.
Thank you. Honestly, definitely not as hype as last time. So it seems like they're not giving you much. There's a difference between the Chinese balloon and everything else. No recovery yet. It was good. It allowed us to kill some time there, get to hear about some weekend news, but really all we've been doing is squeezing and chilling. So I saw that super chat there. I don't know if you saw me looking through it. Airbnb, I'm still holding my shares. I don't have any pre-earnings run-up plays on it. All we have is the long-term ones. I saw that you were trying to sell some covered calls. I'm kind of not against it, low-key. I've actually been looking here, and I think covered calls can be very, very interesting for Airbnb. So I may want to wait until tomorrow to make that decision, but I'm kind of down to sell covered calls, to be honest. So we will have to see. But overall, man, one thing, I don't know if you guys saw me looking at it too. I was comparing the volume from the last CPI as well. So just one little update right here. Let's go back a little bit. Let's zoom in. But pretty much it was January 12th. So this was the last CPI here, and the volume coming into it was a little bit higher because I'm not sure if you have noticed here, but today the volume is very, very low. So right now, with about 2 hours left, we got about 35.7 million in volume. So it's a pretty low volume there. So we're going to see. Last time before CPI, we closed around 69 million in volume. So a decent amount, but overall, today's been borderline chill. But the thing that hasn't been chill is it's been like a calm face ripper on low volume. So literally go look at the 60-minute chart. If we go down here, this will be your first negative 60-minute candle. On the 30-minute chart, I think they're all green as well. Yeah, everything except right here right now. But it has been a strongly bullish day. Again, the only news here is just getting ready for CPI, a little bit of change in the CPI expectations. And remember, CPI is going to come out tomorrow. Oh, yeah, and for Airbnb. I got this earlier. I was going to read it to you, but we have a little bit more updates now on Airbnb. So Airbnb, they're reporting fourth quarter earnings on Tuesday, coming in the wake of disappointing results from Expedia due to hurricanes and winter storms in the last few months of the year. San Francisco-based home sharing company has said that the pace of nights stayed in the fourth quarter would moderate from the previous quarter. The average analyst estimate is 90.1 million room nights, or 23% growth. All eyes will be on the outlook of the company and given the first quarter for the rest of the year. Expedia said they saw strong demand compared with January 2019. Of note, will there be any commentary on economic conditions, such as indicators that consumers are trading down for cheaper lodging or changing preferences? The company noted last quarter that high-density urban nights booked grew and that those typically carry lower average daily rates. Expedia is also expecting impact of a stronger dollar in the fourth quarter, which Airbnb could have experienced as well, given 50% of its revenue comes from international markets. So I gave it to you, but last time we didn't have any analyst updates. So I have some of the company's room night growth above 20% may hinge on steady gains in new listings and increased demand for urban and cross-border travel. That's Mandeep Singh, analyst of Bloomberg, and Damian Ramertz. BTIG analyst Jake Fuller, he expects fourth quarter room nights to be in line with estimates, but the first quarter estimate of 119 million room nights could prove aggressive. Comps will be harder for 2023 room nights, Fuller wrote. The biggest risk we see with full year 2023 estimates is the possibility of recession risk rising and heavily discretionary items like leisure travel becomes pressured. Evercore ISI analyst Mark Mahaney wrote in a note. And the average is still the same. 19 buys, 19 holds, and 5 sell targets. So, yeah, last time I didn't have any other analyst comments. So, you got 3 new ones. I did not make any plays today. I closed out of Proverbs, PRVB. We got the news. It went up a little bit, and then now it's kind of slightly higher than where we sold out. But other than that, just riding things out. Again, still got the Amazon, the Google. I have the Zim. It's not up here. We have our China names, a lot of LMT. Or we've been really holding that LMT for a while. Still got the Boeing short. And I'm short on ANET. They have earnings tomorrow. And I think that's about it. Or it's ANET today. ANET is today or tomorrow. I think ANET might be today. I took the walk. I'm holding. Why'd you have to say that? That was already in my head. How much low if the CPI comes in really bad? I think you would go to 4,000 and then maybe 380, 3,800 on SPX. But, I mean, relatively speaking, I think worst case, you go back to where we were at last CPI. So maybe like 4,000 to like 393. I think that's pretty fair. I didn't pick up Zim for the dividend. I made it for a flip. I made it for a flip, Habibi. I made it for a flip. They raised the month over month and the core month over month. So like coming into it, what was it? So like coming into this month over month was actually around 0.1. So it was supposed to be 0.1, then it came in at 0.5, but really even core CPI was expected to be at 0.2, and they've raised it to 0.4. This is all recent. And then the headline inflation number is supposed to be 6.2% year over year, and core is expected to be 5.5. And then the thing is, last January it was at 7. I think headline was at 7.5, and then core was at 6.4. So today's Monday. Yeah, ANET's 30 minutes after the bell. Let's see. Does a 4-bedroom house count as 4 rooms per night? No. I don't think so. I think it's just how many nights booked. So, like, they take the total, like, even, like, a one-night stay. It's a weird metric. I don't really like it as much. I mean, I see why people look at it, but it's not like it's, you know, I really just look at the revenue and other things, but a lot of people do get quite hung up on it. Are we comparing apples? I mean, well, last January was a different CPI, or they have made recent adjustments. So I don't know if it's apples to apples. I mean, technically speaking, I don't think it is. Google just has to shake this shit off. If they get out of this little AI thing, I think it'll do good. But if not, I don't know what this week will do. But kind of like Amazon and a couple of others, I mean, I would expect them to stay in the range. And even then, I mean, just take a look. A lot of names. This is where they were on the last CPI. We did do the AI 10, yes. Airbnb cleaning fees have gone so high. They have. I think it's hurt people in their bookings. If you kept your prices high, I think you paid for it. But, I even lower. I just made my cleaning free, like just really cheap compared to everybody else. And it's helped out good. But my Airbnb performance, I've not seen it diminish. Amazon, this is like our first, again, this is the first 30-minute candle that's down. So if this lasts here for another 15 minutes and we don't get like above 4,112, if we could go up half a point in 15 minutes, it'll be good. But every other candle all day has been in the green, and it's a low volume day. So right now there's only like 35 million is nothing. With an hour 45. My take on tomorrow's CPI is you need a big surpriser, especially after the revisions today. You need a very, very big surprise for anything to happen. Otherwise, I think a lot of people are going to start blaming, or they're going to start bringing up how we have one more CPI on the way in a couple of months. Or in 1 month. Big money rebel. We'll find out. You hear they're changing the calculator. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit. The crazy part is that it occurred a month ago. So technically speaking, I mean, bringing it up now, it's just that this is already occurred. So like they've already done this stuff. That is the interesting part about all of it. The Seth Rogen Airbnb thing, I did not. I saw the VRBO commercial. They were trying to throw shade at Airbnb. Is it really a vacation rental if you have to share the home with the host? Oh, he said you ain't even a vacation rental, son. Oh, it was crazy. That's what I started. I was like, you gonna let him do that to you? I said, personally, I want to accept that. I want to let that fly. I took the wall, morning. Oh shit! Here, I'm getting you your bubbles. I got you, Mosby. It's cool. I didn't know we could pull this up. I also got another one for you. The bubbles allow us to compare option volume and open interest. So take a look. The solid is total option volume, 8 point. This is, and again, I'm on the. This is just all for the SPY. So this is historical, and then here's the open interest. So open interest is running up, but let's compare it to January. Where's January 12th? I think it was the same thing. January 12th. Open interest was going up. Volume was coming lower. That was September 22. A lot of volume there. What about August? Interesting. ACAM. And then, yeah, ANET is today after hours. But here are the bubbles. So here's for the end of the week. February 17th, 400 puts, 3 billion notional. That seems to be the biggest, the total amount of volume, the biggest contracts. Again, 166,000 open interest on the SPY 380 puts And then 375s have 316,000 open interest. Jeez. That's like actually like, that's huge. They're only worth 120 million though, comparatively. Notional 350, 390 puts, 1 billion notional, 395. Honestly, a lot of puts, and then 418s, 410s, 410 puts, 420 calls, 415 calls, 405. It's a pretty big range. So like anything in the money would be here. Seems to be a lot of out the money puts. There's a couple of in the money calls. Even 390 calls, all that. They're very small. Honestly, it seems like everybody and their mother has bought in puts. This chart looks predominantly puttish. Higher OM means more people are holding, yes. But like that's the interesting. I mean, sometimes it tells you a lot. It's very, and like the thing is too, I think last January or last CPI, I really think it's a great example. Because, like, look at what happened here. Last January on the CPI, this is, like, right before the open interest or the total option volume fell, and open interest was rising. But then right after the event, you know, it actually shot right up. I don't know. Is this the 11th? I wish... Oh, there you go. I can view it as a table. I'm trying to see. Yeah, so volume was pretty big coming into the day before, and open interest went up. But then, like, right after the event, you could see a very, very big move. So it moves, and then really the trend since January, open interest has ran up a lot, but you even saw that in December. I mean, November had some of the highest open interest, and then volumes were declining, and then they'd kind of shoot back up. You've been watching volume like steadily increase here, but then open interest is kind of still below some December levels. It's actually open interest right now is borderline right below where we were in August. Wish just had the Citron report. That's about it. Meta is still going? Yeah, 181 now almost, just under it. They're not lead. We're going to find, remember, it was not last CPI, the one before that. We did get to see that. Biden has dismissed architect of Capitol Blanton, officials say. It's that jar, baby. Show it love. I hope you living good, baby. Thank you so much, my friend. We need to hit the... Oh, the horn is struggling. We do need that chest to the sun. Chest to the sun is good for you. It's a blessing. I don't know. Chest to the sun, though. We don't want any more unidentified objects. You know, you got to be careful. Make sure your chest isn't... Don't get it shot down. No? Okay. That horn, I know. I'm kind of sad. It hits better. Usually if it died, though, it could sound so much worse. It still has some life in it, man. I believe, man. I'm really about, you got to get your bang for your buck. You know, I'm all about, like, longevity there. It's the long term. It'll work, man. It'll work. Don't write them out yet. My dad always calls me an alien, so these stories have had wholesome jokes for me. That's good. It's good. You're like, I'm an alien. That's what they know. I swear. That's what they call me. Small horn decisions. That's the exact tune describing my pitiful vibe today. I don't know, man. That's pretty hype. It's pretty hype. Maybe you're not having a good day, but this still sounds like you know, it's still hype. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he was trying to tell you. Could have been. Bro, I think it's crazy. I mean, what's his name was even saying, though? It just seems like, I don't know if I believe in the ET phone home, but to me, it just sounds like somebody created a new airplane technology. I don't know. Or a new drone technology that you could just stay up in the sky for a long time at very, very slow speeds, very, very high altitude, and then that's it. Because it all seems That's all it sounds like to me. I mean, it's not whether it was China or not. It just seems like that's not really something, and it's not like a balloon. It's like satellites. I mean, they have different like gravity and all that, but it just sounds like there's maybe, I mean, a balloon would do that, right? But it seems like they have somebody has. That scared the shit out of me. Holy crap. Oh, did you guys hear? Did that make you jump? Oh, man, I can't be talking about airlines and technology. They said TOS sent me a thing. They have a new login screen. That made me jump. My heart, like, I feel like I just avoided a car crash. You know, like, after you almost get hit in the car, and then you do that little, like, drive home, and, like, but you're still kind of, like, amped up. Oh, I just jumped huge off of that. I feel like, whew. That was insane. That's the boy saying, ding, new topic. Go check your login screen. But yeah, I think it's a new airplane technology. That's all it sounds like. And then it's like a way to fly underneath the radar. It's either foreign or it's for the drug cartels. That's it. That's my take. That's my tinfoil. Drop a like for your boy. Okay, if I don't show up on stream in the next couple days, you know why. Thank you. It's Elon's. I think the Ohio thing was Elon. It's a new tech called kites. Fly over. I think it could fly in the radar. It just doesn't move as fast. They found a way to have something fly 20,000 feet in the air without moving fast, and it could relatively stay, immobile or not be moving while at the same time still big enough to still like the size of a car. So I have more. I was wondering. I was surprised they didn't ask about it. Some of you guys were saying they should have brought up the Ohio. You guys know it's in Palestine, Ohio. I feel like somebody just got the wrong Palestine. I think with the conflict there, they confused it. Bad joke. But there's a couple of things. So apparently a reporter reporting on the Ohio thing, he got arrested. That's why you guys were asking if something happened. But there was a News Nation reporter was arrested after a live broadcast at the Ohio governor's press conference. So here you go. There's one of these. Where is it?
Ohio EPA and the 52nd Civil Support Team collected air and water samples from the evacuation area. These samples were analyzed overnight, and the East Palestine Fire Department feel it is now safe to be in the evacuation area.
This is them saying it's safe to be back.
With the full support and backing of Governor DeWine, I am happy to announce that the evacuation order is now lifted.
You know, we've been conducting air monitoring and sampling in the community.
Oh, I thought they were going to show the guy getting arrested.
Start of the incident.
But here it is.
Over the last 24 hours, we've continued to monitor, and as we've reported, all the readings we've been recording in the community have been at normal concentrations, normal background, what you would find in almost any community operating outside.
Nobody's ever had anything like this happen to us in this town. We've dealt with people on social media spreading false rumors. We've dealt with trying to get information out. We know everybody's frustrated. Everybody wants to be in their homes. We did the best we can. The number one goal was public safety, and we accomplished that. Nobody was injured. Nobody died. And there was very few injuries from the recovery process so far. So I commend everybody for that. And I just want to thank everybody involved, all the agencies, the highway.
I don't think I see it. But apparently the guy was like a news reporter was going live during that press conference, and they arrested him under a misdemeanor. Again, they said it's safe to go back. Here's another one for you. This one, apparently, there was sparks and flames.
The news.
What, is this an ad? They just add me? But that's it. Even when I search, there's like a couple of updates today. There was updates the day before, but it was just like citizens can return back. And they're saying why it could be posing deadly threats. There was a lawsuit, or there's already a lawsuit seeking medical testing after the train derailment.
Before it derailed.
The derailment,
there it
as we
is.
all now know, sent.
Oh, there it is. Well, they had fire. The eclipse of fire and sparks before. The reporter got arrested because they said it was disorderly conduct. He was going live at the press conference, and they didn't want him to. And apparently he was just being loud and disrupting. It's a misdemeanor, so not too bad. LMT dump in. We came down again. I think one more minute now. This will be your first 30 minutes of red all day. So we have an hour and a half left. If this closes red on here, I mean, again, I think you neuter the uptrend right away. You have to get like below here for this to really look bad, but I think this might be it. Yeah, this will be your first red candle. Oh, yeah, right there. Boom. So one red candle on a 30-minute time frame, even on the hour, I believe, or it has to stay down. You can't get above 41.277 by the end of the hour. The next rate hike is in March, so that's why that's going to be the problem with tomorrow's data is that no matter what, people are going to say, well, so-and-so, blah, 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 but there's up until March. Now, that is unless tomorrow just paints a whole different picture. Right, I mean, I guess one thing that would be scary about tomorrow that would be negative is if it turns down or if it turns back up. And then another thing I'd be worried about is core CPI and services and shelter and housing costs. But as of now, this is your CPI chart. It's coming down. Last thing you need is for if this starts turning back up again. But I'll show you the core CPI as well. Yeah, so then last month it was like, what, 6? It's expected to come down right around here, which is still pretty good. But like I'm saying, if you get one of those uptrends off any of that and it starts kind of putting it back, or worst case, if it comes above here, but I doubt that will be possible. That's like the only way tomorrow. It has to really change this rate narrative and what people are thinking, or, again, give you a little bit of a reality check on anything from hard landing to soft landing to no landing. The blue section is going up. That's services, I'm pretty sure. That's what we've been discussing here. Yeah, the blue is services excluding commodity. And that's why I was surprised. I mean, again, even last time we brought this one up, but you're 100% correct. So, like, look at every other sector, like blue. Maybe I should have used a different one. Like, you see, blue is going up. It hit a high, then it came down, came high, but now it's already coming down. Yellow, this is food. Food is also came down, believe it or not, even though food is sticky. You could see it here. This was your peak. But blue and services, this is going to be the main one. This is not stopped. But that's also why they have been looking at services excluding, rent of shelter. Let me see. Core services excluding shelter. That's that other one I showed you last time. Again, if that one keeps going up too, I don't think that one's going to be a good one either. And tomorrow's Valentine's Day. Did you know that? I love you, Chad. I hope you're there in the morning. And honestly, some of you shouldn't tell your girlfriends that tomorrow is an important day because of CPI. Somebody in the chat already reported that they got in trouble for that. So just be careful. Okay, just be mindful of that. I don't want you to get in trouble. Your girlfriend will not be as excited about it as you are. And if you tell her, oh, yeah, today is important because of CPI, I don't think it's I want you to imagine how that plays out. You know what I'm saying? Where I don't think your girlfriend's going to be like, oh, really? It is? Oh, hell yeah. She's like, oh, I can't. No, she's not going to say that tomorrow to you. So I hope you could keep it in mind. 13Fs due tomorrow by close. And Bank of Japan, oh man. Yes, there is. People are expecting Valentine's Day massacre. There's word on the street that ChatGPT is predicting February 15th. But that's if you use, I think you need to use Dan, not ChatGPT. It's the jailbreak version. We are coming down here, though, low-key. It was a very slow run up here, but you've already given up about 14, 15 points now. You've now this is your first lower low in a couple of hours here now, and I think you've actually broke 2 of them. And Chad, you are now below Euro close, believe it or not. So hold up. Damn, with the CPI coming in hot. No? Okay. So watch out, 41.20. If that breaks 4 more points, no bounce. VWAP's coming up, but no bounce below there. That's not going to be too pretty. But who wants a CPI preview? I got a little bit for you. I would love to share a CPI preview with you, huh? Can I get anybody? I wish we could have like applause. I wish I could be like treat this like a weird Tony Robbins conference. And I'd be like, who wants it? And I'd be like, I can't hear you. Huh? Who's ready? Who want a CPI report? And you like, I can't. Come on, man. That don't sound like somebody who don't want a good CPI report. I said, do you want a CPI preview? Okay, like the video. Yeah, we need that live studio audience. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Let me get a like on that video. My Airbnb has been shockingly good. Somebody did they lit one of my Airbnbs on fire though. They lit up one room, it wasn't too bad. Honestly, I had it booked out in 3 days. I got it fixed pretty quick. It wasn't bad, but it almost was bad. But some Airbnb guest lit my house on fire. Yes, so that's a fun fact. Yeah, this was at where was it? It was the end of the year, I think. It was I don't know what it was, man. I was supposed to go out there and then we had to do stuff and then but it was easy fix quickly, limited damage, nobody got hurt, but I was like, yeah, what? It was an accident, not arson. I don't think they were there. Did he get his deposit back? They paid me for it. They were chill. They were like super chill. So they actually, the fire department, I think they did. Everybody showed up, but they were super chill. They were very helpful. The guest actually let me know. They were very, very nice, very, very kind. Believe it. It was a pure accident. I forgot what they did. I think they were either smoking or something else, but I was just like very there. I informed the insurance, but we didn't need to. That's the thing. And the guest covered everything and was just straight up about it. It was it was a pleasant, scary experience. That was about it. Could have been smoking some meth, maybe. But they seemed like a nice family. It was a family. It was just really weird. But 23 minutes. Let's see where this ends up. You're bouncing right below. You're right at Euro close or a little bit above it. So here is your CPI preview. A hot CPI to fuel higher for longer rate bets. Bloomberg is expecting January CPI to come in hot, blunting the trend of declining inflation over the past few months. With the only change higher than the consensus, the report likely will show an increase in energy prices, slowing momentum in goods disinflation, and still robust gains in service prices. This should fuel bets that the Fed will have to raise rates to a higher peak and keep them higher for longer than currently priced in, according to December's dot plot. So here's what is expected. A headline. Oh, wow. So Bloomberg is expecting 0.6. Right now, the consensus is 0.5 month-on-month for headline, and it was versus an upwardly revised 0.1 the month prior, higher than the Bloomberg survey median of 0.5, corresponding to a 6.4% year-on-year gain versus 6.5 prior. Core CPI is expected to increase 0.5 month-on-month from an upwardly revised 0.4, higher than the 0.4 consensus as of midday February 13th, which is today. Which would be 5.6% on core compared to a 5.7% prior. Our above consensus calls on the headlines is due primarily to our estimate on energy cost, in addition to a 3.3% seasonally adjusted gain in gasoline prices. A cold spell in California drove up natural gas and electricity bills in January. That offset the disinflationary effects of a warmer than usual weather on the East Coast. We also see potential for an upside surprise in the core as the recent restoration of consumer purchasing power from state and local government transfers late last year and cost of living adjustments earlier this year may have boosted demand and thus prices. Revisions to CPI seasonal factors last week also showed stronger momentum in core CPI inflation heading into the new year. The expected strength of January's print is noteworthy considering the BLS is incorporating new weights that, all else being equal, should produce a lower reading than the old weights. Energy and cars categories where inflation has jumped have less weight in the latest update. Oh, so okay. I got to update that now. Because remember I was telling you it looks like that played in effect net last month. It didn't because I forgot. This is January's inflation. This is our January report. I totally forgot. It's 30 days trailing. So technically, this is actually the one that is supposed to occur. So I'll read that one again for you. The expected strength of January's print is noteworthy considering the BLS is incorporating new weights. All else being equal, it should produce a lower reading than old weights. Energy and cars categories where inflation has jumped have less weight in the latest update, while shelter gets a boost. So pretty much the new weighting, energy and cars lower, and then shelter as higher. So I don't know though. That could that's a double-edged sword. So are you guys getting that? That means on this report, everything else is going to be the same, but energy and weight and energy and vehicle prices will not have the same. Will have less of an effect now, while they're raising the weight of CPI and shelter. So if house prices go up, stay up, there's a higher chance now that could lead into a higher print. It could show higher inflation, but then down the road, when real estate does kind of start to settle in, that'll probably bring inflation down faster. So disinflation likely showed in core goods sectors. Inventories have adjusted faster than we expected to levels consistent with demand. We see the disinflationary impulse from core goods diminishing in a couple of months. Jump in used car prices likely was the main driver of inflation in core goods prices. Despite cooling demand and improvement in supply and production, auto inventories are remaining below normal levels relative to demand, keeping pressure on prices. We expect a 0.7% reading in January versus 0.8 prior for shelter inflation, which likely has peaked on a monthly basis. In year-over-year terms, primary resident rents and owner equivalent rents should continue rising until closer to the summer. Core services, ex-shelter category, Fed Chair Jerome Powell has singled out as a key for signs of durable disinflation, likely is sliding sideways. One category to watch for is medical services, excluding insurance. Hospital price inflation climbed sharply in December, offsetting the drag from medical insurance. Bottom line, January CPI report has the potential to reset markets' perception that inflation will go away soon and will likely provide an additional signal for the Fed that the disinflationary momentum in core goods is running out of steam. If that's the case, the Fed might have to raise rates, its estimate of the terminal rate. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. So there you go. And here's your accompanying graphic. So tell me what you see. Tell me what you want from me. Take a look at the S&P. I just hope it goes up tomorrow. Maybe it comes down real quickly. I don't know why they keep scamming. Everybody is a scammer. No, what do you see? This is your inflation chart, current versus pre-revisions, which is interesting. All you need is this time. We could take the timeline out. It's just interesting now though, that the weighting is going to be weighted a little bit more to property or shelter and less on energy and cars. The droppeth hath come. Ooh. So the caption for this picture is saying how pretty much what we saw at the beginning of last year, the same thing happened. So what happened last year, January, February, March, April, inflation dropped, And then what happened from May, June, July, it shot right back up again and then proceeded to come down. So we'll see. Maybe this is they're saying we might get one little pop here. And everything I read you, people are saying this could reset expectations tomorrow, but a lot of the bigger effects that we are looking for are, they may be coming in around September or summer. This is a good one. Can I interest you in some JP Morgan Kalanovic? As if you're familiar. It sucks, man, because Kalanovic doesn't hit the same. I don't know if this is going to turn into Michael Wilson. So at one point, Kalanovic, JP Morgan's Kalanovic, he was a guy. He was one of the people alongside of me. I've never met the guy. But back in 2015, he was big on the whole China flash crash shit. He used to be a very, very he was at one point one of the most accurate analysts, but he's kind of been overtaken by some others there. But this one's an interesting one. This one is going to be an interesting one. So here, how many likes? Can I get like 20 likes, 50 likes, 10 likes? What you got for me? You got any? Oh, we got 12. That's 12 likes. I need like 10 more. Maybe like inflation. Oh, there it is. Thank you. I appreciate you. So JP Morgan Chase strategist Marko Kalanovic, he said he's turning more defensive, recommending that investors fade this year's stock rally because a recession is currently not priced into equity markets. Kalanovic reinforced the defensive tilt in the bank's model portfolio this month by covering its government bonds underweight and moving slightly overweight while reducing risk across equities and commodities. He said, quote, with equities trading near last summer's highs and at an above-average multiple, despite weaker earnings and the recent sharp move higher in interest rates, we maintain that markets are overpricing recent good news on inflation and are complacent of risks, a team of strategists led by Kalanovic wrote. He said the bank continues to tilt its portfolio, benefits from tailwinds from China reopening with overweights in commodities, primarily via energy and emerging market equities. He says, quote, we think that one should be using the year-to-date gains to cut equity allocations and to reduce portfolio beta. Kalanovic writes, we believe international equities, China and EM, Japan and Europe offer better risk-reward than U.S. Kalanovic, who cautioned that a recession will eventually be necessary to bring inflation to central bank targets, points to U.S. industrial stocks and European equities, arguing that an economic downturn is not priced into equities since each group is basically unchanged over the past year. So there it is, bearish. He's not bullish. He is bearish. It's weird because he was very, oh, wait, where'd it go? My chat just disappeared. He was very bullish. Like when the market was dying last year, he was very bullish. And now he is actually kind of flip bearish here. Yeah, he came out bearish. He did. I know, right? Because that's what he was doing last year. Every, from January to, August or, July, he just kept saying buy, buy, buy. Even in October, he was on there, but then from I think October till a little bounce, he did flip. He's the guy who models. He creates one of the model portfolios by JP Morgan. So they still like him. He's had a very, very intense career over in terms of both longevity and some call outs there, but very interesting. Then he got the Wilson bug. He did. Michael Wilson came out with one today. I think, let me see if I could get you that one. Wilson was being a little bear today. He woke up bearish. Where's Michael? Michael. This one's pretty big, but I'll give you some headlines. So the strategist Morgan Stanley expects bear market bottom to be reached in spring. He said Fed hikes during earnings recession will spur more declines. He said U.S. stocks are ripe for a sell-off after prematurely pricing in a pause of Federal Reserve rate hikes, according to Morgan Stanley strategists. While the recent move higher in the front end of rates is supportive of the notion that the Fed may remain restrictive for longer than appreciated, the equity market is refusing to accept this reality, a team led by Michael Wilson wrote in a note. Wilson, a staunch Wall Street bear who correctly predicted last year's sell-off when equities posted their worst performance since 2008, expects deteriorating fundamentals alongside Fed hikes that are coming out at the same time as an earnings recession to drive equities to an ultimate low this spring. He says, quote, price is about as disconnected from reality as it has been during the bear market. What else did he say? He says the risk to reward is as poor as it's been at any time during this bear market. Michael Wilson wrote, the reality for equities in the monetary policy remain in restrictive territory in the context of an earnings recession that has now begun in earnest. Meanwhile, Bank of America strategist Savita Submaranian said the S&P is currently in a short covering rally and could remain in a bear market for some time. Says, quote, we could remain in this bear market for a while because we are in the process of right-sizing tech and everything else is getting bigger in the benchmarks. They said that's not... I'm clapped. Hot dog. I'm back. Hello? Do you hear me? I think I'm back. I love you. I hope you're feeling good. Do you hear me? You could blame it on me, 'cause the market collapses all, and I never lost you, 'cause you could hear me, and the CPI ain't clearly the thing that we need, 'cause CPI ain't free. Houses keep going up, power ain't had enough. Told him shut the fuck up, but why? Oh, can you, Chad, still hear me? Oh, you can? Okay. I'm sorry. I like to sing until... I don't even know a melody that was. I think that was just my own little remix there. So, nothing. So, that's good. I'm glad. Hopefully I didn't make it too awkward. Oh, bad. It's getting baddish. Yeah, don't be afraid to refresh your stream. You'll be good. Even Apple came. A lot of things came down there. Give it 9 more minutes, but this will be, again, we had our first 30-minute read, and then we'll see if we have our first hourly read. Yeah, 9 more minutes. 9 more minutes. Right at VWAP, too. Keep breaking up. How about now? Can you hear me now? Stay faithful, brothers and sisters. He is still on the throne. Amen, bro. God is not a victim. I don't know if they feel me. Line loud and clear. Let's go, man. Run it. Run it. Inverse ETFs. Powell is the best. CPI. If the government may restrict Coinbase ETF, they might. It's just they're going on an absolute crackdown right now. It's not that they're going to restrict it. They're just going to sue everybody. So I don't know. Unless they bring a lawsuit against Ethereum, but most likely they're going to probably just start going for just all of these brokers. Again, I mean, Binance stablecoin got affected today just by what they did to one of the people who mint Binance stablecoin. So that's definitely casting a nice little cloud over Ethereum and even Bitcoin a little bit, but it just seems like something happened in the last week where they just like straight up turned the heat up on everything related to crypto, at least from a government regulation standpoint. Okay, 7 more minutes. The market does not close early today, no. We're going to be on early tomorrow, and that's simply for the, what's it called? We're going to be up here an hour before market for the release. AbiVi keep going up. Where's BNB? BNB still holding. I hope it runs up tomorrow because I want to sell covered calls on it now, but I don't know. You could sell the 1 year covered calls still above our strike price and get like another like $500 to $600. I think it's because of FTX. They're going after the crypto market. Yes and no, because I mean, again, I have a short on Ethereum right now, but I do think what they're doing is absolutely stupid. And I say that simply because it just like, it doesn't make sense that these mother effers were straight up ready to work with FTX. Like the government agencies were straight up listening to bills that were being prepared by FTX, and then now they go for some of the most compliant industries or brokers like Kraken and even Coinbase. So that I don't agree with at all. It's kind of weird there, but the FTX problem, I don't think we have gotten to the point of I still think maybe in another 6 months we'll know what's up, but I'm worried about who I'm still very worried about who was part of it, in the sense of who was giving out or who was taking out loans backed by this paper collateral and altcoins and all of that. I don't think the problem is stable coins and staking, although I think it's stupid. And I've never participated in that industry of like staking or anything like that, just because the yields did seem pretty too good to be true. It's just more so along the lines of I think the real problem was giving collateral for assets that were not real assets. That's the FTX problem that I don't think we'll know. And remember, pretty much Sam Bankman has until October to give his defense. That's when the trial will begin. So you'll have a lot. You used to get mad hate saying don't stake. Oh yeah, there was a lot, man. We got a lot of even crypto. I even get shit for the short now, but I got shit for selling Bitcoin at 50,000 ish. Nowadays people don't fight it back as hard because we've seen the reality, and quite frankly, I mean, hey, I'll take 4% on dollars. You could go put your money in Fidelity. That's the type of staking I'm into. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they would lose their mind. They would call me stupid and say, you just don't understand it. But it's cool, either way. I'm glad. I think it's a great learning experience for everybody. And it's good to go. Yeah, the ETH short, I think I'm down like $14,000, which isn't bad. Yeah, 14. That's why I said, even if it comes down like maybe like a $5,000 loss, I'd be down to close it just because it'll free up a shit ton of capital. That's the only thing I don't like about this trade. One, I mean, it kind of went up out of nowhere with everything, and it led the rally, but it's just also a shit ton of money. Like that ETH short is the size of 3 NQs. That's the crazy part. So it didn't move as much. That's what's wild, is that 1 NQ. You see how 1 NQ has moved, but the buying power of one Ethereum is about 3 of them. Well, the price went up too, so you have to put up more money, or like it takes away some of your capital. So it's a $42,000 buying effect just to hold it. I made the mistake of staking ETH and couldn't sell it at the high twice over. Well, I mean, the thing is, when does it, isn't it almost 2 years though? I think the best part, it obviously depends when you bought ETH, but you're getting, what's it called? Like if you get it back, if you bought it at a low price, I mean, you're going to get your return. You got your money on the staking, and hopefully you get it at a good price, so that once you are freed, it's good. But that's why I think it's stupid though, because I don't know. I think the government kind of going after the people now. It's just kind of weird because I don't know what's going to happen, but it does seem like it's there. I don't think it was the biggest. I think the real big mistake you could have made by staking, like if you staked your Ethereum, great. But you know what I'm saying? Like, would I have done it? No. But it's like if you were staking like stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? Or you were buying assets and putting it in sketchy places to get 15, 20%, that's where you really got screwed, because some of them there, like if you were in Luna or if you were in any of these protocols or these DeFi things that really just exposed you to a ton of risk. So I think the ETH stake was natural. It limited flexibility for, depending on what return you got. But the silver lining is that hopefully the time is almost up so that you could get there and walk away from it. Yeah, Voyage, like stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? And going to the brokers there, some of it was just a little more sketchy than not. And yeah, the ETH short was 32,000 at the time, but then Ethereum went up 30%. You see what I'm saying? So that's the problem. Citi moves to pull the plug on financing Trifigura's deal linked to Pratik Gupta. Help lift the lid on the traders' nickel nightmare. He's the guy who was scamming. He pretty much sold Citi a bunch of nickel, and it wasn't really nickel. It was like silver spray paint. Binance, yeah, that's why we brought it up there, because now crypto was the first to run, and now it's kind of the first to fall lately. But it's definitely in its own little world because of all this SEC crackdown stuff. But it's still holding up good, but it's getting definitely dangerously close to giving up what it did at the beginning. It was like Citi. It was like linked to some of their futures deals, and then they bought it, and they just I don't know if it was Citibank buying it, but I know it was Citi as part of a deal. But they won the lawsuit. Citi helped lift the lid on it, they said. Power hour, red candle. Did we just get 2 red 30 minutes? So that's your second red candle now on the hourly. Wow, you've actually had 2 red candles. Again, most of all day has been all green. And remember, the volume is extremely low. Today is it's going to be a lot lower than January 12th or January 11th. January 11th, we ended with 68 million right now. You were at 41. I mean, maybe we'll get 60 million. We'll see. Biden intends to nominate Slaughter for FTC commissioner. Very wild name. ETH is more usable. It is, but again, I mean, Ethereum, there's a reason why I haven't bought back in. I maybe would have bought back in if there wasn't FTX and all of that. Ford executive Lisa Drake comments on Bloomberg. But again, it was just like the Luna, Terra, the Voyager, the what was it called? BlockFi. Like, we saw some shit, dude, with crypto in the last 12 months. That's the crazy part. It hasn't even been a year since Luna. It hasn't even been a year since BlockFi. It hasn't even been a year since FTX. So it's just like that really, really, like, it's put a very sour taste in my mouth. And honestly, I went from Ethereum #1 to Bitcoin #1. So that is something I believe in a lot more heavily now, is Bitcoin versus everything else. I do like Ethereum, though. Ethereum used to be like my #1 crypto, and we had a lot in there. But I do think it is great. So we will see. But I think Bitcoin has the advantage, more or less. Do I worry about 35% tax? No. Tax is a part of your business, everybody's business. So I think if you have the right strategy and plan accordingly, you'll be good. ETH is literally a shitcoin. No, man. No. It's not. It's cool. But it's not decentralized. Like, that's it. Ethereum is like, this is what I'm worried about with the SEC stuff right now. Because this is a straight shot to regulating Ethereum as a security. That's all you got to realize. Every little precedent set, and Ethereum's qualities do not help it out in terms of getting away from the crosshairs of the government. It's simple. It's controlled by a small group of people. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't have it doesn't, and I know, and if you could get Ethereum, then there you go. But it's borderline of security. I mean, I could understand that. Like, I think it was at Novogratz or somebody said they agreed with that as well too. New U.S. strategic crude sales were mandated by Congress. Delivery for new SPR sales expected between April and June. What? Whoa, 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 whoa. Bro, they're selling more oil from the strategic reserve? Am I tripping? Yeah, oil's dropping on that. Bro, they just said they're selling 26 million more barrels from strategic crude reserve. They were mandated by Congress. New sales. These are new. It looks like April and June, they're going to be auctioning off more oil from the reserves. It says new ones. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. Maybe it's something off there, but I do believe it is a new one. I think they're saying, yeah, by middle, again, in a month or two, they will be selling more oil from the strategic reserves, about 26 million barrels. 26 million more barrels will be offered for sale. Nick on CNBC. Nick Timmerhouse? Timmer!
And it now looks like
yeah, he is
playing down, then you're looking at something like that happening in 2024. A no landing is probably a delayed landing, and the longer you delay this, the more likely it probably is that you're looking at a hard landing.
I mean, part of the shift has been an acceleration of the economy, something no one really expected to see at this point after so much tightening in the system. How do you think the Fed would react to a hotter than expected inflation report tomorrow?
Well, they're going to have two reports, Sarah, before their next meeting, so they don't have to, mark to market their views right away. And if you go back to the December FOMC meeting, there was a lot of pushback from economists and from commentators to those inflation projections where they said they thought inflation was going to end this year at around 3.5% using their PCE, core PCE measure. A lot of people said that's implausibly high. And so now I think you're starting to see that data dependence does run both ways. And Powell didn't push back against the market's more benign view of inflation a couple weeks ago. And then after the jobs report, I think you've seen the market come closer to where the Fed is. And so that's sort of what I would expect to see if this does go on the high side tomorrow.
Was going to ask if you think that the market has been too enthusiastic about a Fed pause, Fed cuts, given what you're hearing and how you're reading the Fed.
I really think, Sarah, it has to do with the data. If you think that you're going to see a lot more disinflation here, you're going to get the help on the shelter side, you're going to get the goods disinflation, then the market forecast from a couple weeks ago, didn't seem absurd. And I think that's why you didn't see Chair Powell push back against it. But, the Fed, I think their view has been that this is going to be harder. Last week, Powell said this could be bumpy, and so you could almost interpret that as they're not expecting progress in inflation to be in a straight line. They don't think every report is going to break in this sort of miraculous melting away of inflation. And so I think that's where it's going to be difficult, because we're going to have these questions around how long does this sequence of 25 basis point increases go on for.
Right, and so the data is going to tell it, and particularly it seems like the inflation data is going to tell it. Is a no landing scenario that you write about, is that bullish or bearish? Because it's good if we don't go into recession, good for earnings, good theoretically good for our economy, but it's bad if it keeps the Fed at a more restrictive level for a lot longer.
I think the Fed has been pretty clear here, Sarah, that they want to see things slow down. They keep talking about a labor market that's out of balance. that demand is too strong. And so if they don't see the slowdown, it means that they're going to take steps to try to create the slowdown, whether that means a higher terminal rate or just, holding at a higher level for longer. I think that's what we're going to find out in the weeks ahead. But a no landing here is not consistent with what the Fed says they want. And so that's why I go back to the first point. A no landing is probably a delayed landing.
I wonder what we think the bar would be for them to double up again and go 50 basis points again instead of 25. They've shown flexibility here relating to the CPI reports.
They've shown flexibility, but really more in the sense of adding 25s. So I asked John Williams, the New York Fed president, last week about whether they would put a 50 on the table for March, and he really didn't seem to want to go there. So, anything's possible, but right now they seem to be trying to get everybody to understand that their reaction function to hotter data is, higher for longer, using 25s, and then, getting markets to price out those cuts. Those are the two mechanisms I think you're more likely to hear about right now.
Nick, thank you for joining me. It's good to talk to you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Appreciate it. With all these topics front of mind for investors, Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. After the break, the CEO of Fanatics joins us.
Thank you. Again, oil. That's LMT. Yeah, they said F-35 jet availability declining. I don't know if there's any further read on that. Who is buying them? No landing means inflation comes down and growth doesn't suffer. So, remember, it's cool. I'm glad to see that. It's bittersweet to hear about it because, like I was saying the whole time, I said a landing's a landing. It means you're coming down. In terms of the market, it means growth is coming down, markets are coming down. But this idea of a no landing is saying that inflation returns to a stable level. Inflation is no longer insidious and hurting people, but it's able to do that without growth coming down. So, and that's, I guess, historically not really how it's supposed to happen, but it seems like people are getting more optimistic towards that than not. India got F-35s. That's the word on the street. I didn't know there was a lack of availability, but LMT is even going red here. They're about to. What's it called? Compared to the Alaska news on Friday to today, it's crazy. They shot down more stuff, but it didn't seem as if they're kind of heightening the defensive pressures, but we'll find out. The background sounds on CNBC Studios, it's for dopamine. So it's kind of like Cocomelon, if you constantly add sounds and visual clips. I need to do I could totally be psychologically hacking y'all, and just every sentence I speak, if I show you a beeline clip and in a sound, it triggers you get way more engaged. We have short attention spans nowadays, so that's why it's quite engaging. You don't realize it yet, but it is. That's it. You love it. Mm-hmm. Yes, goods inflation. Well, some people are worried they might see, because again, service inflation is still going up, but they have not, what happens if good inflation returns? And that's where people are talking about that. Cody jumps amid heavy volume to highest close in 3 years. Cody. I just told my long term that I love her. That's good, man. Oh, wow. Cody did go crazy. This is their highest close in 3 years. The makeup. Micro Saylor and Tucker Bitcoin. Is Tucker Bitcoin the guy with the he's you're poor, I'm rich, I'm a billionaire. I don't know. Otherwise, I don't know Tucker Bitcoin. Is his name Bitcoin? Did he change his name to Bitcoin? That'd be cool. I'd kind of be down if I changed my name to Bitcoin. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like people would judge me, but that'd be kind of dope. What about the short terms? Short term what, my friend? I think that's little TJ. Oh, Tucker Carl. Oh, you said in Tucker Bitcoin interview. A comma would have changed that. A comma would have changed that. Okay, you mean, okay, Sailor and Tucker Carr, got it. Got it. The lack of comma got me. Oh, what about the short term? Does he love her? I don't know. I think that's a personal question. I think that's up to him. The whole point of increasing interest rates is to slow growth, so we never see the effects of that. Yes and no. So the whole purpose is that we want inflation. The main goal is bring inflation down. So how can you do that is by slowing down growth. But if you run the effect of bringing down inflation and without growth, I mean, it's possible, but hasn't really happened. So it's kind of just like, in a weird way, a no landing scenario, lack of growth coming down. And it already has came down a little bit, but it would be a inadvertent effect where you somehow got the goal, but you didn't get it by doing what you thought would bring it down. So it's like, I don't know. It's like you want to stop a squeaky door. You would want to oil it up, but the only way to oil it up is using WD-40. But then you don't use the WD-40. You don't end up using it, and then it still gets unsqueaky by humidity. I don't know. I'm not really. I just like WD-40. I thought that was an appropriate example. Stagflation. Stagflation would be if it returns, if the inflation returns, and then you get attacked again. And then we've been going up again. First 15 minutes of Power Hour, you sold off pretty heavy to VWAP first 12 minutes, and then now you're coming back up here. Did you know they make WD-40 cologne? I would wear it. I like the smell of WD-40. Not going to lie to you. This is runaway inflation. That's what we'll find out, but it's going to take some time. I mean, that's it. The only problem here is that people got excited about it. If tomorrow shows things come right back up, like Timmy and the Fed has been saying, maybe it just doesn't, maybe it doesn't play out like a, what's it called? If it's not a straight line down, just like it wasn't a straight line up, it's probably not, it could be coming down, but maybe it's not a straight line coming down. HL for the long term? I've not looked into them. Hecla mining. I don't like energy and mining as much for the long term. I think they're very cyclical trades that you could make, but I don't really have any energy in any of them. Fisker 52-week close. Really? A lot of other names are doing good. Quite surprising. Uranium are overvalued. I think they might be able to come back up here. It just depends, again, on no landing, soft landing, any other issues, war. Just remember why, the run on raw materials was part of the whole uranium thing. And even you could correlate uranium and energy sources like that to doing awful. Europe and Germany. Anyone actually order from AliExpress? I know people that do. I think you just got to wait like a month and a half to like 7 months. Just depending on what you order. How about Temu, bro? Did you see this Shop Like a Billionaire, bro? I'm going to go to Temu right now. Is there a website or is it just the app? What's a Temu? Temu. I want to shop like a billionaire. Look at that, bro. What? I could spin for a gift. How much I get? Oh, come on. Oh, there it that was. Bro, I just got a $100 coupon bundle. Yeah, bro. Shop like a billionaire. This looks just like AliExpress and Wish. 79 cents. 5 pairs of socks. Wow. I bet you all of the billionaires be using. Oh, where was that? This is a billionaire item. Look at that, bro. You ever see anything like that? Bro, that's a scissor brush. This is crazy. Yo, this shit is wild. I know all the billionaires have this. That's crazy. I got a ring sizer, 39 cents. Damn, shop like a billionaire, bro. Dude, look at all this shit you could get. For 20 cents? I wonder what the shipping is. They got knockoffs too? What is this? This is like a Louis Vuitton MCM. I don't even... This is a Louis Vuitton MCM. That's Louis MCM. I don't even know what's happening. Why am I on beauty? What else we got, Temu? Sports. You want a tennis racket for 69 cents? That's crazy, actually. Oh, they got super healing. We get rocks for days, dog. Rocks and crystals. I was like, wait, what's this? It's like, don't tell me. What else y'all selling on here? Hold on. That's amazing, Temu. That's amazing. All right. Free shipping, billionaire hacks. The whole site screams, I got something special for you, buddy. Special price for you. I just felt like a billionaire. That's all. I think I hated that commercial yesterday, but I remember it. I vividly remember it. And I was like, why is this on here today? Again, that's why Wish is up. So Temu was the #1 downloaded app in the iStore yesterday after the commercial. And Citron was comparing it to Wish.com. All right. 40 minutes left. Moving back up. If it does it fast enough, you might get an end of the day squeeze. I think Palanta earnings are today. I was under that impression they were. Then you got ANET after hours. It's an offshoot Pinduoduo. Is it? Someone said that earlier. Is that why Pinduoduo is up right now? Pinduoduo. But those sites are expensive, I mean, to run low-key. They make a lot in revenue, but the margins are pretty off. I don't know how much you're going to make off of these 20-second, these 20-cent things. It's kind of crazy. Bro, that little eyelash comb thing was tripping me out. I've never seen that in my life. They getting mad innovative. They getting mad. That's great. They market into us Arabs. I need that. I got some crazy eyebrows, bro. You know that? At one point, I don't know. Do I still have my unibrow? I used to look like Anthony Davis for a minute. Just ready to attack, bro. I would like dye the middle of it. No, I'm good. I'm good for now. Coca-Cola is going to be good. I think Pepsi did great, so I think they should do good, but Coca-Cola doesn't sell as many snacks. That's the only issue, but I think Coca-Cola is fly. I want to see the Fed so wrong they have to be absolved of duties and the central bank eliminated. Nah, man. 2008, like, do you realize we almost got, like, the whole world clapped? And so they've had almost, like, 20 years since then, and they've been running. Sorry. It's okay. The only way is if those are really aliens. If they're aliens and they go for everybody who has gold. That's the only way that we even get close to that scenario. People say TikTok is stealing data from U.S. phones. Wouldn't you think Timo does too? I think Timo just wants you to shop like a billionaire. I don't know. TikTok's crazy, bro. TikTok's crazy. They're coming for your Airbnbs. The aliens? Why not? I'll show them the model. I'll be like, listen, man, how many rooms you got in that little capsule? All right, word. Just run it like this, bro. 50 a night. Bro, if you got 4 rooms right there, that's $200 a night, man. You're going to be doing, we do like 70% occupancy. If we price it to get 30% occupancy, you could follow along with the hotel. Shit, man. I'll tell you this. If you park your capsule above a hotel, guess what? No one's going to stay at that hotel, but they would stay at your Airbnb. You know, so it depends, man. I'll be like, you could offer like an Airbnb experience, go on the capsule, go for a tour of Montana and the Yukon. You know what I'm saying? Be like, bro, you could stay in California, visit Alaska, and come back. Only risk is you get shot down by a raptor. That's all. That's all it is. But then, like, I'm sure we could get into agreement with them. They could work with the government, figure it out. They'll be like, okay, we'll let you do capsule Airbnbs. You just got to register it, get a business license. Then you got to charge 35% tax. And then all you guys are going to complain about the cleaning fee. You're like, why do I got to pay $50 to clean an alien spaceship? This makes no sense. I thought these aliens have high technology. Why can't they clean it themselves? You know what I'm saying? But then... So they'll figure it out. Yeah, you just got to register the capsule. Yeah, FHA, FAA collab. For real, though. Delivery hero orders below 41 million risk missing. Yeah, you got to pay 50 a stay to the county. To pay for the stadium, yep. All jokes aside, if aliens do get confirmed, that would be the biggest shift in humanity and human history. It would be. But then, like, we're going to be like, wait a minute. Didn't we just shoot them all? I don't know how they going to take that. It's already a bad start, even if it is aliens. They said it's not aliens and you shouldn't worry about aliens. And it would have a lot of implication if it was aliens. But I think we're getting off on a really bad start. That's the only bad part right now. Is that if it was aliens, we straight out took we'd already taken out like 3 or 4 of their cribs. And that's not cool. You know, me personally, I wouldn't take that. Yeah, they said it's not aliens, but like what? Shit, man, what happens if you found out it was? I think we already fucked it up. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. It's kind of risky already. I don't think it's aliens. I genuinely, after this point, my only thing that I believe right now is that I think there was a new type of aerial technology invented. That's it. And I think we weren't aware of it. Maybe we were working on it and somebody beat us to it, or it was probably just another test there. But it seems like there's a new type of aircraft that has been created that could kind of do this, where it could go 20,000 feet in the air, no propulsion, and just kind of hover, or not even hover, but like move. I don't know how it moves, but it could float on the clouds. That's it. That's the only thing I could think of. But like not a balloon, but like metal. Who though? I mean, China, Russia, Israel. There's a lot of people who might have done it. I just think it's a new tech. That's it. It won't get detected because no radar is like going to be looking at, like, again, most radars, it's like depending on the height. And then if you're in like radar, altitude, it's usually like speed. And yeah, I think it's a very hard thing to defend. Yeah. Is that, again, no one is really, what can fly slow? That's it. That's all you have to ask yourself. There's nothing in the world right now, aircraft technology, that can necessarily fly slow and is small. Even a drone. I don't even know. I guess maybe a drone, but a drone can't go 20,000 feet in the air. You said Snoop Dogg. Okay. That's a great answer. Helicopters. Helicopters are pretty fast and they show up. Hot air balloons, yeah, but again, there's a lot of limitations to that. I just think it's a badass drone, yeah, low key. But then they said it just moves with the wind. That's weird. There's only 3 trading days next week. Really? Wow. CPI went down last month, or I think it went up. I mean, it went up month over month, but CPI was good, and it was an overall drop year over year. And it continued. It gave you another 3rd month of inflation actually dropping. That's where everybody said that is that's the evidence of disinflation. Hi from Croatia. Hello. Paxos confirms that they got a well notice from SEC. They say they disagree with SEC over Binance being a security. The Wells notice only pertains to Binance USD crypto token. They say no other allegations against Paxos, stablecoin issuer says. U.S. crackdown seeks to push crypto back to the fringe of finance. That headline just came in right after. Major firms now face challenges securing bank relationships. Industry reeling after watchdogs public and private actions. 528 early to the sell side. ETH is going up on that though. Yeah, market is open. We're going to have CPI hour before the bell. Hour before the bell. So that Apple bids, everything's kind of moving up. I mean, we got 30 more minutes here, 29. The closer we get to the high, the more likely we squeeze. Predictions on CPI. I think big move if you get a big miss or big beat. I think month over month is going to come in hot. But then again, I read it. Even Bloomberg expects the same thing. So the consensus is high, but a lot of other people are still under the impression that it will still, month over month could come in higher. It's going to be quite difficult to read. But other than that, though, I think one big thing you are going to hear tomorrow is that there's still one more CPI coming. That's it. That is something you will get again. And that's where no matter what happens tomorrow, unless it like the line totally gets messed up, at the end of the day, if all of these charts just start going back up again and now you lose that element of disinflation or the evidence, that won't be good at all. But I do think no matter what happens, we are going to get a lot of people, discussing, okay, well, it just once. Apple is moving up here. Airbnb, very good Airbnb. Core jumps, but headline dumps. That will be interesting, but I think that one would be negative. Because then that means services are still going up. But then that would be more evidence of goods inflation still showing it. In a weird way, though, the reverse would actually be worse. So if core comes down, people will be excited about services. But if headline comes up and we find out that goods inflation is returning, food keeps coming back up, energy, gasoline, all of those things, commodities, that actually won't be pretty. Because then that means this idea that okay, goods inflation is over. That won't be true. And then people will kind of be a little bit more reacted to that. Paxos comments and statement sent to Bloomberg News. As this inflation is everywhere, yeah, that's what we wouldn't want to see. Because services, you're under the idea that it's going to eventually come down, but again, goods inflation still showing up when it really be the best. I think the 2-year yield is, I mean, the market believes that the Fed is going to be there. Like, so this is what you got to realize. If tomorrow's CPI comes in low, right? So let's say it comes in lower tomorrow, core lower, headline lower, month over month lower. The market will rip. Why? Even the bonds will rip too. Because even though the bonds believe that things are coming down, that's the market's idea that inflation is actually coming down way faster than expected, and that would actually support this idea that the market is ahead. The market's ahead, believing that, yeah, Powell's going to stop soon or slow down, inflation is coming down, all of that, because they're really thinking that, hey, well there you go. You know, where the market, in a weird way, equities believe Powell is going to pause. The bonds used to believe that up until the jobs report, and then the bonds said, nah, never mind. And then the bonds started saying, okay, Powell's going to stay high. But in a weird way, the reason why equities are still up relative to bonds is that there is an underlying notion that inflation is coming down and coming down hard, fast, and faster than even Powell or even the bonds are expecting now. Yeah, soft landing higher with inflation moving lower and strong labor market, but also no landing too. If you get that cool CPI tomorrow, that's why there's that gap between bonds and stocks. That would borderline be the no landing scenario right there. Yes, we will be up early here tomorrow. It's going to come out, 5 a.m., 5:30? I'll probably be on at like 5:15 Pacific time. And hopefully I could poop in the morning. That'd be dope. You know, if I could get one out, that'd be nice. But some days I've traded better on days I haven't taken a dump on CPI. So I don't know. No landing, baby. Let it rip. You have a long term? All my no landing boys, you got a long term? All my no landing boys, you better have a long term. You know that? I better not be watching you out here pumping no landing with no long term. Because if you say no landing, no long term, that means, man, they going to give you 1 or 2 good trades off of no land. Okay, long term only, baby. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why. There you go. Yes, I will be streaming it live. We will be live here for CPI tomorrow. Long term, dude. Any long term reviews? Not today. Maybe in a couple days here. Bullish on Palantir. I don't know. I think it's a cool company, but I ain't never used a Palantir in my life. Go long term, baby. Love you, Chad. Josh, let's go. Amen. Amen. There's a train derailment in South Carolina now. Really? South Carolina. I don't see it. I don't see any news of South Carolina train. These in trade when it IPO'd. It went up. We went like $10 to like 30, 40 on it, but I think at a very low price and a low investment amount, I don't think a little bit of Palantir is bad, but I wouldn't just don't make the Kathy Woods mistake and go all in on it. Thinking it's going to be the most revolutionary company in the world. I mean, I will say they are, and they do have a lot of cool things there, but it's not really, it's not the craziest, I guess. It's like, it's just, there's a lot with it. Be 3 more UFOs by the end of the week. I don't even think people care anymore. I mean, I care a lot less now. It just seems like they're, you know, unless something happens from it, or if we find out it's like a Russian aircraft, or, you know, but I don't know. And how come Palantir don't have an answer to this? Isn't Palantir supposed to know the future and shit? How come nobody said? How come Palantir hasn't given us anything on this little spaceship? You may not have used Palantir, but they have used Palantir on you. Why do you keep calling it Palantir? It's Palantir. It's Palantir. Why you keep saying it's Palantir? Why you keep The alien said hello. How come you don't want to say Palantir? Palantir is so much more fun to say. Say it. Say it out loud. Go Palantir. Palantir. What are you talking Palantir? I know all about Palantir. I know all about the balloons. I would have popped the balloon. They would have flown no balloons over my house. Nowhere in my country. If a balloon came my way, I would have popped it. You know why? Because that's how I do things. I pop it. Then when I say that I knew about the balloons, if I knew about the balloons, we would have used a lot more nukes. We have terrific LMT, Boeing. We have the best weapons. Why do you think I'd sit? You think I'd sit around there and do nothing? No, I'd pop them. Every balloon would be popped. Every single flying object. They wouldn't even try to fly it around me. They know it'd happen if you fly it around here. Who you want? You want smoke? I'll give them the smoke. That's what I do. I give smoke. Everybody knows the smoke. You could catch these hands. That's what I've done and what I'll do. This is abomination, embarrassment. Really mean. What are you talking about it? You know it's embarrassing. They've been flying these things for like half a decade. Ain't nobody knows shit. Huh? Come on, seriously, I mean it. What? I don't have to say shit. I'll let Corinne tell you about the UFOs. I don't have to give a fuck it. You fly it around, I'll shoot you now, huh? I don't care. Come on, it's the problem solved. What are you worried about? Go watch the Super Bowl, you prick. Come on. Airbnb is going. Palantir, CIA, and Silicon, what they do is data collection beyond anyone's capability. I'll gobble the stock up on Big Red. I'm just kind of like, I kind of debate them though, or I'm kind of skeptical. Because like, how come Palantir didn't invent ChatGPT? How come Palantir don't have any insight into anything going on? Honestly, it's been like 3 years of Palantir, and the only thing I've gotten out of them was that they have given us, they said buy gold, and all they did was buy gold as a company. That's not what they do, but what do? Don't they just do like data collection and then have like extreme analysis? They probably did for the government, but like no new contracts, no nothing. Not one thing. Oh, they bought gold. That's all we've gotten. Alex Carp is dumb. Who's that? That sound like a Pokemon? Is it a water Pokemon? That's a Magikarp. That's their CEO. He was in Pokemon? That's crazy. Good for him. Oh, wow, only 15 minutes left. CSX, big red on the derailment. They are starting to drop on that, yeah. Yeah, CSX on scene as NRE officials respond to train derailment. That was at 30. It is, so there you are getting some news now. A little bit. There's only 2 headlines, and then put volume heavily directionally bearish. How come CSX drops but NSC stays up? I think NRE, South Carolina. Alex Carp, Palantir gym leader. The next catalyst will be PCE, and then that's it for the rest of the month. There'll be other data sets, but none with that level of importance. Yes, we could look at the book map. Oh, wow, a lot of orders. A lot of orders just came in, but it looks kind of equal when you kind of zoom out there. We got a little bit mini of an order trap. It's fighting, but a lot of volume is actually coming in here at these levels. Again, we got about 15 minutes, so the closer we are to the highs, the more likely 10-minute rigged, and then the final 5 will bring about a squeeze, so we'll see. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you, and get ready. The day is almost over. We've made it. You've tuned in to WCULT, The Cult. We're glad to hear you, bringing you all the latest train derailment news. Amen. Amen.
And NVIDIA also getting a boost on the continued AI play as well. A bunch of consumer names also lifting the market, as well as we look ahead to that CPI report, where Romain, it really does feel like there's some very lopsided positioning right now.
Absolutely. Here with stocks at the highs of the day, you take a look at the bond market there, you might be getting a little bit of a different message. This will all, of course, potentially be sorted out in about 17 hours. Meanwhile, right now, as we count you down to the closing bell, Steve Schifferone joining us, Senior Portfolio Manager and Head of Multi-Asset Solutions at Federated Hermes. Federated Hermes with $669 billion in assets under management. We'll round that up to 670. Steve, great to see you.
I like the round.
Absolutely. Let's start off here, of course, with the big number tomorrow. Maybe it ends up being a dud. Who knows? But there is sort of a broader sort of debate being had here, not just about sort of the incremental number, about where the economy is going. Are we sort of guiding down to that softish landing, inflation coming down, or do you expect that maybe this could be a little bit rockier?
Yeah, we think the soft landing is we're skeptical of it. You can go back to almost every previous cycle and have confident proclamations of soft landings. We think the reality is something much rockier. If you don't have that hard landing, if you don't have that recession, if you don't see a big pickup in unemployment, it's hard to get a labor market that's consistent with a sustainable 2% inflation. Yeah. And if you are in this softish landing, what we've seen is every time financial conditions loosen, inflation pressures reemerge, and we're right back stuck between a rock and a hard place. So we're very skeptical of the immaculate disinflation, if you will.
So why is the bond market getting the Fed's message and the equity market continuing to resist it?
Well, my bond colleagues like to remind me that they're always the smartest folks in the room and they're always right. No, I mean, look, I think what the bond market's looking out is there are some indicators that tomorrow could be hot, right? The Manheim used car index came in a little hot. Wage inflation with the Atlanta Fed was a little bit stickier. Energy prices have moved from $70 to $80 a barrel. And so I think that's what the bond market's sniffing out. You certainly see that getting priced into the Fed futures. The tech, you know, the tech and the growth names don't seem to be buying that, but we're skeptical of that rally. You still have people buying back names that they tax loss harvested a year ago.
But I am curious here about value. I mean, let's assume for a second, maybe we're not on that downtrend, that maybe is a little bit of a U back up before we go back down here. Does that materially change how you would value things right now? And I'm talking about the equity market.
Well, I mean, I think there's two places where you look at where valuations just don't make sense given some of the risks that might be out there. It'd be high yield bonds and it'd be growth stocks. It's hard to buy a high yield bond at a spread of 4.5, looking at inverted yield curves as far as the eye can see, and at least heightened recession risk, whether or not it materializes. And then the same thing on the growth stocks. You know, as much as they've underperformed, they're still trading north of 20 times, but they're doing so with a 5% discount rate, not a 0% discount rate. And we're not interested in jumping on that merry-go-round at this point.
All right, just getting started here with Steve Schipperoni. He's a senior portfolio.
Steve Schipperoni. Honestly, that kind of gave me an idea there. I think HYG, if CPI comes in cool, that might be a play to get greedy on because everybody will get greedy. So we're moving up here. 1 minute until 10-minute rigged Chattadonia. 2-year, 10-year yield curve. All right. How many more seconds? 30 seconds. It's looking hot. There's more bids than sells. And this is what I mean by squeezing here towards the high, where we just kind of do the big run there. We're still like 20 points below the next level, I think, or about 14 points. Yeah, it's like 41, 49. You're right near the highs, so that's what I'm saying. If this 10 minutes is good, then there it is. So, boom, 10-minute rig down for now, but it could get eaten. Oh, wow, they just pulled all the orders. You see that? Even when I zoom, look at that. This is all bullshit. So they're coming back in now, but, dude, that was a complete – all those orders just disappeared that I just showed you on there. I'm bearish. I'm holding my ANET. I'm already down on it a pretty penny, I think. $8, so really $16 a share on both of them, but only 50 shares. So we're going to see, but I don't think most of the cloud has done good. Bro, they pulled all of those orders. So I'm in like right here again. That was after the Amazon shit. Bro, look at, even on there you go. Now they're coming back, but they pulled all of those for a second. That's actually quite fascinating. Market on close, $2 billion to the sell side. Sell side, sell side. Volume 50 million. Again, last CPI, it was about 68 million. So this is going to be low. I mean, even volume this is going to be your lowest volume of the year, easily. Yeah, lowest volume was 59 million. Right now you're at 51. So unless 9 million more in SPY volume comes in. So we'll see, though. Maybe final 5. Another train has derailed in South Carolina. No, UNG and Boyle will not change. I mean, I think Powell's already said it. Again, it just depends on hard landing or not. In a weird way, I feel like cooler CPI would help UNG and all that, simply because the more likely a soft landing, the more likely there is the odds of, again, I think commodities come roaring back. So no squeeze, it looks like, but that could still change here. That's a decent size red. Yeah, UNG volume has been through the roof. Even though the price isn't moving as much, the volume on UNG has been increasing a lot. I think as we get towards the end of the quarter, we'll be able to really finalize everything. And maybe, I don't know if I want to average down, but it might be beneficial around then. Everything just took a red, but again, still a couple more minutes left in the day. No risk market. If we keep running, yeah, but that's the problem. Is the risk is that anything bad, you go a little bit lower, or you go 30% lower on certain individual names. Pfizer on the high. Again, healthcare will be a big part of tomorrow's CPI too. Like they said, healthcare excluding insurance. Will CPUMC and CPI go up if it's, or Redfin and UMC go up if CPI is high? It could. I think it depends on what happens with shelter and shelter cost. Yeah, I'm still holding Google. I don't think they did as good, but I'm only down like $1 a share on it. So that $95 price was decent. Fed talks, not for what we're going to probably get Fed speakers after the CPI, but tomorrow is just data. These bonds had a move here today. Illumina's on the high. AbbVie, again, a lot of healthcare names going crazy. Coca-Cola already has a dividend. They're most likely going to raise it, but it's not going to be anything too crazy. Just in line. Again, Coca-Cola reports, I believe, tomorrow morning. And then remember, Pepsi already did good. But Pepsi has snacks. Pepsi has snacks. So that's the only difference. The basket is being changed with less weight on energy and car prices and more weight on shelter prices. I think the minutes are soon. I don't know. We might have to. That could have probably slipped by on my calendar. I think it might be in another 2 weeks. I don't know if the minutes will hit by the end of the year. And then SC13's tomorrow, Bank of Japan tomorrow, and one more, and CPI. There's a lot. Tomorrow is just action-packed, my guy. Bridgewater adds JP, exits AMD, and cuts J&J. Well, there's their 13 Fs. You are getting them. Tomorrow, very big day. All right, final 5. That was your little pop here. You're already a minute into it. Palantir. No Palantir for me. Palantir. Amazon running. Coca-Cola running. 2 billion sell my ass. How did Russia drop? Does it make less oil accessible? Yeah. That's lower oil production globally. But then I think that's why they announced today that the U.S. said Congress has mandated another release of the SPR, 26 million barrels in April and June. Red for Valentine's. So we've heard. Oh, look at the time. Look at the time, Chad. They had to. Was it already mandated? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. So we make our final approach. You guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We're going to be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 60 degrees, slightly cloudy, partly sunny. Not too bad of weather out there unless you were holding the puts, but maybe that'll change by tomorrow's CPI flight. We will be leaving early here, about 1 hour before our usual takeoff time. So hopefully we see you here at the terminal. We are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, Chad. It's time to bring it home. That's it. Listen, if you want options, this is your final trade for tomorrow because it doesn't even matter how it plays out. Maybe it'll help you, but You will only be able to trade at the opening bell. CPI, all of this stuff is hitting in the morning. You'll get some earnings after hour, but Chad, speak now or forever hold your peace. This is the moment, my friend. I hope you're ready and prepared. And 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you made it through a wild day. You have only had 1 hour of decline throughout the whole entire day. You're moving back up. You're like right in the middle of the last 10 days. Tomorrow before the bell, you get some key info. What are you going to do? You got to bring it home and finalize it. You have less than 30 seconds remaining. You got ANET after the bell. I think Palantir after the bell as well, too. You're going to get more earnings tomorrow in the morning, but you know what everybody's waiting for. You know what everybody's waiting for. Bring it home. 10 seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. Oh, man. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Horna. Let's go, Chad. Oh. Wow, we did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, the horn didn't make it, but we made it. Good game, baby. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. I know you stayed in there. It ain't even the first quarter, baby. We got to make it to the fourth. Good game. Way to play your heart out. That's what I'm talking about. All my laggers, all my lurkers, all my lovers, thank you for showing up. Thank you for playing. All the people who contributed, all the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts, all the people holding it down. Let's go. Oh, man, I'm starting to yell. Let's go. Good game, baby. Good game. That's how you play. Are you ready for tomorrow? Oh, yeah. Let me see that GG. GG if you're ready for tomorrow. Come on. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. Where my stepchildren at? I love y'all. I love y'all. I'm going to give you a big hug. Let's go. Good game. Y'all in the game, too. Way to contribute. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, Chatadonia. Hey, man. In the game. Are you in the game? God bless them members. All the new members. All the old members. All the non-members, too, baby. Let's go. The key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, are we running into after hours, bro? You running out, man. I keep talking God, I could tell they don't like that. Baby. 2020. It's a call. Let's hope you in the game. Okay, here, hold on. Don't let me go crazy. Oh, why'd I mute it? Chatadonia, that's the day. That's the game. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you feeling blessed. Are you feeling good, man? You finally made it this far. Are you ready for tomorrow, man? Tomorrow's a real big day. Again, I think you're going to probably hear me say that a couple of times. Not only tomorrow's a big day. Oh, 2.4 thousand likes. Horn. I can't blow the other horn. He's dead, bro. I can't, bro. I can't. You know what I'm saying? Buy the open, sell the close. Or let's see, buy the close, sell the open. We're going to find out tomorrow. But, Chad, that's it. That's it, man. We did it. Thank you for liking the video. Thank you so much. Honestly, man, everybody who showed up, I appreciate y'all. I don't care if you've had a minute here or not. I hope I made the most of it. But if you came in here ready to play, ready to contribute, always with a good attitude and positivity and not being a little asshole, you know, if your mama raised you well and you got beat kind of as a kid, so you have some respect, you know, I understand if you didn't get beat as a child. Sometimes it shows up in your behavior, but that's okay. That's okay. You could work on it. You know, it's okay. Everybody got character flaws. It's okay. Myself included, man. We going to be out there. But for real, if you showed up, you played the game, you were a part of it, man. You made this one of the most beautiful communities out there, man. I hope you know we appreciate you. And thank you for your effort. And I hope our level of work shows you that, how appreciative we are. And I hope I could give you something to show you that, whether it be information, plays, news. I don't know what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? So thank you and God bless you. Hey, man, I love y'all. God bless you. But that's the day. So check out the links, man. First link, Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Course. I don't know. Are you guys still just discovering the free long-term alerts? I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure if you have, but you should check it up, okay? You should check it out. Check it up, whatever you need, man. We love y'all. But that's the first link. Shout out to the stream alerts as well. Thank you guys for always supporting. And hopefully you got your news. I gave you like news today on the stream alerts with like LOLs because some of them were kind of funny. But yeah, we got you. We got you, man. Amen. 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 Second link, nightly watch list and main channel. There wasn't a watch list.
All right, ladies.
Oh, that's me. That's me right there. If you don't know, you didn't have a watch list last night because of the Super Bowl, and I think people were watching a lot of stuff, and then I got caught up into it. But tonight, I'm gonna give you a CPI breakdown. We're gonna go over it, and then by the morning tomorrow, well, you're gonna find out the inflation expectations can reset the market. Oh man. But I love y'all. So check that out. Hopefully we see you there. Third link for the membership badge. Fourth link for the merch. Check out the other channel. Colt Real Estate, Colt Cars, Colt Music. Hey, man, you could get any of it. You could get any of it, man. That's it. You could do whatever you need to on there, man. Check it. We got channels all day. You got PHILO channel. You got my Instagram. Did you follow me on Instagram? Did you say what's up? That's this one right here. You know, you'll see. There's private so that the scammers can't scam you anymore. It's very, very good. Very, very good. So I hope I see you on there. Say what's up. You know, I'm going to post something there soon. I got something for you soon. But check that one out. How option pricing works. 1,000% gainers, baby. Maybe you want to learn a little bit about option. It's good for you. It's good. Find it out. Figure it out now. Get the shares. Get the futures. That's all you got to do. Amen, amen. How to set up the long term. Oh, shout out the long term. Amen, amen. Can I get it long? Oh, yes, Palantir. Oh, ANET too. Oh, no. They beat forecast. Oh, fourth quarter EPS. 141. ANET beats on revenue and on EPS, and they guide up. ANET guides up. All right, time to close. Where is it? We're down 960 on the 50 shares. I'm going to give it the one candle, but he might go crazier. Yep, he's going to go crazier. ANET, it's time that we close out of it. That's going to be a 960 loss. Oh, wait, came back down. 137. I'll take that. Wait, where's the ask at, though? Will they let me close it? Hold on. Operating margin, 40%. Estimate was 39. Oh, no, I got to change that there. Okay, hold on. That's good, though, honestly. I thought they were going to do really bad. Oh, never mind. Little drop. Oh, then a little pop. We'll close it at 139. I put in an order. It's not filling. There it is, 139. I closed out. $800, $900 loss on that one. Again, it was good earnings, though. I think they should have done awful. I keep talking, God. I could tell they don't like that. It looks bouncy, though. It looks very, very bouncy. Whoa, what the hell is that? Do you hear that? Oh, did Palantir go down again? Is it down or up? I'm seeing all over the low ticker. Do you guys hear it? It sounds like somebody is farting on my house. Palantir's running. Oh, up 17%, bro. Oh man, no, they're running it. They're running it. Yeah, and then Arista, they beat on the quarter. They guided up higher. Everything seems good. I think their margin was a little bit higher, but that would probably be the only weak spot. But then Palantir is up 19%. Oh man, Palantir. Bro, this is Kathy Wood season right now. It's back. Yeah, they beat 4%, 4-cent EPS. They beat on sales by $6 million, and they see revenue to 2.1 to 2.8 billion. I don't know how that compares with everything else. Operating margin was 22, so their range was slightly lower. Their guidance range was even slightly lower. So Viva C. ANET just has a wide bid. That 136 isn't real. Oh, I could tell they don't. Oh, she doesn't own Palantir? Oh, I thought she did. I thought she was a Palantir fan. I thought she played for the Kansas City Palantirs. Did she play for the Philadelphia Palantirs? The Philadelphia Palegals? Palantir Eagles? Palegals? Paralegals? No? She sold last year? Wow. Kathy. And then there's ANET. Airbnb's tomorrow. Amcor down 5% after earnings. That's good for them. There's ANET running more now. Healthcare, everything's up good now. I think solid earnings for now. I think there's a couple more, but there it is. So, Chad, did you pray for me? Because I'm praying for you, okay? And that's the final thing here, the prayer request wall. Okay, so I love you, and I hope you're ready tomorrow. I hope you have the stamina, endurance for the rest of the year, the rest of the quarter. You pray for me, too. We all need a prayer, man. We all need a prayer. We all got some work to do, too. So I hope you're ready for all of it. I hope you got your long term, but I hope you get the peace and love in your heart. I hope you got it for everybody around you, all your brothers and sisters in here that you spend so much time with. You know what I'm saying? Because you spend a lot of time with people here. So, it's an honor and it's a blessing. And I hope, we praying for you. And I hope y'all could do the same. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Amen. Where my prayer warriors at? Let's go. It's game time. So, Chad, thank you for everything. I love all of you, but that is the day now. That is the day. I do, though. I have bad news again on this Monday. You guys are going to get mad at me. You're going to get mad at me. It's been only 10 minutes. I have to get going. I know. I don't have anything for you. I don't have a PHILO. I don't even have an uncle for you. Not now, not today. I'm sorry. I got to do a couple of things here, and I need to take a poop. My poop has crept in on me here today, as well as everything else I got to do. So you know what I'm saying? I just don't feel bad. It's okay. We're going to be here early tomorrow. So just know I love you and know you're blessed. And thank you guys again for everything. But that is it. So please read the books. Richest Man of Babylon. Strangest Secret in the World, okay? And New Proverbs, New Living Translation. And you know what the last one is too? Is why we're here, bro. And why we keep going. Why you don't back down. Why you're in the game and ready. And why stamina is the thing. You were running the race so well. So you got to keep going. Honestly, I could give you a PHILO on all of it, baby. But you know why it is. And it's why we're here, bro. And why we got that joy down in our heart. Hey, down in our heart. Hey, down in our heart. I got the why, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Let's go. Amen. So, Chad, I love you. I will catch you on the watch list tonight, and I'm going to catch you tomorrow in the morning, early. Okay, we'll talk about it on the watch list, too. So make sure if you're not going to be here in the morning, you want to be prepared. Watch the watch list and everything else. We're going to get it, man. But I love you, Chad. Thank you guys again for everything, and let's get it and get ready. It's a big day tomorrow. That calendar. Got to pace myself. Okay, all right, good. Let him leave. Let him leave. I got to get going. We're moving around. We're going to get it propping out here. We're going to hook him line for him, and we're going to get him here in the Lord a particular object. Okay, it's simple. This guy, what is he talking about? The balloons. I pop it. Pop the balloon. I got to go. Have a good night, good evening. I have a great evening. I sleep early. Going to sleep in. I'll see you early. I like to have a schedule in the morning, and then I golf. Love golfing and sleeping before, Okay, goodbye.